couldn't sleep awake last night. No point in turning off the lights. Not the same without your head on my shoulders. Growing pains, but I don't wanna get older. Almost like we left it all already. Couple feelings never laid to rest. Didn't know that the party was over. And it's true that I need you here closer. Burning photos. How to learn to let go of I used to. Somebody in another skin. I heard that you're happy without me, and I hope it's true. It kills me a little, that's okay, 'cause I die for you. You know I'd still die for you. I hope you're getting everything you needed. Found the puzzle piece and feel completed. Just wanted you to know every reason. Hope you really know that I mean that. I couldn't see the forest from the trees. Only time we speak is in my dreams. Burning photos. Had to learn to let go of I used to. Somebody in another skin. I heard that you're happy without me, and I hope it's true. It kills me a little, that's okay, 'cause I die for you. You know I'd still die for you.
Well, imagine seeing your husband, brother, or father brutally killed by religious fanatics.
They proceeded to slaughter 41 people, including 37 children.
The government took her to the detention center and tortured her, and she was bleeding.
A Hindu mob paraded naked two Christian women.
A dark heart, I'll grab my light.
Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me.
While the horrible video led to worldwide outrage, some families are happy that the martyrs kept their faith.
You will be hated by everyone because of me. But the one who stands firm to the end will be saved. If the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first. Never will I leave you. Never will I forsake you. Stand firm, and you will win life.
Authorities arrested and marched 20 Japanese Christians with 6 foreign missionaries hundreds of miles from Kyoto until they arrived here, where 26 crosses were already waiting for them. One account tells us of a Christian boy who, upon arriving, told his captors, "Show me my cross."
And you have no doubts at all.
And do not die for things they've done.
Waiting, sir.
Waiting for what?
probably asked to finish praying for us, sir.
Love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be children of your Father in heaven. If you love those who love you, what reward will you gain? Are not even the tax collectors doing that?
Before the revolution in 1914, there were about 70,000 representatives of the clergy in Russia. But by the end of 1937, only 100 remained alive and free.
The Jewish Bolshevik regime deliberately mechanized 3 series of genocidal man-made famines. Christians, priests, and the most attractive youth, and all non-Jewish intellectuals were the first to be exterminated. In years to come, Stalin's crime against humanity would make Lenin's threat to terror crumble in comparison.
If you find yourself in a lion's den,
I am sending you out like sheep among wolves.
and pull my pin,
Do not be afraid of those who kill the body but cannot kill the soul.
go with you.
Rather be afraid of the one who can destroy both soul and body in hell. What then shall we say in response to these things? If God is for us, who can be against us? In all these things, we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. For we know that since Christ was raised from the dead, he cannot die again. Death no longer has mastery over him. And surely I am with you always, to the very end of the age. For just as we share abundantly in the sufferings of Christ, so also our comfort abounds through Christ. If we are distressed, it is for your comfort and salvation. If we are comforted, it is for your comfort, which produces in you patient endurance of the same sufferings.
As I silently rub the drops of blood on the wood, I can only find the right words when I think of that merciful and just God who is so far away, and yet so close.
In your struggle against sin, you have not yet resisted to the point of shedding your blood. If you're a Christian man, listen closely. You must be dangerous, a threat to every lie, every force that dares to rise against the truth of Christ. Look around. Over 2 billion claim the name of Christ. But how many of us are willing to stand when our faith is mocked, when truth is challenged, the churches are replaced, when the name of our Lord is dragged through the mud? Where's the spine? Where are the men who will speak when the world spits in the face of our King? They desecrate what's holy. They mock the sacred. Should they not have a look at us and fear? Let me tell you something. Without strength, your goodness is worthless. A man who poses no threat to the enemy is not a virtue to the Lord. He's a liability. And if that stings, good, it should. Do you really think evil backs down just because a man loves God? No, it doesn't back down just because you sing worship songs on Sunday. It laughs at men who talk about love, but lack the guts to defend it. And if men won't protect truth, if he won't guard what is sacred, then the faithless will overrun us. Conversion will come, not because their argument is better, but because we were too docile to resist. Evil thrives where men stay passive. The enemy longs for a faith filled with such men, obedient, yet harmless, devoted, yet silent. Because without strength, even devotion loses weight. Just look at Europe, once rich in Christian roots, now overrun by those who serve another master. They preach against Christ, persecute his followers. And it all began when they failed to guard what they let in. It is the ultimate cautionary tale to never compromise your faith. They saw the Christians and saw no threat. That's all. Remember, Jesus wasn't soft. He was wise. He cast out demons. He rebuked leaders. He flipped tables. He was gentle with the broken, but ruthless with evil, and didn't come to please the world. He came to conquer it. And your heavenly Father, he's not tamed. He's a consuming fire, a righteous judge, the Lion and the Lamb. And you, man of God, were called to have that balance, not one or the other. There should be nothing about you that is harmless, not to sin, not to lies, not to the world. Christ demands ultimate loyalty, which means if someone mocks the gospel, distorts truth, or invades the holy, you must have the spine and conviction to rise against it. You don't get to be weak and still claim to serve the King. That's not humility. Be the man with the spine. We must not decrease in number, nor succumb to the noise and rising power of the faithless who serve another master. Because the truth is, if you won't fight for your faith, you'll lose it. The world doesn't need more passive men pretending to follow Jesus. It needs men who are powerful and dangerous, who will go to any length to preserve his name. Be gentle enough to love, strong enough to lead, dangerous enough to destroy evil. Your father is your honor, your ego. His land was not meant for enemies to thrive on. You come from a sacred bloodline, the spiritual lineage of Christ, the Son of God, the Lamb who was slain, the one whose blood you owe your life to. So protect it, protect the lineage, protect the truth. Don't forget whose you are and who saved you. Let no foolish man drag our faith into decay. Let no coward distort what generations bled to defend. And let the world know who you believe in, the God of the Bible, the Holy One, the consuming fire, the risen King. You are not just a man. You are the will of the heaven.
Hello, hello, hello! Sorry, I was finishing up some work. How did you do it animated? I didn't. What's up, Harry? Hello, Jimmy. Hey, dude, before you started, what do you know? I don't know why you think I'm offended. You guys have some serious, like, mental problems with, like you and this other fucking chatter that, like, think just because I call you retarded or I respond, like, very straightforward, you think, like, I'm mad or upset. Like, I don't know what's wrong with you. You guys have, like, real feminine energy about you. You need to get that checked out. I know you don't have fathers, so you're not used to, like, somebody directly speaking to you, but, yeah. Anyway, let's be on the point today. It's React Slop Saturday. As usual, we just skim YouTube, watch random shit. I try to give as much commentary as I can. I tend to crash out by, like, the 4-hour mark, so once it gets to that point, we'll end the stream, but, yeah. After I yap too much, then I'm tired. We'll see how it goes. Ugh. I didn't animate it. It's like a random wallpaper on Wallpaper Engine. I mean, I recolored it, but yeah. I am not talented enough to start making my own. Well, I do have a lot of my own wallpapers. I have a bunch of Ghost of Tsushima wallpapers that I made, but actually, no, I think they're deleted now. I think I accidentally deleted all that shit. Anyway, let it cook for a minute, see if people show up, and then I'll start. I think we're shadow banned, by the way. All of my videos are limited now. Every single one of them. Like, all my videos are limited. And I have problems even processing now. Like, processing used to take, like... Because I record in AV1, so the file size is really small, even if I do, like, an hour video. And usually YouTube processes it in, like, 2 minutes. But, like, the last, like, 3 videos took, like, almost 3 hours to process. And then, like, they got no reach at all. No Santa hat still? Yeah, I mean, do I see 3K subs? No, I don't, right? So, I don't know. We'll see how the stream goes, right? Like, what do we... We're usually averaging, like, 15, 20 people. Let's see if I'm shadow banned or not. It feels like it. Like, all my videos randomly got, like, limited monetization suddenly. So, either we got manually reviewed because somebody's reporting me in mass, or I don't know. Who the fuck cares? I really don't care, but I think it's funny. Alright, hang on. Let's get this pulled up. Ah, fuck it. Why is this guy streaming? 27K are watching Tectone? God damn, bro. He's viewbotting. wait, he's actually viewbotting. What the fuck? My man's actually viewbotting. What is this? Like, bro, it was literally just like, it was literally 3K like 2 minutes ago. That was 27K. Yo, why is everybody stealing my time zone? It's like, can we stop? First it was Nicholas, and now it's Tectone. Oh, God. All right. Here we go. All right, what is he watching? Is he just rewatching his own videos?
Demon time! I want to be. I don't care. I'll be here forever, bro. Don't give a fuck.
Tectone has responded exposing Mizkif.
How does he have 30,000 views?
5 viewers to his side. Mizkif ends up getting roasted by said streamer, meaning literally nobody wants him. Asmongold is calling out streamers for being fake and virtue signaling to their audience. Terminal.
Hey, listen. You can call me a lot of things. The one.
Yeah, there's definitely some view botting going on. Oh yeah, so I saw this.
We are finally in the ultimate timeline because Grand Blue Fantasy Relink has finally returned after hearing
reacting to a reaction of you reacting. Yeah, it's like next level meta shit. I'm not that big yet. I can't do that. Guys, I can't believe we're getting Grand Blue Fantasy Relink DLC, by the way. So I have literally I reinstalled it. I do plan to play it on stream, but I'm really bad because I haven't played in a while. So I'm like, I went in and I did like the new behemoth fight, and that fucking boss is annoying as fuck, by the way. Like I don't know why this game has to make boss fights so annoying. Like I'd rather like memorize mechanics than like have to deal with the annoying constant spam of like light shows and circles on the ground that I can't see anything, and I can't tell which ones are dangerous and which ones aren't. Which leads me to just like say fuck it, I'm just gonna spam fucking revive pots, and yeah. But yeah, so I fucked around with some of the new mechanics. I combined some sigils, but yeah, we'll play this on stream. This is like one of my favorite games released in a long time.
the calls of the fans who wanted more of this.
But I was not expecting, like, Endless Ragnarok, like a full DLC of new characters, story, and everything was not on my bingo cards.
Fantastic game. This is
if it brings back the co-op, though, that'd be great. For those of you who don't know, we did cover this game a lot. I deleted all those videos just because it's just what I do. If I end the cycle, I delete all the videos. But I did, like, I mean, they were doing pretty well. It's a couple thousand views, like 5 to 10K in each one. I covered, like, every character. I was one of the first people, instead of just making up bullshit, to actually, like, release, like, a proper DPS test videos. Like, I actually, like, properly DPS test everybody. So
brand new DLC to the original Granblue Fantasy Relink title,
very
which
excited
released
for this.
about 2 years ago. And there's a lot of details here, so I'm going to try and give you everything that you need to know in this video. If you're a fan of
July 9th is so far away though. Fuck me.
Granblue Fantasy Relink, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe, as you're going to be seeing a lot of new content on this game once it releases. First off, you're probably wondering if you have to start over if you played the original game. Well,
no,
the
why would
answer is
you?
no. The developers are branding this as a new DLC titled Endless Ragnarok.
Yeah, why would the fuck would you have to start over this retarded? What a dumb question.
Where you can hop in right where you left off and play all the characters that you've already raised. Since this is a DLC, you don't have to pay full price in order to continue. If you already own the
This game was so shockingly good, by the way. I think about this game all the time. It lives rent-free in the back of my mind all the time. Because Granblue is a very large franchise in Japan and overseas, but like it's not big here at all. And the few like trickles of like the IP that we get like really stick to my brain. Like I really loved the anime, I loved the fighting game, and I fucking loved this game. And I was like, can we get more of this, please? And then they just like stopped making content for like a year, and I was like, okay, I guess not.
The game, you'll be able to purchase the upgrade pack for $29.99 USD. But for those who haven't,
I don't care. I don't care how much it could be $60. I'm gonna pay it. Like Relink was one of the best like single player / co-op games, like RPG games that come out in like years.
Play the game. It'll be $59.99 USD on PC via Steam, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and the newly announced Nintendo Switch 2 version. You're most likely wondering what this version of the game contains. Let's start with the new characters, since this is an easy place to start. 2 new characters will be playable in the Endless Ragnarok DLC, and the first character is Beatrix, who is a fan favorite and highly requested character upon the launch of Relink. She's a close-range character that focuses on dealing DPS while also providing buffs to herself and debuffs to the enemy. She uses this clock that dictates which buffs or debuffs are activated, and once the clock is full, her speed increases, allowing her to do more combos. The second new character is Eustace, who is a ranged character, but
Eustace is pretty cool too. I played him in the fighting game.
We didn't really receive much information about him just yet. However, it appears that he does lightning damage to enemies from a decent range since he carries a gun. Once we know more information, I'll be sure to share all of that with all of you. Now, speaking of characters, 2 bosses that used to cause chaos to all Relink players will become playable as well, and those characters are Galanza and Magliel.
Bro, I'm so excited. Magliel is such a badass character. I love this character so much.
They didn't show if their kits would be exactly the same as their boss counterparts, but this is exciting for those who requested to play these 2 characters after the release of Granblue Fantasy Relink. Moving on from the characters, the developers of this DLC have really put a lot of work into improving the game overall, while adding a ton of new features that we previously asked for. For example, one of the biggest fumbles of Granblue Fantasy Relink was the lack of crossplay across the various platforms.
Oh, we're getting crossplay now? Wait, that's fucking insane. That means the multiplayer won't be dead. The only downside now is that console players will have to deal with the PC people who cheat. Because a lot of people cheat, which is like, whatever, I don't blame them. To be fair, I cheated too. Like, I abused a dupe for Curios. Yep, I abused a dupe, guys. And you know why I abused the dupe? Is because, if you don't know, this is one of the most grindy fucking games I've ever played in my life. I have everything done except for the newest content, because I quit when all these guys came out. So I didn't play like Lucius. I didn't play Behemoth. I did Behemoth last night just to see how it was. I died a lot, but I killed him with like an S rating, obviously. So. But like my this playtime, in order to get like where I'm at in the game, this would be like 10 times. You would need 1,000 hours to be where I'm at in the game if you didn't abuse like the dupe bugs and shit. So yeah, I abused the fuck out of the dupe bugs. I have absolutely zero shame about it. I don't care. After like 100 hours and realizing that it was going to take about 100 hours per character to fully awaken their weapons, not to mention the Bahamut, like Proto Bahamut grind was literally fucking like 150 hours in its own right. Just the endless grind of trying to get the fucking materials for proto weapons for every single character was so nauseating. Once people found the bug to basically, you could save scum your curio rolls, but you could also like dupe them. So I abused the fuck out of it. I don't care. I got no shame.
A lot of us were not able to play with our friends due to this
I didn't have 3 billion hours to play the game. I'm sorry.
restriction, and now this restriction no longer exists.
In my opinion, I think the grind of the game is the worst aspect of the game. I wish they would lower the grind. They really made like a hard barrier to entry for a lot of people. And then they tried to solve the problem. And I was very critical of this, much to my, like, I basically killed my channel for covering Grand Blue because I was hypercritical of all of the DLC, right? So I was hypercritical of shoving new characters into the game as payable DLC instead of being like in-game rewards, which I still stand by. I think their handling of the monetization of the game has been horrendous. I think they sell like horrible customization for overpriced prices. I think they were selling power in packs for a single-player game. I mean, essentially, it's a single-player game. Now, there is co-op. You can help each other in co-op. But, like, at its core, it's a single-player game. And they were essentially selling power in a single-player game through the store. There was hundreds and hundreds of dollars of DLC that give you basically, that just let you skip stuff. And I just don't like that. If it has to be paid for to skip it, it shouldn't have been in the game in the first place, right? So you shouldn't have had the game been so fucking grindy, plain and simple. The game was still like a 60 to 100 hours long, even if you didn't have to grind everything. So it was just unnecessary.
You'll soon have the ability to play with your friends regardless of their platform, and if you're a Nintendo Switch 2 owner, you'll have the ability to play local co-op as well. Along with crossplay, we now have the ability to summon a variety of creatures that we have
They're adding summons, okay,
fought in the past. Some of these creatures will be able to be controlled on the battlefield, while others will simply provide
just more clutter. That was my other complaint about the game, is like there's so much visual clutter on the screen, you literally can't tell what the fuck is going on.
buffs to your team or debuffs to an enemy. For some of the larger enemies, a brand new Primal Burst ability will be available to take out large
that's
groups
kinda
of
sick,
enemies on
actually.
the battlefield. For those players who are seeking greater challenges, a new difficulty tier called Chaos Tier will provide higher difficulty challenges for those very players. This tier will include new bosses and unique enemies, as well as some that we are already familiar with. A new story will also be included in this DLC, and one aspect of the DLC that I'm really excited for is the boss fight against Seofon and Tuyen, two characters who are meant to be incredibly strong and are already playable on our roster. Another interesting addition to the game that I can't wait to get my hands on is this new Conflux game mode, which appears to be a roguelike. This is a single player game mode that isn't meant to be experienced with
So it's like an endless tower roguelike? Wait, that's sick.
friends. Instead, the Conflux will allow you to create some really busted characters and use them in battle against some insane enemies while rewarding you with a lot of decent
Wow, you won't be using the captain, that's for sure. They nerfed the fuck out of that character.
For those who are building characters they haven't experienced.
They also removed all the buggy I'm kind of glad they did. I did complain. I remember I did complain about it, like, once again, much to the dismay of like, it's funny how I'm always right about everything, but people get really upset when I point it out. Welcome to speaking the truth. It hurts people's feelings. When I pointed out that like, hey, even though like I myself really like the fact that I can play like what's his name, Veseraga, whatever. I can play him and abuse this like animation cancel shit. It shouldn't be in the game because it ruins the game, because most characters can't do this. So it makes half the roster completely worthless and nobody wants to play them, because why would I play any of these other characters, even if they are cool, when they can't animation cancel and do 10 billion damage, right? It just makes no sense.
Yet. The Conflux contains 3 difficulty tiers, which I'm praying will provide a decent challenge upon reaching the final tier. And last but not least, a closed beta test will be coming up in March with the goal of testing the crossplay systems. If you'd like to trial Beatrix a little early, this will be your...
Yo! In March, bro, we're gonna have like actual... Wait. We're gonna have functional crossplay again. Wait, I can play this game online with people again. This is gonna be so much fun. Holy fuck.
Opportunity to...
I get to rage out and shame people live again in multiplayer as I watch people play id and do no damage and be useless the entire time, and I fucking want to die.
Do so. The link to sign up for the beta will be in the description and comment sections below. I feel the need to express that this is the greatest example of devs listen that I've seen in a very long time.
It only took them 2 fucking years though.
Grand Blue Fantasy Relink was supposed to...
And there was no reason for them to kind of drop support because the game was massively successful. I don't know why they dropped support.
to be a completed project after the 3 DLCs had concluded. So I feel the need to thank the entire development team and the powers that be over at Side Games for giving us more of this universe as we fans requested.
Yeah, God forbid Side Games, who was milking fucking hundreds of billions of dollars off Uma Musume, can, you know, sprinkle a little bit of money our way for fucking Grand Blue. God forbid you guys do that.
I'll be purchasing the game on day 1 just to show you that we fans will continue to support the game as long as you continue to produce content for it. Thank you. Anyways, if you're interested in Grand Blue Fantasy Relink Endless Ragnarok, the link to sign up for the beta is below, as well as the links to purchase the DLC. I'm looking forward to playing the co-op with all of you once again. Have a wonderful...
Bro, I'm so excited. Holy fuck, that's awesome. Oh, God, thank you. But July 9th is so far away. July 9th is so far away, man. Can men and women really be friends? Why? Dude, guys, like, I'm telling you. Okay, so this is so weird. Let me break this down. I feel like either I'm so fucking online that, like, I predict cultural trends before they happen, or I am setting the trends in a butterfly effect. I make a video about Kaio, right? Nobody's talked about Kaio in over a year, right? Like, actually, it's like 6 months, right? The video I covered was 6 months old. Nobody's talked about this guy in 6 months. I randomly make a video basically shitting on him again because, like, he is retarded and he was tweeting stupid shit. And then suddenly everybody's dogpiling him. Like, every creator is, like, making new videos covering him, like, within, like, a day later, 2 days later. I literally just went on, like, a whole rant and argument about, like, can men and women really be friends? Like, not even, like, a couple days ago. And now Matt Walsh was making a video covering it. Here we go. This should be interesting.
And that is not the show. So
we're
going to spend...
we'll see what he says. But TLDR, men and women cannot be friends. They can be acquaintances. They cannot be friends. We have to really define words here. I know leftists, like modern people and leftists especially, don't like to define words and have proper structure to things they say. But, like, let's put aside what an acquaintance is and what a friend is, right? So, like, a friend, right? Like my friend Brandon, for example, we don't talk very much, but when we do talk, it is always like a very worthwhile conversation, right? We look after each other. If I need money, I ask him for it. He gives it to me. If he needs money, I give it to him. No questions asked. We don't hesitate because we're friends, right? We have a bond. We've known each other for 15 years. He knows a lot of personal, like, embarrassing things about me. I know a lot of personal, embarrassing things about him. Like, this is friendship, right? Friendship is not, oh, I talk on Discord with this person once in a while and we play games together. That's not friendship. You can engage with women that way as a man, but you cannot be friends with them. Any man who is friends with a woman, I have a very, very, very skeptical doubts about their intentions, right? Because the reality is he wants more, right? And women do it too. It's not just men. Women will also do this. They will kind of keep men on the hook as backups, right? People do this. This is very real, right?
Time on the show talking about, you know, the things that matter in life, as we so often do: marriage, children, relationships.
You can hear the voices of the players. I can only see wins. I mean, it's good that they're creating content because it was stupid to stop making content for Grand Blue Relink because it was massively successful for them, and it's a fantastic game. But there's still issues, right? Like, there's still UI issues. Like I have thousands of sigils, for example, and to navigate the menus to get to the sigils I want to get to is absolutely atrocious. So there's a lot of, like, UI issues. There's a lot of quality of life issues, but the game is solid.
And that's going to be a special focus of the show this year. Earlier this week on X, we were talking about some of this, and I made this point. I said, a married person simply should not have an opposite sex friend who is not also a friend of their spouse. And even then, there's no scenario where the spouse and the friend should be hanging out alone. These are the most basic boundaries. If you aren't prepared to put them in place and respect them, you shouldn't get married. That's obviously true. I've also said that kind of thing many times. Plenty of people did not agree. There are a lot of comments, a lot of people responding to it. So we're going to go through and read some of them now. In fact, I'm going to read a few responses, a few comments, and then I'll offer a general response to all of them together. So, Real Klopek writes, to prove Matt's point, in just about every example of this, the spouse finds this friend physically attractive And that is not a coincidence. Show me an example of a married guy who has a cross-eyed female friend who weighs 300 pounds.
True. Yeah, let me see let me see your ugly female friends. I want to see them. You don't have any, do you? Yeah, you don't have any. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have any ugly female friends, do you? Yeah, I know you don't. I know. It's okay.
And vice versa. Christina writes, Matt doesn't trust himself to be alone with any of his female coworkers, or does he not hire women? Either way, he needs to learn to grow up and not ogle other women.
Okay. Once again, there's a difference between like people. This is the problem with a lot of you, and a lot of problems with people in general. You guys do not have clear definitions and a clear set of standards that you live by. You have no foundation, no framework. You've never even thought about it because you're fucking retarded. Okay. So a lot of people do not differentiate between friends and acquaintances. They think they think everybody's their friend. Not everybody is your friend. Friends are very distinct. Friend is a very distinct word that has a very distinct meaning. Okay? The people I work with, my coworkers, some of them female, some of them I am the boss of, they are not my friends. They are my coworkers. They are acquaintances. They're people I know and I engage with, but like I don't open up to them. I don't have a friendly relation with them outside of this is the work environment, right? These are not the same thing. Conflating them is such a fucking female thing to do, by the way. I love it so much.
Climate Warrior 7 says, what are you supposed to do with your
Climate Warrior 7? There's no way that's a real name.
Opposite sex friends when you get married? Dump them?
Yeah. Because like what happened here is you had all these female friends and you were playing the field with them, and one of them like stuck out the most and gave you the chance. So you took that one and you married her. So yeah, you have to get rid of the other ones now. Well, you don't have to get rid of them, right? But you cannot have the same relationship with them. I mean, this is just common sense. Like you can't have a deep friendly bond with women when you're married. Like that's a no-go. Like I think we can all agree you don't do that. Women don't want men doing that. I don't want women doing that.
Yes, that's what you're supposed to do. But we'll get back to that.
Thank you.
Timothy Gordon says, this is a good post, but having female coworkers is as bad or worse than having voluntary female friends. Both situations
why are we conflating things that are not the same? What are we doing?
Are terrible. Arguably, the workplace is worse because you're a captive team member forced by equality in the workplace to spend 40 hours weekly on a project with some broad, not your wife. Paul Bullard says, the more likely someone is to cheat, the more vehemently they'll disagree with this. There's emotional cheating too, which impacts intimacy, respect, honor, and relational experiences. And the notorious KCK strongly disagrees with me, says, this is bull. I have female friends that I've known since long before I met my wife, and will still have lunch with them occasionally.
Okay. Yeah, that's a red flag.
My wife doesn't care because there's trust. Same applies to her and her.
Yeah, he's insecure. Yeah.
Her male friends, Matt is clearly insecure. And there are many more comments along those lines.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Some in agreement, some in disagreement. And here's what I'll say to all of them. That yes, you should not have opposite sex friends if you are married.
Yep.
That should not exist.
I agree.
Now, it's one thing, as I think I acknowledged, if you're friends with a couple, if you as a couple are friends with another couple,
that's fine. That's fine.
And so then in that sense, you're friends with the opposite sex member of that couple as well, then that's fine. And that's what, so when people say, oh, I've had these opposite sex friends since before I got married and now I'm married, am I supposed to just dump them?
Yes.
Well, yeah, actually, see, when you get married and you grow up, you're going to end up drifting apart from a lot of your friends, and especially if you have any opposite sex friends. That's the way that's going to go. But if you want to keep being friends with them, well, now you have dinner, like you have another couple and you have dinner with them you invite them over to your house as a couple and you sit and you drink wine and you eat, dinner. Like that's grow up. Okay. You're an adult now. I mean, so now those relationships are supposed to mature. And so you can be friends in that sense, but you should not be friends individually with a member of the opposite sex. And like this guy who says that Well, he has friends he goes out on lunch dates with women.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a little crazy. Yeah, I'm sure it's just lunch dates, my friend. I'm sure it's just lunch dates.
That is a crazy thing to do if you're married.
I'm sure.
And to let your wife do it.
Even
so you're
worse,
telling me, who is this? The notorious KCK. You're telling me your wife sometimes goes and hangs out with her male friends without you? You're telling me you're okay if your wife says, hey, I'm going to go grab lunch with, Jake.
Yeah, he probably watches.
Okay, have fun. Have fun, you two. And you're okay. What are you, you're a cuckold. That is pure cuckold behavior.
True.
That's what that is, and you should be embarrassed.
You should be embarrassed. That is embarrassing, yeah.
Okay, you should be humiliated.
That's like Adam Savage. That's like Adam. What's it? Adam 22 or whatever the fuck his name is, letting other dudes run through his wife while he watches. Like, yeah, you're fucking embarrassing. Yep.
There's a high chance that she's cheating on you. There's a high chance that's already happening. So you can say all you want. I trust you. Don't worry. I trust you. Here's the thing, you moron. If your wife wants to have one-on-one time with another man in the first place, if she wants to have that
it's pretty reflective of you, yeah.
Companionship with a man in the first place, you're already screwed.
Yeah, it's pretty reflective of your failure
or she is,
as a
in
man.
this case. Like that's already happening. And as a man, why do you want? It's the other thing. When some of these comments from men say, "Well, I have all these female friends. What am I supposed to do?" First of all, why do you have so many female friends?
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny on one hand, especially fucking like communist, atheist, leftist men, right? It's funny on one hand, men will go on fucking shit like this and like rage out and be like, I ain't got many female friends. You're just insecure. But at the same time, there's a male loneliness epidemic where men cannot find women. And everybody's like single and women are 40 years old, single, but everybody's got a lot of friends, I guess. Like, that's weird. Everybody's just got a lot of friends, but most of these men can't even talk to women. And then they can't make form a relationship with women, but they're like, oh, I got so many female friends.
As a man, like, why do you want platonic companionship?
Yeah, like, why do you want to be friends with a woman anyway? Like, I don't even understand. Like, I've never met a single woman that was like, man, I really want to be close friends with her, outside of like pursuing a relationship, right? Like, there's never, ever. If I find a woman like that like I do find interesting enough that I do want to talk to her all the time, like, it's usually because now there's romantic feelings involved. Like, I've never had a female friend where it's like, yeah, I'm not attracted to you at all, but like, I really love to hear what you like. I really want to talk to you all the time. Now I can listen to like a Smuggalana or like a Leaflet or something like that, and like to get their takes on things or hear what they got to say. Not all the time, because if honestly, if I wasn't recording, I would skip through half of the dialogue that they say, because a lot of it's just fucking women-splaining, and it's just a bunch of nonsense, right? The best example of women-splaining, by the way, is if you go back yesterday and you watch the Tim Cash Culture War video that Andrew Wilson hosted with like a actual communist feminist and then a quote-unquote traditional trad wife or whatever the fuck she claims she is, who she's 40, still looks like she's 50 years old and still single, by the way. Don't know how that's possible if you're supposed to be like a conservative e-girl. But yeah, listening to those two debate was fucking horrendous. Wanted to blow my brains out half the time. And the only reason why it was even watchable was because Andrew would interject and just shit on both of them half the time. So yeah, it's just like I question any man that's like, I genuinely want female friends, and I really question that, because that's just not true. Like, this is just not how men operate. It's not how men interact. Like, maybe you could have like a really tomboyish like girl that's like part of the group, but like for her to be actually like close friends with you without there being some romantic feelings involved, it's just unlikely.
With a bunch of women.
Yeah, why would you want that?
That's either you having inappropriate levels of intimacy with other women,
yes,
or you're gay.
Yes.
That's the other thing. It could be that you're gay. A married man who wants to hang out with a woman who's not his wife is either on his way to an affair or having an affair, or is gay.
Yeah.
Like, those are your options. You're married, you already have a wife. I mean, you're around a woman all the time. You have a companionship with a female every day. So if you want to go out and have friendships, have a fraternal bond, have like male friendships, that's very healthy. You should have that. But going out and seeking more female companionship as a married grown man when you already have a wife tells me you're either having an affair or you're going to have one, or you're feminine.
He was gonna say faggot. He was. I'm telling you, he was gonna say you're a faggot. He stopped himself. He 100% was gonna drop faggot. He said, "Oh man, dude, I could see it. Look at his face. He's leaning back. He's like, oh, thank God, I fucking caught myself." He was what they call him, a faggot.
So here's the problem. What is a friendship? What is a friend? What is a friend? Well, a friend is someone with whom you have mutual affection and some level of emotional intimacy. That's what a friend is. That's what a friendship is. If you don't have that with someone, then they're not your friend. Now, granted, among men, we would never put it like that. I feel even kind of weird saying it, but because like if a friend of mine says, you know, I love this emotional intimacy we have. I love this shared mutual affection we have. If I'm going to a cigar bar having a cigar with a guy, and he were to say that, I really appreciate this emotional intimacy.
Yeah, guys, make sure you kiss your homies goodnight, all right? You know, it's funny because I know exactly what he's saying, because like I'm the type of like my sense of humor is so fucking like my sense of humor is all about making people uncomfortable, right? So it's like, so even my own friends know, dude, if you listen, like sometime in the future, you guys might hear Discords calls between me and like my actual friend base, right? And if you listen to us talk, right, I am constantly trying to like subvertly make gay innuendos all the time. And they know, like, it's been years of doing this, so they just know right away. So like they're always constantly going like, why are you just constantly talking about gay shit and dicks all the time? It's just, yeah, it's funny. So
let's see. I really appreciate our mutual affection. Well, I'm never going to talk to you again.
Yeah, my sense of humor is very much like teasing. Like I love pushing people to the breaking point.
I can't be around you now. But even so, that's what a friendship is. If we define intimacy in this case as, you know, not a physical or sexual thing, but as a sense of closeness, you know, basically familiarity, closeness, then that's what friendship is, right? So if your wife has a male friend, well, that is someone that she has emotional intimacy with. That's just what it means. And if she doesn't, then that's not a friend. That's just an acquaintance. Like, no one is saying that you can't have acquaintances that are of the opposite sex. You could you could even have friendly acquaintances.
Yes.
Some of this is maybe a misunderstanding of what a friend is.
Yeah, it's because people literally don't think. People don't take the time to think about anything. I mean, there's grown adults in their 40s who haven't even took the time to even like process their own worldviews. They haven't thought about any of it. They don't think about it at all. They have no inner monologue. They've never even like questioned like, why do I think this person's a friend? Is this person my friend? Is that person my friend? Then they act surprised Pikachu face when they find out that this person is not really my friend and they don't give a fuck about me. It's like, yeah, welcome. This is why you have to think about things. I know it's hard, right? To take the time to like turn off your brain from doom scrolling and endlessly consuming, you know, media all day and watching movies all day. But like sometimes you need to take like an hour a day to actually sit there and process things and think about your actual concrete worldview and what you think about and question what you think about, right? Why do I think this way? Why do I feel this way? Why is this person my friend? Is this person my friend? Why does this person hate me? What did I do to this one? Do I like this girl? Do I not like this girl? Etc., etc. These are all things you should be actively engaging in constantly on a constant basis.
Right? But you could be friendly with someone. You could be cordial with them. You can work with them in that capacity, in a friendly and cordial way. You can make pleasant small talk when you see them. and that sort of thing. That's an acquaintance. That's not a friend. A friend is someone that there's an emotional intimacy with. There's a closeness, a familiarity, a bond with. Like somebody that you would sit down and have a meal with. Someone who you call and you talk on the phone. And so if you're what, if you're married and you have a wife and your wife has an actual friend, a male friend, then that is by definition someone that she has emotional intimacy with. It's a man for whom she has affection. That's what it means. Now that doesn't.
What's up, Blast? How's life? I'm pretty sure the channel's shadow banned, but yeah, it's great. Things are going great. I'm having a good time.
Doesn't have to translate into anything sexual necessarily.
I will just do
if
my
you're a straight person, it doesn't mean, you have, if you're a straight person, you have friends of the same sex. There's nothing sexual or romantic there. So the closeness, the affection doesn't have to translate into that. But that's the rub here. If you're a straight person, that means that you do experience sexual attraction to members of the opposite sex. So if your wife has a male friend, and hopefully your wife is a heterosexual, and she has a male friend, well, she already has emotional intimacy. Then what if she also happens to develop physical attraction? I mean, you can't help that, right? Like, if you find someone attractive, you find them attractive. That's an observation. That's just a kind of an objective observation. That person's physical.
True. That's why. I mean, God, do I want to go on a tangent about this? This is why. Okay, so how do I want to go about this? It's not my job to answer all the questions for you guys. It's my job to pose the question for you guys to figure it out yourselves. So the question here is that I've asked many times, right? And like I already have an answer, but I don't ask it. I ask it rhetorically. Why do all the female VTubers make their characters gooner bait? The vast majority of them, right? Why do they all make their VTuber models gooner bait? And that really is the question, isn't it? It's almost like they're intentionally trying to create parasocial, emotional, and physical bonds with their audience, specifically male, in order to keep them coming back to their content. It's very interesting. Like, why don't you see any, like, ugly female VTuber models? Why are they not, like, fat? Nobody wants to see that, right? Like, why? Then you have to question in your own life, right? Why? Like, do I have female friends that I'm not in a relationship with? Yes, right. Not me, but like you, right? Like, oh yeah, I do. Okay. Are any of them unattractive? Oh, none of them are unattractive. Oh, very interesting. I wonder why.
Physically attractive, or they're not. But when you have opposite sex friendships, there's automatically emotional intimacy because that's what comes with the friendship. And there's a high likelihood of physical attraction.
But at the same time, you'll have a lot of male friends. Like, you're a male, you have a lot of male friends that are not physically attractive, right? Maybe you have a lot of male friends that are kind of like fat goobers, right? They're like, but you're not friends with them because you're like, it's not, the attraction doesn't matter because that's not why you're friends with them. But like, you won't have any female friends that you're not attracted to. I wonder why.
And especially for women, because the other thing for women, men are much more visual than women. With women, as the emotional intimacy grows, physical attraction also grows. Their physical attraction is dependent on the emotional intimacy. So the longer that they're friends with another man, the more likely it is that they're going to find that man physically attractive.
And this is true, by the way, for anybody who's ever had like long distance relationships or anything like that. Guys, I am not a very attractive man. I wish I was. In my internal worldview, I am extremely handsome. I am like Tom Cruise. But in reality, absolutely not. Like, I am a fucking gremlin. But if I showed you the women that I pull, you would be like, how is that possible? Well, I learned this lesson many years ago thanks to a very close friend of mine who is very overweight. Looks like a balding 40-year-old man and 400 pounds, even though he was like 20 something at the time. And I realized, he would constantly talk about all of the college girls he was banging. The women like were coming to his house, and he had to like fight them to get them to leave. And I'm like, how the fuck is this fat balding fuck getting all these women? And it's because once you understand that physical attraction, right? I know you have all these gay male feminists like Andrew Tate going on about like, you gotta be buff and in shape or women won't want you. No, that's not true. You just need to learn how to fucking engage with women properly, right? Women are very emotional. The more you establish an emotional relationship with them, back and forth rapport, they find you interesting. The more you do this, the more you build attraction in their brains, right? So then ultimately when you eventually like, so it's funny, right? Because I remember, I think we've shown her on stream, right? Like one of my exes, right? Because we went to her YouTube channel and we like it came up in a stream one day. So if you've been here, you know. If I'm not gonna go through it again, right? You need to be. If you're not here to like get some of the lore, sometimes that's on you. That's not my problem, right? She is incredibly attractive. If you guys saw her Instagram, you would be like, "Holy fuck, how is that possible?" And I'd be like, well, funny fact is she was completely obsessed with me. Even I, at the time, didn't understand how that was possible, because what would happen is I wouldn't reveal myself, right? I don't take pictures, right? One thing you need to start doing as a man, by the way, is stop taking pictures. That's a feminine thing to do. Stop posting pictures of yourself all over in the internet. I update my personal photo on Facebook maybe once every like 2 years, right? Because I don't know, just because, right? To show people, hey, I'm alive, okay? But it's like, stop taking photos all the time. Stop posting yourself all over. Like, you're not a woman. That's a female thing to do. All of these men constantly taking photos of themselves in the mirrors in the gym. That's fucking feminine. You're gay. I don't know how to tell you this, but you're fucking gay. Like, you're actually like literally basically a borderline homosexual. Stop doing this. This is gay. This is female behavior. Because what happens is, right, you create a mystique. It's all about creating a mystique, right? Women love mystery. What is the second most popular novel genre outside of like actual like fucking softcore porn, bestiality, minotaur milking slop, right? It's murder mystery. It's mystery stuff, right? Women love that shit, right? So you build a mystery in her brain, right? Women do not see reality. Like, physical reality to women is like, it looks completely different from what you see as a man. And I don't know how to explain this to you until you actually experience it and you listen to me and you try it, right? The more mysterious you are, the more you develop emotional, almost like parasocial bonds with a female when you're talking to them, by being respectful, listening to them, having interesting things to say, leading the conversation. What if you know how to do these things? You could look like Asmongold, but 400 pounds and pull 10 out of 10 baddies. Now, I'm not encouraging you to do that. I think you should use that. You should use this knowledge and that power to find yourself an attractive wife that matches your value system. And that's how you should always approach everything. But I'm just saying, like, this idea that you have to look smacks, you have to, like, mewing. Like, women think guys who mew and do this like cringe shit are fucking gay. Like, you're actually you're borderline gay. Like, Clavicular is borderline a homosexual. Andrew Tate's basically a homosexual. I'm pretty sure he's admitted to it. He's talked about like fucking trans women. Like bro, you're gay. Just come out with it. It's okay. That's why you're so desperate to like embrace Islamic culture so much. We get it. You're in the closet. We get it. Just come out already. It's okay. Like, these are male feminists. They're no different than the feminists that they proclaim they hate. They're literally the same thing. They're opposite sides of the same coin. The reality is like, you don't need to do all that stuff. Now, you should, right? You should probably take care of yourself. Like, it's hard for me to preach that because I'm very bad at it. But it's like, you should take care of your body. You should take care of yourself. But what you should really do is develop your mind and your knowledge as a man. That's what you should be concentrated on, right? You're a man. Your main goal is to be politically savvy, to understand history, to understand philosophy, to understand culture. Like, these are things you should know, because women don't know shit and they find that interesting, right? If like it's called mansplaining, and people make memes about like the guy he like with the know the meme with the guy and he's with the like the blonde girl and he's like, so the Roman Empire, blah blah blah, and she just no like women actually do find that interesting, by the way. Like they find men who actually know things and can explain stuff to them and lead them down mysteries and rabbit holes to be interesting. So it's like I don't know how to say it. Like if you see my catalog of ex-girlfriends, and then you see me, you wouldn't believe that. You would think I'm lying, but I'm not lying. And they were all very intimate, and they were all very obsessed with me, much to my own. So I don't know. So basically, I have to talk to people. Yes, you're screwed, Blast. That's your problem. That's why you're a virgin. Blast, I'm willing to bet, Blast, that if we saw a picture of you, you're not even a bad-looking dude. Your problem is you don't talk to people. You don't have social skills. Social skills are what carry you as a man in society, period. It's not your looks. It's not any of that. It's your social skills, right? Just like my buddy who was slaying in like just literally like he almost had to call the police on some of these women to get them out of his house. They wouldn't leave, right? And he is not an attractive man. He's a fat fuck. He is not an attractive man. And like he would verify that he was hitting all these girls. Now it's not a lifestyle that I support at all. I never really wanted that lifestyle myself. But the reality is like if you know how to talk and you know how women's brains work and you know how to create a mystery about yourself and you're not just constantly shoving pictures of yourself all over the internet and you're creating a sense of mystery about yourself. People like women will be more interested. Do you know why like VTubers female demographic is so high, by the way? It's like, look at Kaio, right? Like Kaio is farming literally hags. He's farming 40-year-old lonely, desperate women. Kaio probably looks like a skinny, dorky white kid in real life with like slanted eyes, probably because he's half Vietnamese or quarter Vietnamese, right? But he pulls insane women because he creates mystery. Women are always curious about the mystery, right? So because he engages with them in almost like an intimate way, like he's basically manipulating, like he's basically creating a cult, like a harem cult, right? And this is how you do it. Look at Charles Manson. Charles Manson is not an attractive man. So how did he get all these women to like basically worship him? It's because he knows how they work. He knows how to create the mystery. He knows how to talk to them. He knows how to engage them on an emotional, intimate level, right? So yeah, that's just my advice, right? And Matt's kind of saying the same thing here, but by the way. And then because for women, it's not the visual, it's not the physical, right? For men, it is. For men, that is. Like we care about the physical. If you're dating a girl and you don't find her remotely attractive or cute, it's not gonna work. Like the girl I'm talking to, and it's not always like about the body, right? They don't have to have like this crazy, perfect banging body. That's not what it is. Women like to characterize it as that, right? Men will latch on to small traits, right? Like, oh, she has really nice eyes. Oh, I like her hair, or I like her smile, or she has nice lips, right? People like men actually care about that because those are the things you're looking at most of the time. Like men are visual. So when you're a man and because you're very visual, the things you're looking at the most when you have to talk to women or look at them is going to be facial features. It's going to be like their nose, their mouth, their lips, their hair, their eyes. So you actually care about those things on a hierarchy way more than like, oh, she's got big tits and a nice ass. Now those definitely play a role and they factor in, but they're usually like actually lower on the totem pole of importance, right? When picking mates than women think it is. I mean, why do you think you see all these billionaire men and like most of their like girlfriends are the women they're fucking around with? They're not like huge, big titty, thick girls. Like a lot of these rich guys don't like big, thick girls, right? But the people who like big, thick girls are dudes who online who don't get any pussy. Guys who don't get any pussy love all these big, thick girls because they think like, oh my god, that's so nice, right? But it's like the reality is like high value men chase after pretty women with pretty faces, like, and then they could be completely flat everywhere else. And then you're looking, you're like, why is that guy why is he so why is this woman like so valuable to him? It's because she has a pretty face. Because the reality is, as a man, you're engaging at like face to face with women most of the time, and because you're visual, the face is the most important aspect, right? This is why women cake makeup on their face, right? This is why most women, most anyway, don't spend a lot of time trying to like fucking push their tits up or like make their ass look bigger. That's not what's important. What's important is like putting the makeup on the face, because that's what men are looking at 99% of the time. Okay, so there you go. Welcome. I'm explaining a lot of life hacks to you guys today, so I'm hope you enjoy them.
One day, what do you end up with? Well, you end up with, my wife has a friend who she's emotionally intimate with and finds physically attractive. Okay, now you're in the danger zone. Now you're in the danger zone. Now you're in the zone where nothing good can possibly happen. Now you're in the zone where everything can be destroyed. Was it worth it? Is it worth it? Is it worth it to even get anywhere near this zone? And that's why when people, and I talk about this, and we've heard in some of the comments that, oh, well, what are you saying? You don't have self-control? Well, you got to have self-control. No, listen, you morons, okay? When I say morons, I don't mean everyone watching right now. I just mean the people that disagree. They're morons. Self-control should not even factor into it. Okay? You shouldn't put yourself in a position where the thing that is stopping you from having an affair is your self-control. That shouldn't even factor in. If you're in a position where the thing preventing you from having an affair is your self-control, there's already a problem. Like, it shouldn't even factor. It's like if someone asked me, why have you never murdered anybody, Matt? Why have you never killed anybody? I would not say, well, it's because I have self-control. Like, I do have self-control, but that's not why I've never murdered someone.
Because I don't put myself in a position to be murdered or to murder. That's why.
I've never murdered. I have never gotten to the point where my self-control against murder needs to be activated. I've never been in a situation where there's a temptation to commit murder.
By the way, make sure you guys like and comment, like keep the chat rolling, and like the stream, because I'm pretty sure I'm shadow banned. All of my videos have become limited. The last like 4 streams I did have basically no viewership at all. We can't, like, nobody, I don't think people even see the stream. Nobody comes in, and then all my videos are limited. I'm pretty sure I'm getting like shadow banned and like fucking cooked, because that's usually like the first sign of that, when all my videos get limited monetization all of a sudden after they were all perfectly fine for weeks.
If I said that self-control is what stopped me from killing someone, it means that I was in a situation where I was really tempted to commit murder, and I had the opportunity to do it, and I had the knife in my hand, and I had to I shouldn't do it. I shouldn't do it. Right? It means I'm holding the gun, and I have the opportunity, and I really want to kill.
You're saying too many bad words for YouTube. I mean, I don't know. We'll see how Kick goes, right? I'm sure I'm going to Kick tomorrow to do anime reactions, so I'm going to try to get it in early in the morning so we can avoid people who want to watch the football game. So we'll see how that goes. And if worst case, if like the YouTube streams are like 100% completely dead, I'll do Twitch and see how Twitch goes. And if the streams are just completely dead in general, then I'll just stop streaming because I don't see a point. If nobody comes to watch and like engage with me, then yeah. You said gamer words, bro. I said nigger, nigga, faggot. Like, like who cares? Like what does that have to do with anything? There's just plenty of content where people drop hard slurs. Like, I literally just a video, right? We can watch it after this. There's a channel that he has like 100K subs. He literally just makes videos, like all about the N-word all day long, and it gets millions of views. It's perfectly fine. So that's not what it is. I think something else is going on. I mean, I think I got manually reviewed. This happened before. I think somebody in YouTube probably manually reviewed my account and then did something. But we'll see how it goes. Like I said. But I mean, if there's no interaction, then like I have no reason to be here. So what anime you're gonna watch? Where the fuck I feel like it?
Kill someone, and the thing that's like, I have to have self-control. I have to have self-control. Well, that's a bad sign. There's already a problem. The thing that's stopping you from killing someone should be that, like, you don't want to at all, and there's no occasion, and it's just never been, you've never come anywhere close to that, where that's.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, guys. You should just not put yourself in a situation to like rely on your own self-control. Like no matter how much self-control you do have, and like I would say I'm a very self-controlled person, I also succumb if you put yourself in a bad environment. So it's like yeah, which is it's
even been a factor. And the same thing goes for an affair. Right? Why have I never cheated on my wife? Well, I do have self-control, but that's not even the primary reason. If I said, well, the thing stopping me from cheating on my wife is self-control, well, what that signals is that I'm constantly
It's funny because people attacked Ninja. I remember people attacking Ninja about this very same thing, like a couple years ago, because like he doesn't want to like stream with other women. He doesn't want to engage with like female content creators, which is probably in his best interest, I think. And the reason why people like shamed him for this, but it's like, no, because Ninja's not retarded. Ninja's actually an incredibly intelligent guy. And he knows what goes on behind the scenes with all these fucking women and these other content creators. He also knows it's like, why would I going to put myself in any kind of situation that could remotely compromise me or my wife? So it's always funny that like people on Twitter, especially like leftist men, are so quick to like judge people like Matt or judge people like Ninja for saying these things and doing these things. And like, oh, you guys just have no self-control. You're just weak and pathetic. But it's like, these are also unmarried, like men with like no relationships, no children. While these are very successfully married men for many, many years with children. Well, I don't think Ninja has any kids yet, but like very successful married men, right? So it's like, well, they're succeeding at the thing you claim they shouldn't, like they're weak and like, I don't know. It's just like, okay, make it make sense.
in situations where the temptation and opportunity are there, and it's my heroic self-control that stops it. That's bad. That means I am putting myself in these kinds of positions.
Yeah, self-control is like the last bastion of hope. It's like, that's the last resort.
And guess what? If you're constantly putting yourself in those positions, you're...
And then the thing is like, it's not that like he lacks self-control. It's just like smart people who understand that humanity is inherently sinful and inherently attracted to sin is like, okay, I'd rather just not put myself in this situation, right?
Self-control, that final dam is not going to...
And it's not weakness or like lack of self-control. It's intelligence, it's wisdom, it's understanding inherently that human beings are flawed. So I'm not going to put myself in situations where I could potentially do something stupid or sinful.
Hold for everyone, forever. If your self-control is activated, it should be self-control and not even putting yourself in the position where that's a possibility.
Yeah, almost like Renee Good and the other fucking idiot, Alex fucking Preddy or whatever the fuck his name is. It's almost like if you just didn't put yourself in a bad situation that you had no business being a part of in the first place, you wouldn't be dead right now. That's crazy, right?
Okay, you could be married for 15 years as I have. And it's like, I've never even been tempted to have an affair. It's like, I've never experienced the temptation to have an affair. It's never even been in the realm of possibility. It is as thinkable to me as committing murder. And that's not me, being self-aggrandizing at all. I'm saying that this is just, it's very possible to have a marriage like that. It just requires boundaries, respect for those boundaries, and not putting yourself in compromising positions. And you can easily do that. You can very easily do it. And it's the same thing for your spouse. I mean, how would you feel? Like, really think about this. I know I'm harping on the point, but if your wife was going to hang out, if you're a man and your wife was going to hang out with a male friend, and you said to her, hey, you expressed some concern about there being something else going on, and she were to say, oh, no, I would never do that. I have self-control. What is she telling you, genius? What is she telling you? She's telling you she's greatly tempted to do it. but it's her self-control that's stopping it. And again, the problem is that if you're putting yourself in those positions, you've already signaled that you don't have self-control.
Exactly. I know that's literally the point. Like, self-control is not getting to the point where you're intimate with somebody else and then it's like, well, I'm not going to do it because I have self-control, so we're not going to actually go the mile and have sex. No, self-control is understanding the boundaries and the respect you're supposed to have for your significant other to not even be in that situation in the first place, right? So, like, yes, you should respectfully end any other close female relationships that you have when you eventually settle down and find a girl, right? That is normal. That is normal behavior. That's what you're supposed to do. It's out of respect, not only for yourself, but for your wife or your girlfriend that you're now seeing, right? It's like, and then you should expect the girlfriend to do the same. Hey, you need to stop talking to all these men that you talk to, right? There's no more sliding in the DMs of this person or that person. It's just like, that's a respectful thing to do. That is self-control. That is removing yourself from potentially dangerous situations that could spiral. And it's not always your fault. Maybe it's like you are talking to a girl. You got to remember, too, another thing with women is, like, if you have a lot of female friends, as soon as you start dating one of them, the rest of them will instantly start love bombing you. I'm not even kidding. You know this is true if you've had this experience before. It's just like, this is what they do. Women get inherently jealous, right? Even women don't understand. Like, the problem with women is they don't actually understand why they have male friends. A lot of them have male friends and they think it's just platonic, but the reality is, in the back of their mind, they are keeping them around, right? They're options. They're options that might not fully align with their values or what they really want, but they're options. So they keep them around whether they realize they're doing it. And some of them just don't. You gotta understand, like, a lot of women's problems is, like, they just don't even know what the fuck they're doing. They don't. Like, women's lives are very much chaotic and chaos all the time. A lot of them have no control of their emotions, and a lot of it, and this is why women inherently seek out, like, very stoic and very put together men, because they do kind of want guidance sometimes, and that's perfectly fine. That's not saying women are inferior in any way. It's just, like, the way their brains work and the way their lives are structured is completely different, right? So, like, a lot of the time, they don't even realize that a lot of their hang around guy friends are because they do have some semblance of, like, intimacy with them. They do have that, like, that attraction there. But, like, obviously there's some values there that are not lining up correctly, right? And that's the problem. So it's like, they're like backup quarterbacks, right? I always use the football analogy. It's like you got the quarterback, and you have you got the B string, the C string, and the D string. You have all these backup quarterbacks that are kind of lined up in case this one doesn't work out, right? So, and that means where my college friend stopped texting her, she told me she was getting married. Yes, and that's respectable, and you shouldn't take any kind of, like, insult to that. It just means she didn't pick you, bud. You know, that just means you weren't picked. I'm sorry. That's the reality. You weren't picked. She had a choice of a couple different first draft picks, and you were not the first draft pick. Maybe you were the third draft pick. Maybe you were somewhere down the line, but you were not the first string. I'm sorry, brother. That's just a reality. And like I said, a lot of women just don't even realize they're doing this. So, which is why, as a man, you need to tell your significant other, hey, you need to stop talking to your male friends. It's just plain and simple.
Like, if actual temptation to commit adultery is here, your self-control needs to be all the way over here. Self-control comes into play way before you even get to the temptation. The self-control is what stops you from.
And like I said, I'm just saying that, like I think most guys know, and most guys have experienced this, when you suddenly start dating somebody, that's when all the hoes come out of the woodworks and they start hitting you up all of a sudden. That girl that wouldn't reply to your DMs, or she would reply, like, really sporadically, like once a month, right? That you were hitting up. You start dating a girl very publicly, right? Or she finds out about it. Then all of a sudden she's hitting you up, like, every day. Like, oh, how are you? How you doing? Sorry, I was just too busy to respond. I just saw this. Like you guys know this. Like, we all know this. If you like, most of us who have experienced women in relationships to this point are a little bit older. Like, we know this is what happens. Yeah, it's why the church has, like, really strict regulations on, like, how women dress and behave in church, right? Like, and I argue this with my spiritual father all the time. And we have debates about this because I really do think like a lot of that needs like I think maybe it's like a little too overbearing sometimes, and it's like, well, I think men should be held to a higher standard too. Like they should have self-control. But this is actually the way he framed, like what the way Matt Walsh just framed it is the same way he framed it to me. It's like, well, we don't even like we know that people are inherently sinful, so why even? So like self-control means actually not putting yourself even in the position in the first place, right? So self-control, and then he was basically like self-control is also like women also display self-control, proper self-control by actually choosing not to dress promiscuously, at least when they're in church. Now, what they do outside of church, that's between them and God. But it's like while we're in church, we're here for a specific purpose or a specific reason. And that reason should not be tainted or even have the remote possibility of being thrown off because somebody wants to express themselves and dress a little scandalous that day. You know what I'm saying? So when he explains it like that, I get it. I still push back a little bit because it's like, well, man's created from God in God's image, so therefore man is inherently an idol of God, and then women are created from man. So then technically that also kind of creates them an idol of God as well. And I think if you're implying that the female body or the male body is inherently sinful, like, the appearance of it, like looking at it is inherently sinful, then you're also implying that basically God is sinful. So it's like, these are the arguments that I propose and we go back and forth. So it's fun. But yeah, I mean, this is why the church really like heavily imposes things like this on women and including men. It's just like, we're not even going to try to even entertain or allow this to happen, right? We're here for a focus, and then so everybody's expected to dress nice, cover up, and like not even tempt sinful behavior, right?
Ever getting there. And what does that mean? It's actually really simple. It's actually really simple. Put up boundaries. You don't have friends of the opposite sex. You don't hang out with them. You don't form really any kinds of real bonds with them at all. Not hard to do. Not hard to do at all. And at the same time, you keep your marriage alive. You tend to your marriage and to your spouse. So you do those two things, and the risk isn't there. You start messing around with this, surrounding yourself with friends of the opposite sex.
Yeah, it's the same thing with any sin, right? If you avoid gotcha games, right? If you don't play gotcha games or engage in gotcha game content, like I don't even watch gotcha games. If I see, even if it's a streamer I like Tectone, like I like watching Tectone, I do, right? I don't completely agree with the guy on a personal level. I have my critiques of Tectone, but like I like watching his streams. They're fun, But like as soon as he plays a gotcha game, I check out, brother. Like I check out. I'm done. I'm good. I'll go somewhere else. And the same thing with anybody. Like as soon as you start playing a gotcha game, I'm good. You know why? Because I've learned through many, many years of constantly going, well, I can control myself, that I cannot control myself, right? So I play a gotcha game. I'm like, I'm not going to spend anything. I'm just going to play this casually. And then 10 minutes later, before I even played the game, I spent $1,000, right? Case in point, we have, what's that game? I said it on stream a bunch of times because I was trying to play it. I should have took it as a sign, by the way. Like God was actually, like he was coming down and helping me by making sure the game wouldn't launch. And he was doing this for weeks. And I still stubbornly pushed and pushed to get the game to function, going out of my way to like edit files and do all this weird shit to get the game to work. Duet Abyss Midnight, or whatever the fuck it is, that new game. It's on Steam now. Don't play it, by the way. Game's shit. That game, I didn't even finish the tutorial, and I spent $1,200. I bought every fucking skin in the game before I even played the game, and then I played the game, and I fucking hate it because it sucks and it's boring. So, once again, this is why it's just better not to engage in these things. It's the same thing with Gooner shit. I will not watch Gooner VTubers. If your model looks like it's fucking like melting tits and there's tits flopping around and shit, like Alana is like pretty much like the bare mid, like the highest I will even go because I just don't want temptation, right? Like, I'm not going to lie. You guys can laugh if you want, but you know what caused me to go ahead and like watch Pornhub that night and like, and break like almost a 3-month like spree of like not engaging in pornography or like jerking off or anything. Do you guys know what did it? You guys want to know what really kind of like got my juices flowing? Yeah, it was Marvel Rivals. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, see, he knows. We were looking at the skins in Marvel Rivals, and we were looking at Rogue's ass, and we were looking at all these like scantily clad female characters in the game. And then I know you were there. I know it's embarrassing, but I'll say it because you have to face these things. It's me integrating myself into like like Marvel Rivals is fucking degenerate. Everybody knows this. It's degenerate. It's gooner bait. Now it's like I can still play the game and just like not like be like staring at the fucking character model's ass like the whole time. Like we can do that. But like that's the gateway, right? So that started like sitting in my brain, and that was the gateway. That was the gateway into me looking at something else and looking at something else. Then eventually I'm bored. I'm in the middle of the night. I'm bored. By the way, most masturbation is because you're fucking bored and depressed and you're looking for a dopamine hit. It's not because you're actually horny. It's because you're bored. Go do something, right? Most of the time when you have the urge to sit there and jerk off and watch porn, it's because you're fucking bored. Go do something. Okay, go go read a book, go do history, go out for a jog, and then reset your brain. Okay, so that's like most of us like know this. This is why you're doing it. It's not because you're actually like you're not actually attracted or horny or anything like that. It's because you're fucking bored, right? So there I am. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I've been up all night. I'm tired. I'm bored. I want to pass out and go to sleep. My brain is like making justifications for it because like I'm already all horned up because I was watching all this other content that I usually don't watch anymore. And then it's like, okay, so now we're going to do this thing, right? So it's like, it didn't really do anything for me. Granted, I'm not big on the R-Star. Yeah, it's not, bro. I didn't goon to Marvel Rivals, bro. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying it's the starting point. It's the gateway, right? It's the gateway, okay? There was many other things that led up to it, right? Well, I'm just saying that's the starting point, right? It's the same thing with female and male friendship dynamics. It's the same thing with gambling. It's the same thing with drugs and alcohol. If you just don't put yourself in this, most people who do drugs and have drinking problems, they are people who also, engage in party lifestyles, people who put themselves in situations in social circles of friends that lead them to these things, right? So good self-control is just not engaging with these things. So I would argue, right? Good self-control is not playing Genshin Impact and then not spending money. Good self-control is not playing Genshin Impact, right? You know what I'm saying? That's good self-control. Good self-control is going, this game is fucking slop, gambling, gotcha, garbage. I'm not going to play it. That's what good self-control is. Good self-control is not having a bunch of female friends that you're intimate with in DMs while you're married or dating another girl. Like, that's good self-control. You don't even put yourself in the situation. Good self-control is not showing up to Minnesota when you live 2 states away and you have children at home to go chase around federal officers and then run them over with your vehicle so you get shot to death. That's good self-control, not doing those things, right? Because look what happens when you're put in a situation where your self-control is tested. You fail. Most people fail. That's right. Most people fail. Human beings are inherently sinful. They are always led to sin. And that's the devil's work. That's what he does. It's very hard. So the smart people, wise people who have good self-control do not put themselves in those situations in the first place because they inherently know these things.
All these kinds of things. Relying on your Herculean self-control to save you. You start doing that, well, you're setting yourself up for failure. Guess what? Every single person who's ever had an affair, every single one of them, always told themselves it would never be them. Every single one always said, I got self-control. I would never do it. And then it happens. It's happened millions of times.
Yep.
And having respect for that and acknowledging that does not mean that you don't have self-control. It actually means that you have an understanding of human nature.
Yes. It means you're wise. You're mature. You're an adult.
That's what that means. The basic understanding of human nature. So that is why if you have opposite sex friends and you're married, should you dump them all? Yeah. You don't even need to dump them. Just stop talking to them, which is really easy to do.
Yes, it's very easy. Yeah.
And move on with your life. That's it. And we'll leave it there.
Beautiful. Couldn't say it better myself. Once again, I'm putting things into the ethos. It's funny that this has even come up, right? So, Oh, Chire! Let me give Chire
Oh,
like.
man.
You guys should check out Chire, man. I love this guy. He's such a such a little goober.
And the VTuber drama never stops. Today we're gonna watch a Rev video about the Phase Connect situation. To sum it all up, there's a VTuber named Jelly who was signed with Phase.
Jelly. Dude, I love this guy so much, man. I love him so much. Oh my god, he just reminds me of Squidbillies. I'm just saying, like, he's very well spoken. He speaks a lot. He's got good mic quality. His VTuber model is, yeah, it's a demon. I don't really appreciate that, but you know, it's nice. It's not sexualized. It looks pretty dapper. You guys should go sub to Chire, man.
And she posted a tweet talking about Minecraft is releasing an expansion or a map or something based around the civil rights movement. And she basically said, I don't want to see politics in my funny block building game or something of that nature. And people got fucking pissed. They got so mad at her.
20-minute video, 40-minute yap. Yeah, because unlike your other content creators on this platform, I don't just go, ooh, ah, wow, ooh, ah. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm actually like a well-read, intelligent individual, right? I can hear the Squidbillies comments jiggling. Yo, bro. I hope he doesn't get offended by that, by the way, but like, I love this guy so much.
All-time backfires.
Especially when he starts giggling, dude.
Gee, that's kind of what they built their brand off of.
He's such a little goober. I love it.
Corpos. There's no real reason. I just started off watching indies, and I like indies.
You guys want to watch this? He's kind of reacting to other shit. Do you guys want to watch this? You guys want to watch a Chiral video? Did I call him Chire? A Chiral? Chikage? You guys want to watch the Chikage video? I can hear the Squidbillies. I know. I love this guy so much.
Ah, man, the VTuber drama never stopped. You spoke too soon, didn't you, bud? That other VTubers post. But I don't really care about it.
Yeah, I loved it. Okay.
They're laughing.
Listen, no, I can't. You guys are going to think I'm gay. Is she retarded or rage baiting? Okay.
We are not upset and jealous. We are upset because we're surrounded by predators. How accurate is this? Women who get upset at men for dating younger women are female incels. This...
Dude, I was just arguing with this bitch on Twitter.
This would be...
She's literally an OnlyFans whore. I was like, can you release your demographics for me, please, real quick on your OnlyFans? And she's like, it's all adult men. I'm like, no, it's not. You know it's not. That's why all of you OnlyFans whores literally target children on Twitch. You know what you're doing. Like, you guys are actually pedophiles yourselves. Like, your demographic is older married men and underage children. That's literally what the demographic in OnlyFans is. If you don't know, now you know. Welcome. Also, guess who runs OnlyFans? Oh, it's the Jews. Isn't that just a funny coincidence?
A reasonable take, but the problem is that these people that post this kind of thing are insinuating that someone who's 24 years old dating a 20-year-old is somehow a predator. I've seen it so many times. It's actually freaky. Have you seen the TikToks of...
Guys, when I was 30, I was dating a girl who was 20 years old. Yep, I'm a predator, guys. You guys caught me. You caught me. You guys caught me. You got me. That was crazy. It's crazy, right? It's crazy.
People who are like 18 years old and they're dating like a 20-year-old like dude or...
Meanwhile, all these rich people are eating children and literally like molesting babies, but yeah.
Or a girl, and then they say things like, oh, he's a predator. And it's like that's not how it works.
You have time, I'm going to request music critique on my AS songs. We got all the time in the world. As long as you guys are here and engaging, then I can keep going. Otherwise, I'll start sundowning after a while.
Brother?
Kids should have access to media and microtransactions until they are older. Yeah, I don't even think older people should have them, by the way. The thing is like, we have to start really questioning when we determine somebody is an adult and when they're not. Because there's a lot of grown-ass 40-year-old men that I know in real life that are not adults, right? And you guys know them too. So the thing is, it's like, we have to make inferences. Obviously, society can't function unless we just make inferences and kind of base things off that. But it's weird how you can own a gun when you're 16 and you can do all this shit when you're 16, but you can't do certain things till you're 18. You can't vote, for example. You can sign up for the military when you're 16, but you can't do these other things. Like we just make we make a lot of really arbitrary rules for people. Like you can't smoke till you're 21, you can't drink till you're 21, but you can go get yourself shot and killed when you're 16, 17 years old. It's just like society. We just have like a lot of weird things going on. So I don't know. It's like it's weird, but like I don't know. Like the age gap thing is such a weird thing anyway, because it's like I don't inherently see something wrong with like, because I've seen it. Like people know this happens, but like sometimes you have a senior in high school who's like on the borderline of becoming an adult, who's almost like 17, almost going, sometimes even 18, and you have a 15-year-old girl. And then they might become partners, and it might be completely wholesome, appropriate, and proper between them, and no issues whatsoever. And then you have a weird situation where now he's 18 and she's underage. You know what I'm saying? So like a lot of these situations happen. It's just like, I don't know. I think context matters in a lot of this shit. I think people confuse consent with a lot of things, right? Now, oh god, this is such a hard. Honestly, this is a hard topic. I don't know, because like obviously, then you try to have an argument of like, well, can a 14-year-old really consent? I'm like, I don't. That's a good question. That's a good question. I'm morally sometimes I don't think so either, but sometimes it's like it's hard, right? I sound like I'm defending pedophiles. What am I like? Oh god, I'm trying to fucking break this down in a way to understand the age gap, right? Because age gaps happen all the time. My grandmother is like 20 years older than my grandfather. So, and their relationship is, they've been married for like 50 years with no problems, right? So it's like, I don't personally have an issue with age gaps, but it's just like, it does get sketchy when we're talking like under 18. But the thing is under 18 relationships happen all the time, right? Like I was dating a sophomore girl when I was a senior in high school. So then like I'm 18 and she's technically like 16. So like, yeah, that's a little, at that point, yeah, people would consider that weird, right? But it's like, we've had a wholesome relationship the whole time. Like we're like, everybody's kind of integrated into like these 4-year time cycles. So it's just like, how do you not expect relationships to happen? And then once you turn 18, it makes it weird, right? It's the whole thing is weird. It's a very hard conversation to have. That's why I'm thinking, like in my opinion, context matters. I think calling somebody a pedophile because maybe they're 20 years old, like if you're 20 years old and you're dating like a 17-year-old, I really don't think that makes you a fucking pedophile. Because in 3 years, you guys will be in the same age bracket and she'll be in 20. Like, I don't know. As long as it's like an actual proper wholesome relationship, I don't see the problem inherently. Because like by law, she's able to consent to sex if you are even engaging in sex, which I don't recommend anyway. But even if you are, by law, as far as I recall, like it's 16 is the age of consent, right? So yeah, it's just like nuance is hard, and this is why leftists don't engage in nuance, because it's very hard for them. But yeah, the age gap thing is just like, it's an endless cycle of just nonsense. It's usually older women coping because they're single and alone, so they try to cope that like, well, no man wants me, it's because they're all pedophile. Yeah, a lot of it's just cope, but like there needs to be a lot more nuance in every conversation, and there definitely needs to be more nuance in this. Like obviously we're not talking about like a 20-year-old dating a 12-year-old like that. That's completely fucking unacceptable. But like if you're 20 years old and you're dating like a 16, 17-year-old, that's not out of the realm of possibility, right? College guys will date high school girls that they know all the time. It does happen. Everybody knows this. Nobody ever thought this was weird. In fact, a lot of like healthy long-term marriages started that way. So I don't know.
That's not how it works. I'm 30 and my fiance's 24. I guess I'm one. No, you're not. That's so dumb. The inverse is not true. If it was the other way around and the genders were swapped, it's not true. Again, Like, you agree with them? Like, oh, they're 45 years old and she's dating a 21-year-old. I don't really care, but sure, I think that's a bit weird. I think that's strange. I wouldn't do that. I think it's a bit strong. Maybe there's something nefarious going on with a 45 to 21-year-old. There's definitely an age dynamic, sure. But then they take that, they, as in people that tweet this kind of stuff because they, you know, make a lot of money off of it, they get a lot of attention. Look at that.
Which again, like, it's funny how all women do this. Even Smuggalanda does this, as much as she comes off as like a kind of like a right-leaning cultural icon, right? It's funny how all women do this, where it's like, oh, 45 to 21, something nefarious is probably going on. Well, okay, so are you saying that the female who's now 21, who is legally an adult by all medical standards, are you saying that she is incapable of making decisions for herself? So it's like women are very, we gotta be careful of women, because women are very, 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 very funny when it comes to their own autonomy. You know what I'm saying? They're very quick to throw away their own autonomy as people, as individuals who are capable of making sound decisions for themselves. It's funny how they're like that. On one hand, they are all boss bitches and they don't need no man and they can make their own decisions and they don't need men to tell them what to do. On the other hand, he's 45 years old. I was 21, Your Honor. I can't make decisions on my own. I am not an adult. He was controlling and manipulating me. It's like these two dynamics are always really funny to me. When we read the Tectone court files, the whole time I was screaming, this chick is fucking 27 years old. She's acting like she's a child and can't make decisions for herself. Like, what are we doing? Like, men can't use that excuse, by the way, right? Like, so if you reverse the ages, right, and she's 45, he's 21, a man can never go into a courtroom with a straight face and say, well, I'm not capable of making my own decisions. She made them all for me. Like, I don't know. She just kind of groomed me into, like, men can never say that. Like, you get laughed at, right? It's like, it's crazy. But like, women can do this all the time. They pick and choose when they have autonomy and when they don't. It's really funny to me. I always laugh when they do this shit.
Fucking 7.5 million views.
What's up, Nano?
They take that and then they extrapolate it to like completely normal age gaps, like 20 to 24, 26 to 30. These normal age gaps in relationships, and then they call it pedo, and then like, oh, you're being a predator. This is bad. This is so dumb. You're retarded. What are you doing? And you're making people scared. This is another thing. I actually heard of people on TikTok and like Instagram Reels.
It does make people really scared and uncomfortable. So like when I was dating the girl that I was mentioning when I was 30, I was like 29. No, I was 29. I turned 30. She was only 20. I was constantly like, bro, I asked her to show me her birth certificate. I was so fucking like, okay, like I really like this girl. She likes me. Our values are aligned. But like, there's an age gap here, and I don't need any fucking weirdo saying weird shit, right? So I'm like, I need to see your birth certificate. I made this bitch show me her birth certificate. I'm not even kidding. It was funny as fuck. She was like, look, it's right here. See, I'm 20. We're good. I was like, okay, I'm just making sure. But it's like, yeah, it does make you scared because people are fucking retarded. And it's like, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm just like, it's like, guys, like, I don't know. It's people don't even know what words mean anymore. People like throw around words like grooming and just like, they don't even know what the word fucking means. They don't even know how it works. Like, I don't know. Like, can you groom an adult? Like, if you're 20 years old, you're legally an adult for at least by 2 years at these standards. Like, is that grooming? It's like having a like what is grooming? What does that even mean? Now, obviously, I do believe in grooming. Like, you definitely can do this. People groom underage people all the time through Discord, Roblox, things like this. But like the whole point of the concept is like you start very, very early when like things are not fully, their brain's not developed. Like you imprint things in their heads. It's brainwashing essentially. But you have to start early. It doesn't work on an adult. A 25-year-old woman can't go to court after a 2-year relationship and she's now 27 and been like, well, he groomed me the whole time, Your Honor. That doesn't work. That's like that. We're just breaking down definitions and just changing them to whatever suits our narratives at the time. You know what I'm saying? So
complaining that they were being bullied.
But yeah. I mean, you can ask her. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. She doesn't really go on the. I think she's married now and has children. She doesn't really go on the internet anymore. But if we ever get a time where I can bring her on, like you guys can ask her. She'll tell you, I made this bitch show me her birth certificate.
By other people in their like, or like maybe they're in college or something, and they're talking about their like their love interest or the person that they're in a relationship with, and everybody shames them, and maybe they break up, and it's like it's not actually over something that's wrong with the relationship. It was peer pressure. Like kids dating in high school, when one turns 18, they're like, ooh, that's a predator. See, that's the weird thing. When I was in school, I never once thought that. Because if you're dating a 16-year-old and you're 17, there has to be a crossover where you turn over into 18 and she's 17, or the other way around. That doesn't make you a predator. It's a 1-year difference. What is wrong with you? I've never...
Yeah, I mean, you're in the same cycle of life. Like, yeah, one's legally adult, one's not, but like you're in the same cycle of life. You know what I'm saying? You're both in high school. You're both kind of experiencing like the same parts of life at that time. So it's like it's not this. It's so stupid. I don't know. Honestly, it's just like I just don't care. Like this shit is like just like it's so annoying to even discuss and break down because there's so much nuance to everything. You gotta like you gotta look at things case by case.
I never once thought that, and I don't think anybody ever at my school got bullied over that. That's strange. I never once thought of that. It's all
Jail Dvuta Jai RSS. Speak fucking English before I ban you. Thanks.
jokes, you know? Well, I mean, some people take it seriously, and I think that's cringe. Romeo and Juliet covers in the States. Yeah, but public perception of, like, say you're in high school and you hear that and you're stupid, which you probably are because you're a kid, that can influence that relationship without you even intending to, because you're dumb. You're basically saying, like, oh, you're a predator, you should break up with them. It's sad. I don't think it's fair. Anyway, my point is this rage bait or retard chat? 1 for rage bait, 2 for retard. I don't know. I see these posts come up all the time. I'm more inclined to say that there's obviously people who unironically think like this, but then there's people who post this and they just get a lot of engagement for it. I think it's a little bit of both, but I do think there's like it's rage bait for me. There's a lot of 2s. No blue check mark. That's a good point. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's a little bit of both. No check marks and 2. Yeah, maybe they're just for the love of the game. Yeah. 2 I've experienced in real life. Bummer, dude. I'm sorry. Cringe.
What RSS mean here? Do you think this is some like cult? What's RSS mean to you? Raj, you tell me. What's RSS mean to you? I want to know actually. What do you think it means, Raj?
I'm thinking chat's right. I think 2 is the better bet.
I want to make sure we're on the same page, brother. You know the code, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I gotta make sure you're on the level. You know what RSS is, brother?
Back in my day, people would troll for fun. Now it's a job. Well, I mean, some people, they don't make a lot of money. This is just a nice little bonus. Make it an extra $200 a month? Yeah, like you post some stupid rage bait and then you get
racist super streamer.
Get a little paycheck on top.
I'm not racist. Bro, you can never say I'm racist. I've literally laid pipe in more black women than most people have seen black people in their lives, right? You could take a 40-year-old man who lives in a suburb, and I've laid pipe on more black women than he's seen black people in general in his entire life. I don't want to hear anybody ever call me racist because I'll drop the N-bomb. I have the N-pass.
Like, yeah, I get it. I get why some people do that. What is this? What opinion about men do you have that makes people feel like this? Oh, this went hyper viral.
When it's the far right party in India. Anyway, it's irrelevant here. My bad. Oh, is it? Awesome. 100% agree. Yes, we are the far right party in India. No, it's React Slop Saturday. But yeah, Riz Slop supremacy. True.
I saw this a little bit like a couple of days ago.
Bro. My ex-girlfriend, when we got in an argument, called me a nigger. like She called me a nigger. Like,
Men generally have higher muscle mass and bone density due to
yeah, never ask a white supremacist his wife's skin color. True. It's kind of like how AOC's husband is like like a fucking ugly white bald man. That's why I said activists in the streets, fucking white supremacists in the sheets, right? like you got AOC, you got Ilhan Omar. Like, who else? Like, all these guys that like play all these like white people are the worst. White people are so awful. They're all fucking fucking progressive in the streets, colonized in the sheets, right? Yeah, that was the phrase, right? Yeah, Harris is married to a white dude, but white people are so bad. Like I said, progressive in the streets, colonized in the sheets, boys. That's how they all operate.
This gives them physical advantages and strength and injury recovery.
I mean, guys, if we read the Turkey Tom files, ain't no woman ever resisting a BWC, right? Because you get the best of both worlds. Not only do you get a big dick, and so you naturally get like fucking, more satisfying sex, right? Allegedly. I disagree with that, but let's just say allegedly for some of these women, right? Like, every woman wants a BWC because you get the best of both worlds. You get the big dick, but you don't come home with a black eye once a week.
Also, don't experience hormonal cycles like menstruation, pregnancy, or menopause. Their bodies stay more stable over time, yet this is rarely acknowledged as a privilege. Okay, hold on. Let me process this because this is a little bit of there's a lot to unpack here. But we get ball cramps. Okay, I'm not gonna feed into it. This is why I'm stuttering. Because boys and girls have different privileges, you fucking...
Yeah, it's almost like men have the biological privilege, so we then understand that inherently, so we give women the societal privilege, right? Women have societal privilege, men have biological privilege. Welcome. Yes. This is how it works. We have different privileges. We have different things we're good at, different things we're bad at. I know. It's like we're different things entirely. It's like one is created from the other. Like, it's weird.
Moron. They do. I do think that both sides have different privileges. Yes, boys are stronger. Yes, boys, they grow up bigger on average. Yes, boys don't.
But you know what boys can't do? They can't have children, right? And I think most men inherently do want children. So unfortunately, we have to tolerate women in order to get what we want, which is usually children. So it's like, yeah, you have privilege too. You can give birth. You can create life. You literally can create life. So you have a biological privilege as well. But like I said, if you wanted to bring it down to semantics, it's like, okay, you could argue that men have a biological privilege, but women have a social privilege. Okay, so we each have our privileges. Get over it.
Periods.
Life's not fair. There's no such thing as equality. I don't know what to tell you. There's no equality in the woods. There's no equality in the jungle.
Don't have to do. Sign up for the
I am waiting for
draft.
the AI girlfriends that can give birth. I don't even know how that would functionally be possible, but I mean, let's pray that doesn't happen. Women would be cooked.
Yeah, they go to war. They die. Yeah. Girls don't have to do that. Girls can. If you want to.
No, they can't.
Boys have to. In some countries, it's mandatory. And if you
once again, this is like all your favorite like right-wing e-girls are feminists. Like they are. They really are. This is why I make an argument that like we just need to ban women from social media in general. I mean, how often does it play out good? But it's like, no, Alana, women cannot join the military and go on the front lines. They cannot do it. They cannot carry 150 pounds of equipment. The fact that like most people don't understand how war works, you have to carry all of your ammo with you. You have to carry your gun. You have to carry rations, right? You're not going out for 10 minutes on a stroll. You're going out for days, if not weeks at a time, and you have to have all your equipment for survival with you. That means things to cook on, food, water, ammunition, your gun, backup weapons, anti-tank stuff, ammunition for the anti-tank stuff, grenades. These are all heavy. These are very hard to carry. Women cannot do this. This is why women do not operate on the front lines and never will.
don't do it, they pin you down and then they drag you kicking and screaming.
What a very Indian response. Boys do not need child. Boys need sex. Okay, no, men, change the phrasing here. Men need children. Yes, men want children. And actual, like, proper men who are not feminist coded retards want children. Boys need sex. No, they do not actually. Like, but okay.
You can't just say no. They'll drag your ass in there. Yeah. Yeah, men are considered the expendable sex. They have to use those innate privileges of having higher muscle mass. I talked about this. Even the average guy that does not work out, they have higher muscle mass and density in their arms, legs, just their body in general. They have more mass on average than the average woman of the same age. Like, really? They do this?
I know, it's funny because if you actually look up pictures of actual, like, rapists on like in criminal records and databases, you know what they're not? They're not 6'2" jacked guys, by the way. They're usually like really fucking short, like balding, like fat middle-aged men that look out of shape. But you know what happens is they still overpower all of these women anyway. I wonder why. It's weird, right? How do all these like out of shape, bald, fat men overpower these women and rape them all the time? How's that happen, guys? Like, surely it's all. It can only be the 6'2" gigachads doing this, which it's not, by the way. But yeah, it's interesting.
These innate privileges enable them to protect and defend their family or their country or what they believe in. You know. Women also get to be the choosers. Every dating
Then why use condoms? Why engage in casual sex like a degenerate?
app is 90% men, and then 10% women, and then 1% bots.
What are you getting out of it? A male's orgasm lasts like literally 10 seconds. So you're literally ruining your life in many different ways. Ruining a child's life potentially. For 10 seconds of orgasm. 10 seconds of serotonin injected into your brain that then disappears immediately.
No, I'm kidding. It's probably more like 10% bots and then 1% women. With a margin of error of 1%. And it's harder for men to find a partner. It just is. We've seen it. Tinder released all those data sheets of them looking at how many people find, their pairings or their.
None of you have yet to give me a single logical, like, reasoning for why you should engage in casual sex at all.
Loved ones or whatever, and then they get married. That is so low for men. It's actually ridiculous. Okay. Women are also the biggest beneficiaries of DEI. Okay.
You want to know a secret? You don't need condoms when you're having sex with your wife. Animal nature. So are you an animal or are you a human being? Are you a human being created by God or are you an animal?
Okay. Women get preferential treatment from the justice system. They get more lenient sentences, even for doing something like murdering someone. Or like doing the same crime as a man. They get lesser sentences for the same crimes a man commits on average.
Yeah, because women have societal privilege. Yes. All right, this is a waste of time. She's gonna yap. This is gonna take too long. The point's already been made. I don't think she's even gonna break. Ooh, Davox streaming Dune Wars.
Or Carino, so they're about to.
I feel like this game would be so fun to play with other people.
Spicefield.
It's so This game is so boring playing against the AI, because like the fun part of the game is the diplomacy. And like the diplomatic aspects of it, I just feel like that whole part of the game doesn't even work if you're playing AI.
All right, not so bad. How many games will we have tonight? Asked Southwest. We'll have 2 games tonight. This is group stages. And
It's good to see Davox streaming again, though.
As much as I don't really like Nyara as a person, I do feel really bad for him that he has chosen to do this to himself, and to see someone so full of delusion and sin, like actively just doing that to.
True. Based. Honestly, I think I was too hard on Celeste in the first video. After doing some like research and going over that Google Doc and watching some more shorts, super based. All right, what do we got next? Who is Nani? I don't even know who that is. So so Raj, are you it's like you're Indian. So are you engaging with every Indian stereotype there is, that like you're not even human beings, that you guys are basically just fucking primal animals that can't control yourselves? And you know, because if you don't know, like most people consider Indians like one of the biggest rapists on the planet. You guys are the most like laughed at like race of people on the planet because most people think you can't control yourselves. So like, are you admitting that? Is that where this is leading? So are you an animal or are you a human being? Like, are you created by God? Are you a higher purpose on the earth, or are you just an animal? So if I go in the woods and I find it like a bunny, like I have rabbits, right? So the rabbit that like runs around in my front yard, are you that rabbit, Raj? Is that what you are? Are you just a rabbit? You just breed for like as a mechanism. There's no thought into it. There's no emotion into it. There's no higher purpose in it. You just hump things. Is it just like a survival mechanic for you? Is that what it is, Raj? Is that what you're telling me? I'm just asking questions. It's not meant to be an inflammatory insult. I'm just asking. Like, have you ever thought about this, Raj, at all? What do we got? Laser shotgun. Is this thing actually good, by the way? I was gonna try it.
Oh yeah, we don't have that hell pod, and there's also a shrieker nest behind us. Okay, I'm gonna start blasting with the EATs.
If there was a hole, there was a goal. So, like, you'll stick it in a man's butthole, Harry? Is that what you'll do? You're a sodomizer? You're a sodomite? You said a hole's a hole, right? So, like, you like men's buttholes too?
I think I'm also hitting trees.
Dude, this belt-fed grenade launcher seems like it's shit. Every time I watch videos, it doesn't like to do anything. Oh, here we go.
Dude, are they still mad about
Bro, they're still so mad about... I saw this. They were calling him a view botter.
burnt peanut? Oh, no. So we've had a new episode of Hose Mad, and people are mad at Burnt Peanut. Burnt Peanut was the most watched Twitch streamer in January, beating Asmongold.
Guys, I gotta start making some more original content. I think I'm gonna pull the Asmongold route. I'm just gonna like fucking bookmark like 20 tweets and just go over them one
Son and XQC. Good for him. W. Amazing. I've seen his streams. They're great. So he's been doing really well. He's doing good for himself. He's popping off. He's doing work. Everything like that. He's a popular streamer. Yeah, bungalators. Exactly. So instead of being happy for another guy's success, instead of being happy for somebody who's, you know, like working hard and being consistent and everything like that, they're making up bullshit. They're saying that he is a view botter. This dude is a view botter. There's no way he randomly comes out of nowhere, gets popular in the normie space, peaks out of 100,000 viewers, yet his chat is more stale and dead than someone with under...
His chat's active, not going there. Like, how are you gonna call him a view botter? Yeah, he probably does get view botted. So does every big streamer. Like, I'm pretty sure Tectone is being view botted right now on YouTube. The guy's got like 40k fucking viewers. like where do you go? Yeah, so it's like dying off now, but this guy was hitting like 40k viewers. He went from 3k, which he was stuck at. He was at 3k all the way up to like right here, and then suddenly he's at 40k, like an hour into the stream. That doesn't happen, by the way. So it's like yeah, they all view bot. Now it doesn't mean they themselves are view botting, but people will view bot them, right? Like, yeah, they all do it. So it's like, but like, I like, what is people's hatred of Peanut? Like, I think Peanut's funny. He's kind of like an old nostalgic kind of content creator where it's like he's very much embracing the old school like 2012, 2013 like meta of Twitch streaming or like game streaming, right? He's got like kind of like a persona that he engages in. It's like it's focused on like gameplay and comedy and like funny moments more or less than like fucking just like political talk, and like it's actually refreshing. Like I like Peanut. I don't watch his content too often because I don't play the games he plays. But like he's just like a very I don't know if people are so bad about Peanut, man. I don't get it.
500 viewers.
It's like they're just jealous. The jealousy is crazy. The jealousy in the like social media world is fucking insane sometimes. It's actually insane.
So I got permabanned for saying viewbotting. He's not trying to defend himself. Why the fuck would he have to defend
Why would he have to defend myself?
They're gonna clip whatever I say anyways. Might as well make it good. You guys mind if I be a little unhumble for a second?
Like Peanut basically he's Dr. Disrespect 2.0. He literally operates and plays a character and does all of the same like backgrounds. He does the same stream structure. This guy literally just took exactly what Dr. Disrespect did when Dr. Disrespect took over Twitch, like literally dominated the whole platform, and he's just doing the same thing. The difference is he's not fucking humping girls at TwitchCon.
Guys, I don't like
Allegedly,
being
that we
I just
know
like
of.
hanging out with you boys and gaming, but I kind of got to. Just for like a second, guys.
That's the same
It's not
shit
gonna
I
be too
say.
crazy. I just kind of got you. Guys, I call view botting the loser's topic. That's what I call it.
Yep.
You have too many viewers, not enough likes, you're view botting. You have too many
Yep.
viewers, you have too many likes, you're like
Yep.
botting. You have too many viewers, you don't have enough.
It's so obvious whenever somebody's actually view botting, by the way.
It's like, yo, shout out to the guy in my comments for the Turkey Tom video that was like, haha, only 60 views, 4 likes, haha. Yeah, bro, I guess that means nobody gives a fuck about Turkey Tom, because I did a video where I didn't even really do commentary or say anything. I just laughed the entire time on Celeste. And like that video in like less than 24 hours has like double the viewership, right? So it's like there's more interest in people in Celestium than there is in Turkey Tom, because honestly, Turkey Tom's he's a faggot. Like he's a male feminist, can't control himself, thinks of his dick, like deserved what happened to him, like brought it upon himself. He's not a criminal, doesn't deserve any criminal allegations. There are none, by the way. But like, does he deserve to be called a degenerate and kind of get his name dragged around because he has rough sex with women? Yeah, it looks likely from what even his own evidence, because he likes to omit some things and skip over them. But like, yeah, this guy's got a big dick and he likes to fuck women very aggressively, and most women do like that, by the way. It's just like, just be prepared, because they're going to use that against you after the fact. If you choose to just sleep around with women. Like there's multiple women in a row saying the same thing. It's hard to believe they're all lying about this particular point, and he doesn't really refute it too much. But it's like, yeah, they will engage with that. Women will engage with you no matter what you want to do. But that's reality. So it's like you're not insulting me, you're insulting Turkey Tom, because if Turkey Tom was more interesting and people gave a fuck about him, then the video would have been more popular. People care more about, when I do a Smuggalana video, everybody here loves Smuggalana. So if I cover any Smuggalana stuff, it's the stuff that gets the most views on my channel. So it's like, it's not me. It's more of a representation that Turkey Tom is not very popular. So it's the same thing here.
Like, anybody who actually understands data knows that's the case.
Yeah, if you understand data, you know.
You have too many viewers, too many subscribers, your subscribe button. You have too many viewers on Twitch, you don't have as much viewers on Kick, you're view butting on Twitch. If you have too many viewers on YouTube, but you don't have as many viewers on Twitch, you're viewing on YouTube. You can spin it any way you can. At the base of it, it's hope.
That's right. At the base of it, it is hoes mad, hoes jealous, people that are trying to tear somebody down because they don't like what that person represents for whatever reason is out there. That's it.
The base of the argument, it's cope. There's no way to prove anyone is view botting or if they're not. There's no way to prove it.
Well, there is.
There is.
You can't, I think that there are degrees of certainty.
You can definitely tell.
There are definitely degrees.
Like Kaio viewbots. Let's be real. Kaio viewbots. Kaio immediately when he hits the go live button. So you notice how like we're at like 9 to 10 viewers right now, sometimes going to 12, right? It takes my stream like an hour to get to that point, right? Like most normal streams, they take time to build up because people need to see you're live, click the button, come in here, right? Even like use Tectone as an example. Tectone starts a stream. It starts off really small, like 10, 20, 100, 200. Now it might build up faster because he's a bigger content creator, but there always is like a small build up, a little delay until you hit about like a 20 to 30 minute mark where your peak viewership starts to really kick in, right? This is why streamers do intros. At least they used to back in the day. But like it used to be a big thing back in the day for streamers to have cool intros, which I wish we'd bring that back. It was cool, which I kind of still try to do, but it was really cool back in the day when people like spent a lot of money to have like cool intro scenes and shit. Because it was like, you know, you have that like lull period in the beginning where people are just coming in and they can talk to each other and like things are building up, right? If you look at like Kaio's Twitch stats, this guy is always at the same viewership every single day for months on it and never changes. It's always like instantly 195, 190, 195 every day, every single time, always. As soon as he hits go live, he is immediately, you see the graph, immediately spiked to 190 viewers. Who doesn't like Smugglana? I never really hear Turkey Tom. Yeah, it's because Turkey Tom's like a Destiny orbiter anyway. But that's my point, right? It's like the content is more popular depending on like what's going on, right? Because that was the argument that he was making. Because it's like even popular content creators can do a video about a topic that's not very popular, right? Like Alana's got plenty. Like Leaflet and Lana have plenty of videos where, you know, their average might be like 100K a video, but then they have videos where it's like 10K because like nobody wanted to watch that shit, right? Like the Turkey Tom allegations are not important. Nobody gives a fuck about this guy. He has a ton of subscribers, but like nobody really gives a fuck, right? So that's like a good sign, right? My point of covering it was mostly just to point out once again of like, this is where degeneracy leads you, and this is where casual sex leads you, right? It leads you to potentially destroying your life over nothing. So, but now I forgot what I was saying. A lot of people don't like Smugglana though. Like, she's very popular, but a lot of people don't like her. There's always going to be people who don't like you. There's always going to be people who try to like, who are desperate for like your attention, who are going to try to rage bait you into conversations with them, and shit like that. So, I don't know. Anyway,
of certainty with viewbotting. Like for example, with F Extra Life, it was very obvious. Well, that was embedding. They
were embedding. They weren't viewbotting.
But like with other streamers, like there are like telemetry points that you can use. It is, and like there are like acceptable levels and unacceptable levels. Like you can be, let's say, 10% sure. You can be 90% sure. To say that there's no variation is not true. But there is like very rarely can you actually approach and actually reach 100%.
Either way it is. It's up to even an OnlyFans lady only appeals to like 50% of the population that likes pussy.
Yeah.
This is a real loser topic. You're appealing to human jealousy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, it's about what you're covering, what the topic is. Like a streamer could play a really unpopular game. Like Summit is playing fucking what's the game? Delta Force, right? Like Summit is usually averaging what, 10 to 15K, sometimes more. If Summit plays GTA and does GTA RP, he's in like the 20K range, right? But when he plays Delta Force, he's got like 5K viewers. Nobody wants to watch it, right? So like the reality is people don't really watch content creators for them. They watch for the content, right? I mean, that's just a reality. There's going to be some diehards that will watch, like no matter what and no matter who it is, but that's just kind of the reality. And that's like ultimately like, one of the problems with streaming and content creation is like these creators are terrified of doing variety because of that. Because it's like their income derives from it, right? So I have the luxury where my income doesn't derive from it, so I'll cover whatever the fuck I want to cover if I feel like it's a relevant topic to like the messaging and the values I'm trying to expose to people, right? But even Asmongold has videos, like he has videos that pop off, do like 1 million, and he has videos that don't pop off. And then like I'll be honest, like when Asmongold plays games, he actually loses viewership. That's why he doesn't play games, by the way. Anybody who asks like, why don't you play games on stream, Asmon? Is because he actually loses viewership when he does play games, because this guy is fucking horrendous at playing games, and it's rough to watch, and nobody wants to watch that shit, right? Summit has 5K viewers when he plays Delta Force. Like it's the same for everybody. So it's like they'll be like, "Oh, you're clearly viewbotting, Peanut, because you're playing like an obscure game here that nobody wants to watch." Like, and it's not like, even though how you're super big, it doesn't have a lot of views. Like that means nothing. Cover these nuts. I ain't covering your nuts, bro.
It's been around
Have your wife do it.
Since I invented the wheel. Of course, your post is gonna blow up. It's a bunch of other.
It's also the reality too, is like how content creation works, right? Like I can see how many of you are here. Like I can see how everybody, like people, like guys, the analytics on YouTube are insane. I can see how you got here, how you clicked on the stream. I can see where you're from. I can see your age. I can see if you're subscribed or not. And the reality is, and this applies to almost every big content creator, is like most people don't even subscribe to them. They don't. Like I'm pretty sure on my video, the click-through rate is like, it's like 10% subscribers and like 90% unsubscribed. So like most of the people watching the content are not even subs.
Losers coping at the same time all together. It's like a party.
Absolutely. And that's it. And the other reason why is that you have to keep in mind that once you understand that most hate on the internet is actually self-therapy in disguise,
Yep.
everything else begins to make a lot more sense. So basically, the reason why people like the idea of tearing down Peanut is because he's a person who's built his success as something that is totally intrinsic to his own personality.
Mhm.
There's nobody who can say that, oh, well, I can't afford an expensive VTuber rig. Oh, I'm not a girl. Oh,
Exactly.
I'm not an attractive woman, so I can't do
Exactly.
it with a webcam. Oh, I'm not a very good, I'm not a very good video game player. There is nothing that is holding anybody back from being the next Burnt Peanut. And
Yeah, honestly, Peanut's like a perfect example of like what early streaming was all about. Like that's why he's so successful, is because we've had like 10 years now of just like the complete like corporate selling out of most streamers. They're basically hollow shells of their former selves. I mean, bro, if you compare Soda Poppin', for example, of like 15 years ago compared to Soda Poppin' now, this guy's a fucking burnt out hollow husk of a person. He's not even a human being anymore. This guy's like goon too close to the sun. He just doesn't even seem like he's even like fully like he doesn't even seem like an awake person when you look at him or talk to him or listen to him talk. It's just like, bro, you even there? Like, he's just going through the motions at this point, and that's how a lot of these big streamers are now. Is like they're just going through the motions. They're just selling out their audience, selling out their brand as much as possible, just trying to make as much money as possible at this point. They're not trying to innovate. They're not trying to do anything new. And here's Burnt Peanut, right? He's proving like every misconception wrong. That like, oh, you have to be a woman. Oh, you have to have like this big fancy rigged VTuber model. Oh, you have to be really good at video games. No, you just have to have fucking personality and be fucking entertaining. He's entertaining. Like it's not like I'm never gonna watch his streams, but I do enjoy his clips. I think they're funny. But it's like, yeah, he's like the epitome. He took like the showmanship of like early 2012 Twitch, and he mixed it with like the production quality, the production levels of like of Dr. Disrespect, because people really underestimate that like Dr. D really did like revolutionize the streaming space. Like he's the one who pushed for like these like the elaborate backgrounds that like play as props in your stream, all this stuff. Nobody was doing that shit. It was Dr. Disrespect that started all of that. And so Burnt Peanut is basically just taking, what the most popular people at the time did, like this whole idea of like an entertainment show being funny and having an exaggerated personality, which is something that like Soda Poppin' really kind of revolutionized when he started coming up. And then he took like the production side of things from like Dr. Disrespect and kind of mashed them together, and that's why he's successful. And it's also because like he's not political. You don't have to deal with any kind of virtue signaling here. It's all about just playing games, having fun, and some people just want that, man. I swear to God, this is why a lot of VTubers are very popular. A lot of them. It's because just like, bro, I just want to go in there and just just turn my brain off and have fun, man. I don't want to hear about politics. I don't want to hear about culture war stuff. Like, this is why I don't watch Asmongold, because I'm engrossed in this shit all day long in order to then make videos on it. I don't want to then go sit in Asmongold's stream to unwind and listen to him talk about the same shit that I'm just talking about, right? It's just like, I'm going to go sit in, I don't know, like, who would I even watch now? I don't really watch any streamers, to be honest. But like I would go watch like a Peanut or something, I would just like, hey, I want to turn my brain off and not have to engage with this shit.
And that's the reason why they hate him. They hate him because he represents their own mediocrity. Because every single person deep down inside knows that they could probably do what Burnt Peanut is doing in terms of function, right? There's no barrier to entry preventing them from making a Burnt Peanut style VTuber model and then streaming Arc Raiders.
He does have really good
Why is it
editors,
that
that's
he's
true.
successful and they're not? Well, they have to.
Maybe that's what I gotta do. Maybe I gotta get an editor. I would love to just like shift into more of a streaming focus, and then I still want to do my thumbnails because I do enjoy making the thumbnails. Also because it rage baits people because they're like, AI slop thumbnails. When it's funny because, like I said, I actually draw myself, like most of them, and then I make. All right. So by the way, all of your favorite game development studios, all of your favorite artists, like the really good ones that are successful, all of your favorite musicians, everybody who works in the entertainment sphere does this exact thing, right? You take maybe like a base art concept and you use AI to give you more variations of it, to give yourself inspiration. I know this is crazy, right? I know this might be news to some of you because you're retarded, okay? But like this has been going on for many years, right? A lot of like editing programs and like Blender and like design programs have AI tools in them. I know it's just crazy. Hold on, I know it's shocking. It's shocking. You guys are shocked right now. You're shocked. You're shocked. I know. But like, listen. Is it gonna be okay? It's gonna be okay. Like Larry even came out and told you guys, hey, we use AI generation with our artists to come up with new ideas and concepts. Yeah, I know it's crazy. So sometimes you can what you do, right, is you draw something like on a base level, like a sketch, and then you let Grok interpret it in a bunch of different ways and different styles to help you get a better idea of like what you're really looking for. I know it's hard, but I know this is hard. By the way, is my mic like peaking the fuck out? Do I have to fix it? It looks like it's peaking the fuck out. So let me how would I fix this actually? Actually, why is it peaking the fuck out? I guess it's because I'm like actually talking into it properly today. So I don't know. I don't know. Let me turn it down a little bit. Anyway. Yeah, it's like all of your favorite like actual legitimate like commercial content creators use AI. I know this is like really hard news for some of you. I know like the Fiverr artists are devastated by this news, which by the way, all your favorite Fiverr artists too. How do you guys think they produce so much fucking artwork and content? A lot of these guys like use auto generation programs and shit. It's just like they're selling you slop. If you need an editor, I'm looking for work, by the way. I mean, I don't know. Like, that's a lot of trust. I need to, like, trust you to have access to a lot of things I don't really want you to have access to because I don't really know you. I also don't know, like, how good you are at editing, right? Did you mention info you get? It's the first time catching your stream. That Skybell's immediately video with the theater shot of YouTube. It was me checking out different views. Yeah, so the way he made that is, like, he actually, like, rendered each individual one and just kind of slided them together. If you actually look really close to the image, you can see that he cropped them all together. AI can only really process like 6 to 7 characters on the screen at the same time without losing like insane amounts of quality. True, understand. Yeah, I mean, do you actually edit? Like, do you understand what I mean though? Like, if you wanted to be an editor, like you would need to be here basically every stream, and you would need to you would take this video and condense it down and make a video out of it. You understand? Like that's what you would need to do. Like that's the kind of thing, like basically what Tectone does, right? Because I would love to just purely live stream and not actually have to like put videos together. It's more entertaining for me, but yeah, that'd be hard to do.
Come up with a reason for that removes their own accountability from the equation. And what is that equation? Viewbotting. Or variable, I guess. What is that variable? It's viewbotting.
Well, no, he can't because the problem is because I mean, I would have to record the live stream and also send it to him because YouTube's gonna automatically mute certain parts of the VOD.
And once you understand the psychology of Twitter haters, everything else makes sense.
How it works? I mean, come on. I mean, is there anything lower? Is there?
I don't need an editor right now. In the future, if I do, I'll hit you up. I mean, basically, whoever would do the editing would just get all the monetization. So, like, that would be the motivation. If you edit good videos and you get the channel more viewership, you'd basically collect all the ad revenue. Because I don't need any of the money from the channel. So
Anything lower? Jesus.
Oops.
Anyways, is there anything lower? Is there anything lower? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. Is there anything lower? Let me expand on that. Again, I hate to be unhumble. I hate it. But guys, we switched to Brazilian servers.
Somebody says you and Burnt Peanut are very talented to yap for hours. No. Yapping for hours is not an intrinsic talent.
Come on, bro. What the fuck, man? This guy's taking shots at me now? I never take shots at Asmongold.
Like, for example, there are women who are just very attractive. Like, it's spawn RNG whether a woman has big boobs or not, right? I mean, it is. It's spawn RNG.
True.
So if you're a woman and you're born and you're ugly, you have an innate biological disadvantage. This is an insurmountable innate biological disadvantage. There will always be things that, you know, attractive women will have an opportunity to do that you will never have an opportunity to do because of straight up spawn RNG.
Yeah, like go to Qatar or Saudi Arabia and get jizzed on by 30 Arab dudes.
That's the way it is. And so all women are beautiful? Sure, right? And so anyway, my point is that, and this is the same with guys too, obviously, like with height, for example. Like if you're a 5'2" guy, your life, you spawned on hard mode.
Why is this guy just picking on me today? What the fuck?
You spawned in Fortnite.
I'm not 5'2",
and you opened up a chest.
I'm a 6'4" sub-Saharan African man,
and it was a gray pistol. Actually, it wasn't. It was ammo for a gray pistol. That's it. That's all you got. Oh, and maybe you got one of the dancing bombs too, and that's it. That's all you get. And so, at least I'm 6 foot, exactly. And so there are all of these RNG elements. And so what people on Twitter like to do is they like to attribute their lack of success to RNG elements in life and then blame those RNG elements instead of the things that they can control.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Yeah, a lot of it is lashing out. It's just people lashing out. Like I've talked about it before about jealousy and how a lot of issues are just stem from jealousy. I myself am guilty of this a lot, right?
To European servers, we switch to a server called
That's the
Oceanic. I don't even know
difference.
what the fuck that means. I don't even know what that means.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't even know what that means. I can't find a single fucker on any continent on this planet that doesn't know who we are.
There it is.
And you're saying I view button. Sorry, I had to get on humble right there. I'm so sorry.
Yep.
I'm so sorry. I had to.
It's obvious. It's obvious. I think it's 100% view botting now. Retards, bro. Retards. Well, I'm going to say you're view botting. I'm right or you're lying. Okay. Great talk. Good conversation. Very productive.
I never knew who this dude was till the Streamer Awards. Really? Yeah. I mean, if you don't watch a lot of Twitch, I don't know. You couldn't escape him if you're like you watch like the OG Twitch crew, like you watch like Summit or Shroud or something. Any of that like OG like first person shooter Twitch community. Burnt Peanut was like always around. I mean, I knew him from when he started. I mean, he grew up really fast. I mean, the guy went from like nothing to huge. But like it's through collabs, right? It was through like engaging in collabs with Shroud and Summit and all these guys and like Counter-Strike and other things that he got really big really fast because he's funny, right? So if you're funny in collabs, you can get a lot more viewerships.
And so anyway, but talent is under spawner.
Case in point, a whole bunch of talentless, like retarded streamers collabed their entire careers together. You know, you got people like Mizkif, who has zero talent, zero personality. In fact, I would say his personality is a net negative. And he was incredibly successful and famous at one point. Not so much anymore, but at one point he was like one of the biggest streamers, if not the biggest streamer on the platform. And that's purely through collaborating, right? So the power of collaboration is very strong, especially if like you're collaborating with other people that also have big platforms and audiences, and there's not a whole lot of crossover. But yeah. So Peanut really got started by collabing a lot.
RNG?
I never really watched streams until VTubers came along. It's understandable. I only watch Twitch for horror games on Fridays. Okay. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I like for Twitch. I don't know. I've kind of like detached myself from Twitch. I barely go on Twitch anymore. But for a long time, like I was with it because like I was on JTV a lot. Like we would hang out and watch anime on JTV, or you'd watch like 4-player podcast. And then when Twitch happened, I was actually part of like the creation of it, so it's kind of like my baby. But and then like I know everybody who was like part of the staff, like DJ Wheat and all, and Anna and all these people. So it's like it always like it's always been like a baby to me that I tried to take care of, but like a couple of years ago I just stopped bothering because the platform's dead, so I just don't care anymore. Like nobody original is there anymore. Everybody's gone. It's all run by like fat, ugly, disgusting white liberal women, and then like an old guy who's basically a 80-year-old pedophile groomer. So like perpetual gooner. So it's just the platform's just dead.
What are they doing just to cope? I'm confused. Talent is not always spawn RNG. Talent is something, and also talent is something that is manifested and it's also refined. So for example, like you can look at videos that I did when I was like 15 or so. They're not as good as the videos that I do now. At least I'd hope so. I'd hope people would feel that way. You can look at videos.
Yeah, but you don't actually do videos. Your editor does everything.
I did maybe 10 years ago. I don't think that in a lot of cases they're as good as what I do now. And so as time
He's a better speaker than he was 15 years ago, that's for sure.
Goes on, you improve. I think that even you can look at other streamers, right? Look at the content that, you know, a lot of us were making in 2018 and compare it to now. I think in a lot of cases we've improved. We have, and things have gotten better overall. And so, you're 26? No. I was 26 a long time ago. And anyone followed Arc Raiders? Streamer Wars? Said he ruined the game because of his fans and now he's a view botter? Yeah, definitely.
So I do agree. He did ruin that game. I think him and them doing like the whole Bungalator versus whatever, like him and Ninja, like I think that shit ruined the game. I mean, if you were just a regular nobody who was just playing a game casually and wasn't even like aware of what was going on, and these motherfuckers were just like running at you in giant swarms, like breaking the whole point of the game, and like you're getting grouped on by like 40 dudes, like asking, "Are you a Bungalator? Are you a Bungalator?" It's like, yeah, you're gonna be like, yeah, okay, bro, like fuck off. Like, yeah, that shit was retarded. That probably did ruin the game a little bit, but yeah.
I think the guy's loud and annoying and in for a very young audience, but hating on him for his achieved fame is really retarded.
A young audience. I'm willing to bet that most of his audience is 30 plus. Like, I'm willing to bet if we look at his demographics, his audience is 30 plus. But yeah. Yeah, you know where the young audience on Twitch is? The young audience is watching females. I know, this is wild. But like a lot of the underage audience on the internet watches women. Yeah. Specifically OnlyFans whores. Right? The demographic for OnlyFans whores is largely under 18 and above 40.
Not everybody is gonna, not everybody, every streamer is for everybody. Not every streamer is for everybody, and that's fine. I mean, there are a lot of streamers that are popular.
Your audience is 99% male. Yeah, I can imagine.
That I don't really like either. I'm not going to give names because I don't want to encourage hate for them. But in a general sense,
listen, I'm going to start doing some like really like pro-female videos soon so I can get my demographic back up. I was at like 20% women and now it's like dropping steadily below 10%. There is no way I'm going to accept having a lower female demographic than Tectone. I'm just not going to accept that.
I think that's true. And I don't think there's anything...
You're telling me that women would rather watch a convicted sexual predator. I'm just kidding. They'd rather watch an alleged sexual offender and rapist than watch me. Are you saying that? Is that what you're saying? No. Shocking, by the way. That would be shocking, guys. I would be so surprised that women would rather watch a convicted rapist. And no, he's not convicted. We're joking, but.
Wrong with that. I think the problem, though, is whenever you take your disagreement or dislike with a certain streamer and then you basically say, okay, well, I don't like this person for this reason. Now nobody can. Now nobody should have this opinion. And I think that's the toxic thing. And that's the problem.
Yeah, it's so stupid. Like, honestly. Like, I don't like Moist Critical at all. I think he's fucking retarded. I can't stand that guy. I think he's the biggest flip-flop artist on the planet. He's the definition of a midwit. Don't like him at all. But a lot of people do. Do I think nobody should like him? No, I mean, I don't really give a fuck. Like, I don't care if you share my opinion or not. Like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, that's called being a fucking functional adult. Like, you don't have to agree with me.
It's the reality. A lot of people that are watching...
A lot of people don't like Tectone. I like Tectone. A lot of people don't like Tectone. You know what? I don't care if you do or don't. Like, it don't matter to me.
An old burnt peanut. They're sitting there with their dick in their hand, and he's on the second monitor. That's really what's going on. They're not thinking about that. He's streaming at 4 in the morning. Do you think all these people, like all the Australians, are trying to type up a little storm? Absolutely not. They're sitting there chilled the fuck out. Like, anytime I'm streaming late at night, I'll tell you something. Late night streaming is something special. Because
It
you
is.
can
It's
just
so good.
sit there and, like, nobody
It's
gives
so
a
good.
fuck about anything. Barely anybody is typing. Like, you are just, like, fucking chilling.
Damn, bro. Hassan fell off, boys. Hassan fell off. Woof. God damn. Poor Summit, man. The Summit's just like fallen into oblivion.
And the fact is, that's the way it is. Stream Elements, yeah, Stream Elements, replies, etc. So yeah, he's doing pretty well. Now, is there some view botting that could be happening? I think that with a lot of
Sure.
streamers,
A lot
there
of
is
streamers,
a chance
yeah.
that view botting is occurring.
Most of them,
But
probably.
I don't think that with Burnt Peanut that it's occurring to a degree that is substantial. So I'm going to pull it up here, right? Twitch tracker. So this is the way you can find out whether
It's not a
somebody's
very
popping off or
reliable
not.
website, but yeah.
So where is he here? There he is. There's a fucker. All right, probably too common. Yeah, sure. So you can see he's gaining 1,000 followers an hour. This is an incredibly gaining
that's
1,000
follower
followers an hour is an incredibly high. And also keep in mind here, he started in February.
Yep.
He had 13 viewers. Now
Yep.
he was building.
Yeah, so all these big spikes are when he started collabing with Shroud and shit.
Up, right? And you saw here he's building up. And then right here, this is whenever he had his pop off and he started doing really, really well. So this is and he was streaming in 2022, insane spike. No, the reality is this is what happens for a lot of guys. It is. Like he popped off really with Arc Raiders. He got really popular with one game.
This is the problem with like content creation, is that you have to keep explaining to people is like, you are not guaranteed success. There is no such thing as guaranteed success in the world for anything. You're not owed anything, like, period. You're just not, right? So all you can do is try your best and hope that like eventually you take off or you pop off or something and take advantage of it, right? It's like, yeah, oh wow, he was only streaming for like 6 months and then he became massive. That's crazy. Yeah, that happens, bro. That's how a lot of streamers got big, by the way. A lot of streamers were irrelevant for like 6 months and then suddenly they exploded, right? This happens. This is how it always happens. And the thing is like, just because like, I've been streaming for fucking 18 years. Like, I've been streaming for 18 years. I was streaming on JTV. I was streaming with livestream.com, like that shitty ass program. Like, I've been doing this for fucking like 18 years. Like, I'm not owed anything for that, right? Success comes and goes. I've had moments where I could have capitalized on like big spikes in viewership and I didn't, right? So ultimately it's on me, but it's like everybody has a chance to get that moment if you stay consistent and you constantly do your thing and you constantly push content and you just do your thing. It could happen for anybody at any moment, right? But if you're super inconsistent and shit, then it's like the likelihood of it happening is just not there, right? It's like if you're doing a video once a week and you're a nobody, like you're never gonna go anywhere, brother. You're just like setting yourself up for failure, because if somebody's doing 3 videos a day who's a nobody, their chances of popping off with one video at like Asmongold reacts to his video and he pops off, that guy's entire career is now established, right? So it's like, if you're not putting things into the ethos, and like that doesn't mean just produce slop all the time, but like, you know, talk about things that actually are important to you, or cover things that are important to you, or make videos that are important to you. But like all it takes is like one person reacting to one of your videos for that shit to just take off. But if you're not doing enough content, you're not doing enough quality content, it's never going to happen. So, but that doesn't also mean it's guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? Like, nothing is guaranteed. So I don't know. Some people just can't deal with reality. Like, reality is not fair, right? The physical world that we live in is not fair. It's not intended to be fair. And some people just can't handle that, like, at all, like, mentally. They just can't handle it.
And a lot of people like watching him play Arc Raiders. And why is that? It's because he's entertaining. And so you look at right here.
It's complicated to get someone to viewbot for you. Viewbotting is not hard. You guys want to viewbot right now? Well, we can viewbot right now. Do you want to see how easy it is? Guys, you can Google viewbotting in 10 seconds and click the first link. and give them probably like what's the rate? It's probably like $20-$30 for 100 viewers. Pay them $30, and within 5 seconds, you type in your Twitch channel, and you'll have 100 viewers instantly on your channel. Viewbotting is not complicated. It's never been complicated. It's always been easy. These sites have never been like stricken with any kind of like cease and desist from Twitch, because I'm pretty sure Twitch, by the way, some of these sites have integration with Twitch, right? So I'm pretty sure Twitch is in on it themselves, okay? I've been saying this for years. This is what got me banned for 3 years on Twitch, because I was bringing this up like fucking 10 years ago when I started noticing these fucking viewbot sites were like Twitch integrated, and then they were never getting cease and desist like notifications or anything to ever shut them down, and they're even promoted on Google. So if you don't understand, to get on for Google to display you in like the top 10 when you do a Google search, you have to pay Google. Somebody is paying for these viewbot sites to show up here, right? Like my store pays a lot of money for us to be like the first store you see when you look for what we sell. Like, so what we sell, if you Google the thing that we sell and you live in this area, the Google results will promote us first. We pay a lot of money for that, right? Read it properly. I said, get other person to viewbot for you. Well, yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do. Now, whether they do that maliciously or it's just a random fan, like I viewbotted like a girl I liked before, and I literally made her streaming career. She actually became a very big streamer because I viewbotted her for like a week straight, right? No, this was like 20 years ago. But if viewbotting is easy, I could do it right now. It's not hard. There's no point in doing it. But like I could do it right now. So people who act like this is hard or complicated, like, no, it's the easiest thing in the world to do, and it works. And everybody probably is doing it. In fact, I would argue if you're at least on Twitch, on YouTube, I don't see the point. Like, so YouTube cares more about impressions and like click through. Like viewership is not like the super metric on YouTube for like promoting yourself in the algorithm. So like viewbotting on YouTube is just kind of pointless. But like if you're on Twitch and you're not viewbotting, I actually think you're fucking retarded. Like you're retarded. And you could make an argument that like in May 22 up until he got popular, because it looks like he was always averaging like 5 viewers. He probably was viewbotting himself. He was viewbotting himself like 5 to 10 viewers, like subtly, just to get a little bit of extra promotion. Because let's face it, nobody clicks on a stream that has 0 views on Twitch. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. I don't go on Twitch and like go to the bottom of the directory to find the guy with 1 viewer. Like nobody does that. So on Twitch, might makes right. So the more viewers you have, the more you're promoted. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's why Twitch has a really bad problem where it's dominated by basically an oligarchy of streamers who all sit at the 0.1 percentile of the platform, and everybody else does not make a livable wage. If you're not in the 0.1% of Twitch, you don't make enough income on the platform to survive. Most streamers, even some of them who are like averaging like 1,000 viewers, do not make livable income on the platform. All of the money is funneled into like an oligarchy of streamers on Twitch. So that's Twitch's problem. YouTube doesn't have that same problem because there is no directory. Like the algorithm really controls and promotes what it wants, right? And a lot of that is through impressions, not through viewership. But like I'm gonna be honest, like if you're serious about streaming on Twitch, like you could take this however you want, man. But this is like it's not even it's not sinful or criminal behavior. So it's like I'm not afraid to tell you this. But if you're dead serious about streaming on Twitch TV in particular, you should be viewbotting. Like I'm just being honest with you. And I think like most non-retarded, like bigger streamers, like I'm pretty sure Asmon would tell you the same thing. Tectone would tell you this too. If you're dead serious about like actually making a career and like getting yourself known on Twitch and that's your goal, you should be viewbotting because everybody else is. You should be subtly boosting yourself. You can take 2 routes, right? You can just like slam yourself with 100 viewers and just go that route and just let it work and just hopefully you're charismatic enough to just kind of like get people in. Or you could subtly boost yourself like 5-10 viewers just to get a boost in like a demographic. Go find like a mid-tier game that maybe like it's got like 3,000 to 4,000 active like people in it. And that way, if you give yourself like 5 to 10 viewers, you're in like the first page of the directory, and just do that. And because you literally have to. Twitch will never promote your stream, right? It's not YouTube. YouTube will promote my stream on people's feeds, right? Or they'll watch a video, and then I'll be on the side, and then you can see me there, right? Twitch does not do that. You are not promoted on Twitch. There's no discoverability. If people don't know you, they're not going to watch your stream. So, yeah. I mean, yeah. TLDR, if you stream on Twitch, you should be viewbotting, right? You just should be. If you're not viewbotting on Twitch, you're fucking retarded. You might as well pack it up. I don't know what you're bothering for. Like, if you don't know one of these people in the streaming space, if you're not a friend already with like one of these oligarchs, or you're not like a mod for them, and then you kind of like you leech off of them somehow, like you're just wasting your fucking time streaming. I don't even know why you're bothering.
All of these,
you might as well just stream on YouTube.
Follower accounts. You don't get these follower accounts if you are viewbotting, unless you think that he's also follow botting. But if he's also follow botting, that means that he's follow botting on a.
The followers mean nothing. The followers mean even less on Twitch than they do on YouTube. It's all about directory. If you're in a directory and you're at the top of the directory, you're gonna win. Why was I the biggest Black Squad streamer for the entirety of Black Squad until the game fucking died? Why? Because I was the first guy to turn my fucking stream on and get into the directory. So because I was the first guy, I did it early, like 2 hours early before the game launched. And because I was the first motherfucker in there, right, that had like 5 to 10 views already, that promoted me into like a couple hundred viewers, because everybody who's coming for the new release of this game came into there and saw me, and they clicked the first thing. People will always just click the first or the second picture they see. They're not going to scroll down to go find somebody interesting. Twitch is really bad with thumbnails anyway, so like half the time it's going to be doing you a disservice. They're going to literally click the first thing they see, right? So if you're at the top of the directory, they're going to click you, right? That's why the best way to get started as a streamer on Twitch is not to play Marvel Rivals. It's not to play Counter-Strike. It's not to play League of Legends on a stream. You need to go find a game that you can enjoy, that you're a little good at, or at least like somewhat like you can play at a competent level and like be entertaining at the same time. Go find that like 2,000 to 3,000 viewer game directory that maybe only has like 10 to 20 people in it. You bought yourself the 5 or 6 views, or go get your buddies to like lurk in your stream so you get like 5 to 10 views. Get yourself to like the top layer of the directory in that game, and grind that game for a few months. Get a couple guys in there. Get 5 to 10 real people in there that are consistent, that keep coming back, engage with them. And then you take those people, and then you go do the same thing in another game, another directory. Find another directory to then take some of those people in, right? Do the same thing. That's the only way you will ever become a successful streamer on Twitch. The only other way is to know one of the people who are already big, right? So you have to be friends. You have to be an orbiter. You have to be involved in a collaboration with somebody who's already big. If you don't do that, you're never going to be popular on Twitch. I'm sorry that I'm going to be the one who breaks your heart. You're never going to make it.
A consistent, regular basis all of the time. Now, he hit streamer puberty. Well, this is what, yeah, no, unironically, that's what happens. And if you look at, for example, he's got motion. Yeah, he does. He's doing really well. Now, if I look at, for example, myself. Now, I'll look at myself. We'll see how I'm doing. So I'll pull up maybe, like, let's say there's this stream or this stream or this stream. So you can see this is what a normal graph looks like. You can see, obviously, I'm not getting anywhere near that type of followers, but you can see that the green bars are about the same. And you'll see again, the green bars are again about the same. So you can see this again and again. This is somebody did follow bot me right here. And this is what I wanted to show you guys. So a couple of days ago, I did get follow botted for 1,000 followers. This happened. This is what follow botting looks like. This is it. My bad? Yeah, dude, you've got to make it less obvious next time, man. Like, if you don't do this again, you're not getting the Bitcoin next time. I'm not sending it. This is fucked up. You're making me look like an asshole. So anyway, I was talking about something else. It was about a pizza. No, actually, not about a pizza delivery. It's about a barbecue chicken delivery, of course. And so anyway, so we've got, obviously a lot of people right here. You can see very, very clearly. You've got tons of people that are following over time, but that's what a follow bot looks like. And we saw that with Hassan's graphs as well, because people have follow botted him also. And so you can see right here, here's another one. You can see very, very clearly. And another one right here.
I watched a guy, he does the same. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I know. It's because you're playing a rigged game, right? If you're an honest, genuine person and you think everybody that you're, like I said, when you're a streamer, you are competing with everybody, right? You are. Your time that you put in and all the content you create is in competition with everybody else that's doing the same thing as you, right? This is why it's important to identify who your enemies are, right? In this case, right? So it's like, I am in the same space, content creation space, as everybody else who reacts to Skybrow's videos. I am also in the same space as a Smugglana, as a Leaflet, as a Asmongold, as a Kersha. I have to compete with everybody, all these people. So like, it makes it extremely difficult, right? I'm competing for the same demographic that they are. And they're already established, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like an uphill battle. I'm not saying that like I'm even trying to, like, because I'm not. I don't really care. Like, if we maintain, like, as long as there's like some people in here to talk to, like, I'm fine, right? Like, this is what I enjoy doing, is like engaging with you guys and talking about this shit. Like, it could be like 10 to 15 viewers forever, and I'm perfectly fine with it. But it's like my point remains is like, you have to understand these things if you're actually serious about content creation. And if you don't want to listen to me, that's fine. I've only been doing it for 18 years. I've only seen the rise and fall of many streamers. I've only created some of the biggest streamers on the platform myself from viewbotting them. Like I said, I literally I made this girl the most popular female streamer in Counter-Strike for like almost a year straight. And it's strictly off because I viewbotted the fuck out of her channel. Like, I'll say it. I did it. Yeah. This is like fucking 15 years ago. I don't give a fuck. Did she pay me to do it? Absolutely not. I did it because I was trying to get into her DMs, which did work, by the way. So, but I don't recommend ever doing that. So, it's like these were old times. This is old me. Very sinful, bad times, right? But like, you're playing a loser's game on Twitch if you're not doing the same thing. Like, you should be embedding. You should be viewbotting. You should be collabing. You have to do this on Twitch. I'm sorry, but you do. You have to do it. Like, the Twitch is such a bad platform because they don't have discoverability and because they have a directory system that might makes right. Twitch is a might makes right platform. Anyway, I wish somebody would clip all that and then post it on Twitter so I could go viral and then we could, like, have some fun for a bit. But
and another,
you guys still can't clip anything, right? Somebody told me they can't clip anything from my stream. I don't know why. Like, let me look. So, people keep saying they can't clip stuff. And like, I'm just confused because like, I don't have any settings. Like, I don't even have moderation settings on. I have everything turned off. So like, I'm confused that people can't clip. Yeah, I think they're just retarded. If I'm being honest, I think you guys can clip. I think the people saying they couldn't, they're just retarded. Hey, Bupella. So I think that's the problem. Okay. Yeah. I think they're just retarded. Oh my god, I accidentally closed everything we were watching. It's fine. I think that Asmongold video is pretty much done. I just tested the clip. Yeah. So if anybody could clip that fucking super long Twitch rant I just went on, that just basically broke down exactly how you become a successful streamer on Twitch, and go post that so I go viral, thanks, I'd appreciate that. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, dude, this debate, guys.
It's a fair question.
This debate was fucking insufferable. You can call me, listen, I don't care. You guys want to call me a misogynist or whatever the fuck you want, which is not true. I love women. I literally date women. To imply that I hate women is retarded. It's just that, like, I just feel like women have a place in society, and it's not in politics. I think the worst thing for the Trump administration is promoting people like Kristi Noem and letting them speak, or Pam Bondi. You guys notice how Pam Bondi doesn't speak too much anymore because she fucking embarrassed herself and embarrassed the entire administration like fucking 10 times in a row over like 3 months? Because she's a woman. She's fucking retarded. She's not in her place because she's competent. She's in her place because she's a DEI hire. She's a right-wing DEI hire. She's a white Christian woman, like, right? And the same thing with Kristi Noem. She's a DEI hire. If anything, I actually respect Tulsi Gabbard, because Tulsi Gabbard knows her place. She's doing her job and she keeps her fucking mouth shut. Like, every time these fucking right-wing women speak, like, my brain cells die. So this debate was a perfect example of why women in politics is the dumbest thing possible. If you want, like, your worldview to be taken seriously, you don't want women talking about your worldview. And I make the same criticism when we cover like Smugglana or Kersha or any of these women. They say a lot of stupid shit that like smart people pick up on and kind of can pick apart. This debate was fucking insufferable. The only good part of this debate was basically because Andrew was just moderating. He wasn't actually debating, but he was forced to engage in debate with them because they literally could not get. They were just talking over each other. They weren't even debating. So he had to basically engage in order to actually make the conversation happen. Leaflet is based, though. Sure, anybody can say anything on the internet. That doesn't mean in real life she's actually based, right? So this is the warning, in case you don't know that. Like, hey man, you know who else was based? Ashley St. Clair. She was so based, guys, wasn't she? Man, what a perfect trad wife. So based. How'd that turn out? Huh? Hey, man. Lauren Southern. Wow, guys. Lauren Southern. She's so based, guys. Wasn't she so based, guys? Wasn't she, like, such a base? Like, even though she was Canadian, wasn't she so fucking based, guys? Like, Lauren Southern, man. Not only that, she was really attractive and cute, and she was so based, very conservative, very right-wing trad values, huh? How'd that work out, guys? Oh, Sarah Stock, guys. Am I right? Like, dude, she's so based. She's just like such a cute, pretty girl. She's a virgin. She promotes all the correct values. She's so humble and nice. And look at her marriage even got blessed by the Pope. The Pope blessed her marriage, guys. Man, she's so based. How'd that work out? Yeah. Yeah, Haley. Yep, Haley. Yes. Oh, no, not Haley. Who am I thinking? I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, essentially, the only reason why Maverick, oh God, fuck his name. My brain today, dude. There's too many. My brain can't. I'm starting to sundown, guys. It's already been 3 hours. I'm starting to sundown. The only reason why the Maverick didn't become president of the United States is because he had a fucking woman as his VP, and she was dumb as rocks. Like, so I just want you to keep in mind when you say things like, well, Leaflet's really based or Smugglana's really based, just always remember in the back of your mind, anybody can say anything on the internet. Yeah, Sarah Palin, McCain, you're right, yes. Sarah Palin basically assassinated McCain's presidential run. Like, McCain should have been president. He shouldn't have lost to Obama. Sarah Palin literally killed his presidential run. Everybody likes John McCain. Everybody. Like, he was the shoe-in. Like, he should have won the presidency. His presidency was murdered by Sarah Palin because she's fucking retarded. Women have no place in politics. There's like no place. I mean, guys, let's just listen. Let's just listen.
Fair question to ask.
Let's just listen.
Repeal the 19th or no?
I can see benefits from it. Yes.
So yes.
So yes, you support it?
I haven't, to be honest, I would need to think about it more because I don't give.
You haven't thought about whether women ought to be able to vote?
Yeah, no.
This girl is actual like communist feminist, but I'm just saying, would.
I've thought about that, but I can see the pros and cons of both. I do think that
I can fix her chat.
You know, as a single woman with no children, married couples, men and women, have more skin in the game about what happens to this country when you have something to pass down. I would say I'd like
You
to
can't.
see
I know
things,
you
but
can't.
it's
I know.
not
I
as
know.
it doesn't.
My dick's not
it's
big
not
enough.
as
If you got a big enough dick, you can fix any woman. That's on God. Like real niggas know this shit. Like if you're a real nigga, you know if your dick's big enough, you can fix any woman. Unfortunately, mine's not big enough to fix her.
Visceral for me. I don't have children, so what happens to this country after I'm gone? I can say yes, I care, but I'm not passing anything down. My kitty's not going to outlive me. You know, I love that cat to death, but you know what?
Just listen to this fucking debate. Like this shit. This is intolerable. This is women debating, by the way. Like just listen. It's like you just turn your brain off and you stop listening at some point because you're like it's just.
The truth is, so I can see why that only married couples with children should vote. Now, assuming they are looking after the best for the whole country because of they want to see this country thrive. I want to see it thrive too, but I don't have skin in the game as much. Let's say I don't have as much skin in the game as parents. So I can make the argument.
That's fine, Eric.
Would I really
You're
want
good,
it to
brother.
happen? Probably not, but I can understand the argument.
So why wouldn't you want it to happen?
Because selfishly, I like having a say in what happens. But I was out in California completely.
She literally bro, this lady drove me insane the whole night. She literally contradicts herself constantly. And then it's like, the thing is like, technically she's arguing my worldview in some sense, right? Against a communist. The other girl, by the way, she is a hardline communist. It's not like a label we're attaching to her. It's not like an insult. She is a self-described communist. Right? So it's like, this lady needs to be her worldview needs to be fucking slaughtered. It needs to be destroyed. Completely destroyed and devastated. Because like you cannot even allow the idea of communism to remotely linger in people's brains because it's like it never ends well for anybody. It's such a dumb fucking such a dumb ideology and political point. But it's like and somebody decided to put this dumb 40-year-old unmarried woman who's trying to promote, like, imagine the person arguing for like trad conservative like values is a like 40-year-old unmarried woman. And she gets slaughtered by the communist. If it wasn't for Andrew like interjecting, even though he's a moderator, this communist would have completely landslided this entire debate. Like all this other chick did is make us look retarded. She made all right-wing women look fucking retarded the whole time. Just made us look retarded. If Andrew wasn't here, it would have looked so bad. This is why he interjected so many times in this debate, because he had to. We have to stop letting women, promote our worldview for us. And the thing is too is like this lady, this like quote unquote tradcon like wife, right? Who's not married, right? She also she would agree with the communist girl who's also a feminist. She would agree with like a bunch of her feminist takes, right? Like the feminism always comes out. It's been like you can't untrain feminism from modern women because it's literally integrated into the heart of society at this point. It's been generations of this. You can't just convince them to drop it all. So they might have like a veneer of like, I'm not a feminist. I love men. But the reality is like they just like they're more attracted to masculine men than feminine men. Like we're not going to get into this right now, but
apolitical. Well, not
just listen to
apolitical.
this.
I kind of got brainwashed and tugged along. but I didn't vote for years.
You got brainwashed and tugged along. You can't think for yourself.
Nothing changed.
Do you vote
My
now?
life, huh?
Do you vote now?
Yeah.
And
I
you
do.
voted, who did you vote for in the most recent election?
Trump.
I see.
Mhm.
So I guess it's unclear to me why you would view that as selfish when I think the principle being, no taxation without representation is generally defensible. And I don't see that as any more, particularly self-interested or selfish. I do think it's reasonable for participants in a society, regardless of their sex, gender, etc., to want to be able to vote and have
Maybe I'm just a misogynist, but like when I listen to these women speak, I fall asleep. I actually started falling asleep. I'd start falling asleep. I'm sorry.
representation within, representative or constitutional republic, representative democracy, et cetera, within the United States.
But I can say a lot of the policies.
You wouldn't push.
What women are very good at when they talk about politics is they're very good at making labels for everything and creating words that don't exist to describe things to make it sound like they're smarter than they are.
For it, right? Not.
And then when you question them and you try to break down and you actually legitimately debate them and you break down and question some of these like words they use or like, hey, can you define what this means? Can you define that? It all starts falling apart really quickly. You start realizing that they're just blabbering.
Not only because you think it's unrealistic, but I think that you also seem to believe that it would be more unjust than just to push to repeal the 19th Amendment.
I just don't see the policies that would come down from from institutions of which I voted for, and they actually don't change my life a lot. I mean, maybe taxes, but like, let's say for like medical care, I don't know. I've always kind of lived outside the system, so
What does that mean? What do you mean you lived outside the system?
personally, I don't think it would really matter to me. But
It
again,
wouldn't matter to you if you have the right to vote or if the 19th Amendment were repealed?
No, actually, it wouldn't matter to majority of people. You realize that like majority of the country doesn't vote, right? There's like 330 plus million people here, and maybe like 100 million, 80 to 100 million on average actually vote. Like the majority of the country doesn't vote. If you remove the right to vote for most people, it wouldn't change anything for them. Their lives wouldn't change.
I don't think it would change how I lived my life one way or the
I think
other.
it
that
would
much.
change your life significantly, and I do think that you believe it's important to be able to vote because you participated in our last political election.
I did.
And since you don't
Well, actually, you could argue that women's lives have actually gotten worse because of their right to vote. It made them political pawns. It forced them into the workforce.
believe that, if you believe that women's role should primarily be
What's up, Elena?
relegated to the home, what are your thoughts on the Trump administration having an unprecedented amount of women in power?
I didn't
Even
say
both the first and second term, like the first term.
Yeah, I can't watch this. This communist girl dunked on her the entire time. And then every time Andrew spoke up, she gave, oh, Nicholas is playing Marvel Rivals. Oh, no, he's done already. This motherfucker did a 2-hour stream and called it quits. The fuck? Did he enjoy it? I've never seen Nicholas play games. Is he really bad? Where are you from? From your mom's house?
Nope. Bye-bye.
I've never watched Nick play games. Is he playing with a controller? This fucking guy, dude.
All right, guys.
Okay, this is looking bad. This is looking rough. What am I watching?
Yeah, bitch!
There you go. There you go, boy. There you go.
The fuck is that? Oh!
Oh, that's my son, guys. Make sure you go check out my son. Support my son. Thank you. He doesn't know I'm his father. I left when he was 6. I went to go get milk and cigarettes, and I never came back. So, but I am his biological father. So make sure you give him some support. All right. He played anime GTA. What the fuck is this? Yeah, this game sucks. What else do we got? I'm trying not to sundown, guys. After 3 hours of yapping, I don't know how you can know this. It's very hard to yap like I do and like have and say meaningful contextual shit for 3 hours straight. It's very hard. For the fact that Asmongold said that this is not a talent and he shit all over me, it really hurts my feelings. Your music, that's right. I don't remember your channel. Blast? What is it? Blast? Super Blast AI music. Give me the video name. Here it is. Okay, very fairy tale inspired.
It starts with a hum in your midnight room, a shimmer of static shaped like a tune. A voice through your headset calls your name slow. If you answer,
Isn't that the point of the stake in the game? Yeah, she contradicts herself constantly. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Like if we watch the whole thing, like that was still like an okay part. It was the end. The last like hour was really hard to watch, to be honest. That's why Andrew had to step in. Yo, Super Blast, you want to make me an intro song?
back, you're not coming home. It borrows your breath and borrows your tone. Your limbs feel light like they're not your own. Your echo speaks first, your body speaks last. The fame, the light rewrite you fast.
I'll pay you. I'll give you some money. But I might not like it. So like, just so you know, I'm really picky. So I might have you redo it a few times, but I will pay you for it.
A shimmering sigil appears in your bag. Gold as a promise, shaped like a flag. Click it once and you'll feel the boost hit. Click it twice and you'll lose who you miss. Every gift is a trade with a hidden cost. Gain one skill and a memory's lost. Soon your face in the mirror blurs out of frame. They're carving you new, but keeping your name. They're the fey in the machine where the old lost crawl. Wired in the dark through your bedroom wall. If you follow their light, if you break their rule, you'll vanish like code in a glowing pool. Never trust what the screen lets you see. The fey in the machine, why your memory? Hey. A circle of pixels appears on your floor. Glitch light spinning like folklore lore. Step inside once and the air turns thin. Step inside twice and you won't step again. The world leans sideways, the colors misfire. Your pulse runs cold through a digital briar. The fate take your hand with a bright sharp grin. You'll dance till you drop if you step in that ring. Your webcam blinks with a soft green light. Your reflection moves wrong by half a night. Its smile is wider, its eyes too pale. A perfect you wrapped in corrupted scale. Hold it, stare, and it learns your breath. Hold like code in a glowing pool.
Yeah, this is pretty good. Here you go, guys. Go like his video, please. Help him out. Help a brother out. Not sure what music you would like to listen to. I mean, I could tell you put a lot of effort into like making the narrative focus of the song, so I don't know. Take like what I do, like basically make a Skybrows video for like how Skybrows would do it, right? Like if Skybrows was making a video about me, that's what I'm saying, like about the stream. Like what I say, what I do. Maybe you can integrate like, oh, he likes the Fox girls. Oh, blah blah blah. Like I don't know. Be creative, brother. You know what I'm saying? If you make something good that's creative that I like, I'll pay you for it. What is better, the Boston Lager or the Boston Cream Pie? What the fuck are you asking me? What? Huh? Okay. Na, 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 na. Guys, did you see the Olympics, by the way? Guys, if you don't understand, like, I don't know, man. I don't know how else to like convince you guys. Like, I don't know how else to convince you guys that like we live in a world that is being run by satanic pedophiles that eat children and drink their blood to stay young. I don't know how else to explain this to you. Like, I don't know how much more you need to see. The Olympic opening is nothing but satanic symbolism. They are blatantly using satanic symbols and references in their opening. If you guys at this point are still atheists and you just don't believe, like, if the elites of the world believe in this enough where they are willing to, like, go against it and push against it, how do you not believe in Christ? How do you not believe in the Bible? These people are openly satanic. They don't even hide it anymore. The Paris Olympics did it. They mocked the faith. They mocked Christians. The Olympics now are mocking the faith, and they're using satanic symbolism in the opening. So, like, I don't know how else to tell you guys this, but if, like, you're not going to wake up to reality, like, if you don't see this being thrown in your face, and you don't read the Epstein files and see what's happening behind the scenes of the world, you're delusional. And I'll pray for your salvation, but, like, it's time at some point to wake up to what's happening. They said it, they're showing it in your face. They don't even hide it. It's in your face. They're openly mocking you. They know what they're doing. They're openly mocking you. I just don't know. I just don't know what to do anymore. I'm like, guys, how do you not see what's happening? How do you not see this? Oh, my fucking mouse died. Yeah, the Olympics are happening. The Winter Olympics, yeah. The Olympics that nobody cares about, aka the Winter Olympics. What the fuck? Is my mouse, like, dead? What the fuck just happened? Hello? What? Hello? I think my mouse actually, like, just died. What the fuck? Dude, it actually, like, died. What the fuck? It's, like, actually not working anymore even when you plug it in. Yeah, there's no lights or anything when it's charging. What the fuck? Hello, Pulsar? I like this mouse too. What the fuck just happened? It's actually dead. Let me charge. I don't know. Let me charge it and see. You know, honestly, the mouse sucks dick anyway. It literally, like, it literally has like 2 hours of battery life. It's so bad. Drives me fucking insane.
But none have matched.
Yeah. Okay. That's sad. I'm gonna be sad now. Well, I mean, I plugged in my other mouse and it turned, like, it fine. This mouse isn't even, like, responding to anything. It's, like, completely dead. I'm gonna let it charge for a bit and hopefully it comes back to life, but it's not looking good. That sucks. Bro, it's a fucking $150 mouse, man. The fuck?
History is full of powerful.
Anyway, this one's for all you Europeans out there that think you guys can fight the United States military. I just want to break this down for you guys. And keep in mind, these are publicly available numbers. These are not the actual real numbers. We have way more shit than this. We have all kinds of black project stuff. We have way more shit than we actually, like, will publicly claim we do. So this is for all those Europeans out there that are like, oh, we're going to defend Greenland from American invasion.
Armies, but none have matched the global might of the U.S. Armed Forces.
What kind of mouse do you use? I have a ton of mice. I've taken the trackballs. Yeah, I'm not going to use a trackball mouse, brother. It's 2026. Like, I play competitive games. I have a lot of mice. I have like 30 mice. Don't worry.
Welcome to the world's most.
$150 for a mouse and it just died. Yeah, it's the Pulsar Crazy Light. I recently bought this too. It's not even that old. I actually think it's dead. I've never had a mouse actually die on me like this. It's like genuinely dead. Like it's plugged in and there's nothing. Like I have it plugged directly in, trying to charge it, and like nothing's happening. Like it's actually dead. I've never had that. I mean, I'll take it apart later and fix it. But
powerful military. The US military is led by its commander-in-chief, the civilian authority at the very top. The armed forces consist of 2,127,500 personnel. Of these, 1,328,000 are active personnel, while 799,500 serve as reserve forces. The US has 750 military bases worldwide and 170,000 troops.
750 bases worldwide. Over 90% of those bases, by the way, are in Europe. You are already controlled. This is how I kill all my viewership, by the way, is I go on tirades trying to explain to Europeans that they live in a slave state. They are all slave states to the United States of America, and they just don't know it because they're retarded. Google how many military bases are in your... Okay, let's do it this way. Let's do another video first. Okay, I always gotta explain this to Europeans, right? Okay, heat map of U.S. military bases in Europe. Okay, is this gonna...
In a remote...
This is the New York Times, guys, okay?
Users' locations, and in no place, and no other mapping platforms had marked the site.
Okay.
These US...
Okay, that's not what I want.
क्या आपको पता है अमेरिका के सबसे ज्यादा मिलिट्री बेस किस देश में है? ज्यादातर लोग सोचते हैं कि अमेरिका के सबसे ज्यादा मिलिट्री बेस मिडिल ईस्ट में होंगे, लेकिन सच नंबर 2 जापान। जापान में करीब 50 से ज्यादा अस मिलिट्री
Alright, this is the one. Here we go, boys. Here we go. Ooh, it's not looking good over here, guys. What's up with that? Alright, guys, now what you do, right, if you're European or you're not an American, please go look this up and then type your country's name in here, right? So let's just say you're German. Type every reported overseas German military base mapped. And you know what you're going to see? Is there's not going to be a single fucking base in my country. Wow, guys, I wonder why... Guys, why is there so many military bases in Kuwait? That's weird. Why are they all there, guys? That was a lot in Qatar. Why are there so many U.S. military bases in the Middle East, guys? Oh yeah, don't forget about this one. This is my favorite one. Guys, I wonder why China is so worried about... why China's so worried about us, guys. I don't know. Like, why would China be so scared of the United States? Oh, that's awkward. Oh, wait. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Guys, why is China so scared? No. The 120, bro. This is not even close. That's not even close to accurate. But okay, let's just watch Europe though. This is not even close to accurate though. It's way more than this. So you're European. Oh yeah, you guys are a sovereign nation. Your sovereign nation's all right. Yeah. Yeah, Germany's a sovereign nation, guys. Dude, I love this one and the one on the other side. Nobody's ever talked. Those bases are funny. Yeah, man. Hey guys, Europeans. You guys. This is not even correct, by the way. There's literally double this, right? It's literally double this. Yeah, no, there's ones in France too. Like this is like an inaccurate map, but the point remains. You guys are sovereign countries, right? You guys look real sovereign. Yeah. Let's look at you guys are definitely sovereign nations. You're not controlled and dominated militarily by anybody. You're right. You're right. Now like I said, do me a favor, right? You're British or you're German, right? Type in every reported German military base mapped, and you know what you're gonna see, right? You're gonna come over here, right? We're gonna start over here. We're going to start over here and we're right here, and you're not going to see anything. You're not going to see anything because you have no military bases even in the Western Hemisphere. No country is allowed military bases in our hemisphere. But we have over 350 military bases occupying your countries. So shut the fuck up when you try to grandstand as a European in my chat or in anybody's chat. You are a fucking domiciled, owned slave state of the United States of America, and you have been since World War I when we bought your fucking countries. We bought your entire continent in World War I. We bought the whole fucking thing. You gave us all of your gold to fight each other in a dispute between fucking families that are all interconnected, cousins even. You're all cousins. You guys had a big family dispute in World War I and couldn't control yourselves, and you gave us all your gold, right? And we own your entire fucking continent. And we have since World War I, in the early 1900s, you have been owned by the United States of America and all of the bankers and the associated bankers that involve themselves with the United States. So I always have to dunk on Europeans with this a little bit because it's like, they don't get it. You get to have your luxuries of have all your little welfare and all these little welfare states that you guys have over there. You have all of that because American taxpayers prop up your entire economy and your entire government. And this is why every time when the United States asks your country to do something, your leaders might pretend like you're an autonomous, self-governing nation for a little bit. But behind the scenes, they're sucking Donald Trump's dick. They're deep-throating it, and they're swallowing every ounce of cum he drops in their throat. Just remember that, because Europeans drive me insane. You have not been a sovereign people for over 100 years, and you always like to stick your noses in American politics. It's so annoying. Like all the moral grandstanding that Europeans do. You are not a sovereign people. You are owned. You have billions and billions and billions of dollars, trillions of dollars of debt that you owe to the United States that you will never pay back. You indebted yourselves into slavery to the United States and American bankers in the World War I. You will never, ever break out of that. Your only hope, it's funny, hilariously, the only hope for you as sovereign nations to ever actually restore your sovereignty is for Russia to actually invade you. It's because that would offset the whole status quo, right? You should be praying for the day that Russia invades, which they'll never do, but you should be praying for it because then maybe you won't be a satellite state of the United States.
Let's look at the backbone of the US military, the US Army.
And while we're watching this, just remember that all of NATO combined still loses number-wise. So even if we took every plane the United States has, right? When we go over, he's going to go over the Air Force. Okay, I'm spoiling you now. When he goes over the Air Force alone for the United States, if we assumed that we just traded 1-for-1 for the entirety of NATO, we would still win with 500 planes left. Just keep that in mind. Even if in the best case scenario, we just assumed you guys had the same level 4th and 5th generation fighters, which you don't, by the way. You buy them from us. The ones that you guys actually make are dog shit. Nobody wants them. Let's just assume we trade 1 for 1. Best case scenario, 1 for 1. You still lose.
Its inventory. The US Army has 4,640 tanks. On the front lines of battle, they smash through enemy positions and annihilate defenses. They are superior to every other land vehicle in cannons and machine guns.
Also, you know what's funny? It's like everybody, dude, people on Twitter are so retarded when it comes to military stuff. Like anybody, military bros know. Like I grew up in a military family, so I know this shit, right? Yeah, America made a 5th generation fighter in like 1988, or when the fuck did the Raptor come out? I'm pretty like, bro, like, hang on, let me Google this. When did F-22 enter service? I'm pretty sure it was a while ago. Oh, 2005. But what do we have? We had there was a prototype available like in the 90s. So in 2005, we had our 5th generation fighter. We've had a 5th generation fighter force for over 20 years. Russia and China have only just made prototypes that still barely function of 5th generation fighters. And you have retards on Twitter going, it's over for the US. China and Russia are so much vastly superior. And brother, their planes don't even work.
The Army fields 391,963 armored fighter vehicles.
This is outdated, by the way. We don't even use the Striker anymore. We have a new IFV, but yeah.
They ensure the safe transport of infantry to the battlefield, providing both mobility and protection. The Army has 671 self-propelled artillery units. Their main role is to destroy targets up to 40 kilometers away that tanks cannot reach. The Army operates 1,212 towed artillery pieces. Their main role is to provide lethal fire support.
I want to remind you, our fucking radar guided artillery is so fucking accurate. They can hit you within like 3 feet, brother. Like, it's insane how accurate our fucking like radar guided ammunition is for artillery shells. It's actually terrifying.
From the rear to halt enemy advances.
What's up, yeah?
The Army has 641 multiple launch rocket systems.
And this is the only thing I'll give you. NATO has missiles, right? You guys love your missiles. You have way more missile launchers than we do. Like way more MLRS like platform, like similar platforms, right? That's true. But I don't think it's gonna matter because we have the best like anti-missile defense on the planet.
Their main role is to annihilate enemy targets over a wide area by raining missiles upon them.
Guys, you gotta understand, the United States has bombs and missiles in its arsenal, right? That are worth more than the entire GDP of 90% of the fucking countries in around the world. One missile that we could drop in our arsenal from like our B-2 stealth bombers is more valuable than the entire GDP of your fucking country. So please stop going on Twitter talking shit like you would ever have a chance. Because everybody brings up, oh, but you guys lost Vietnam. You guys in North Korean war. Okay, listen. Let me help you understand, because you don't understand history, right? So the Vietnamese War was not about destroying the country and seizing the country, right? That's not what it was about. And we absolutely fucking destroyed the Viet Cong. We killed them in the millions. The casualty rates are fucking insane. If you go Google it and look it up, it's like a fucking 100-to-1 KD ratio. It wasn't even close, brother. It's not even close. That's why they had to resort to like hiding within civilians and like using terrorist tactics, because they got fucking decimated within like the first year of combat. And the goal was never to absolutely eradicate them in the first place, right? The military was sent there as a police force. Vietnam was a police action, right? It was not intended for them to conquer it. In fact, the Congress specifically set up tons of guidelines. They set up tons of guidelines to hamstring the military. We could not fly here. You couldn't fly here. We could. So keep this in mind, right? The Viet Cong, who was being completely backed up by China at this time, right? Because essentially Vietnam was a proxy war against China. Like we basically, what's going on in Ukraine now and with Russia, we were basically Russia in this situation with like the China kind of like propping up the Viet Cong, right? Keep in mind, they knew, right? They knew all of our flight paths, right? We could only fly in certain channels, and that's all our like Air Force was allowed to do. Like, because the Senate wouldn't allow them to like fly through other countries. That's why the Cambodia stuff with like all the special forces stuff, like it was like a huge leak when it came out, because we weren't supposed to be doing it and we were. So of course we were, because why wouldn't we, right? Well, if JSOC and all that, but it's like they knew where we would come from every time, and they still got bodied. Okay, they know where our planes are gonna fly in from every single time, every day, and they still got fucking bodied. It's like 1,000-to-1 casualty ratio. For anybody who says that we lost the war in Vietnam, you're retarded. You don't understand history, and you don't understand like the demographics of what was happening on the ground in the first place, right? We toppled the Iraqi military in 3 days. You realize, right, that Iraq's military was like the 4th or 5th most powerful in the world at the time, right? Like the Iraqi military was more powerful and had more shit than most of Europe. We toppled it in 3 days, brother. 3 days. Okay? Just want to remind you. And the same thing with South Korea, North Korea. The casualty rates in the Korean War are fucking astronomical. They were getting fucking dumpstered. They have songs and stories of like being terrified. There's famous songs they made terrified while they're inside their hill bunkers, hearing American planes go overhead. They literally have the fear of God in them to this day. It's generational. In fact, even when China got involved and started sending millions and millions of troops over the border, like human wave tactics like you've never seen in your fucking life, they were getting fucking bodied too. In fact, if MacArthur wasn't stopped, he would have invaded China and wiped out China then and there, which he probably should have in hindsight. Would have done everybody the favor. So when people say dumb shit like, oh, you guys lost Vietnam, you can't even beat the Afghanis in the wood. Like, but once again, we toppled Iraq. We still own Iraq, by the way. You fucking retard, right? Iraq was the actual war invasion, right? So like everybody brings up Afghanistan. Afghanistan was never a war target, right? We didn't go into Afghanistan to control the whole country, right? It was a police action in Afghanistan. We were actively going in to fight terrorist cells. Iraq was an actual declaration of war. And we toppled the country in 3 days. And to this day, America still owns Iraq. We own Iraq. We run the country. Okay? You understand this? Afghanistan was more of like police actions, right? You know, we helped them take their country back. It wasn't like that was never like an actual act of war, like full on invasion, boots on the ground. Like, that's not what that was. Okay. And we did control Afghanistan. We did it. We controlled the whole fucking country. It's just that once we left and drew down, the forces we left behind are fucking gave up and quit because they're a bunch of pussies. But it's like, guys, if we actually go to war, proper war, we don't lose. Like, you can't look at these police actions and be like, oh, see, you guys can't even do this. Go ask Russians. Go ask like Russian mercenary groups how terrified they are of Americans. Go ask them, because we've had interactions with them, very minor, subtle skirmishes here and there. Go ask them what they think of American military. Right? There's a really famous. Hang on, let me fucking now. I gotta go find this. Right? American military. Not Russian military. Yeah, this one. Like,
one unit moved. When the first vehicle in the convoy suddenly blew up, the Russian
go ask Wagner mercenaries what they think about the American military.
Mercenaries knew something was wrong. Their objective, to capture an oil field in eastern Syria, was supposed to be a routine mission. The enemy, they knew by then, would have fled long ago at the sight of 500 battle-hardened Russian and Syrian fighters. But instead, the attack had come to an abrupt halt, and explosion after explosion shook the ground. It wasn't long before AC-130 gunships, Predator drones, Apache helicopters, and fighter jets were circling over the battlefield, pounding the attackers from every imaginable angle.
I just want you to understand, right? Like, other countries don't even have an AC-130, okay? Do you know how terrifying a platform the AC-130 is? You don't see it. It's not like Call of Duty. You don't hear a call in and hear a plane coming overhead. They don't see the plane. The plane is hitting you with like massive cannon shots from miles in the sky. You don't see the plane, guys. Okay, do you understand? Like, that's why it's called the Angel of Death. You don't see it. You don't hear it. You don't see it. You're just getting shot from everywhere. You don't even know what the fuck is going on. All right? Like,
Russian forces didn't know was that the oil field was not defended by any fighters, but by American Special Operations Forces, supported by the most powerful air force in the world. And so, within a few minutes, the routine mission turned into hell on earth and into one of the deadliest engagements for the notorious Russian mercenary group Wagner. To stop the rapid advance of the self-proclaimed Islamic State.
And this is not like a dig on Wagner, by the way. The Wagner guys are actually incredibly good at what they do. They're just not at the same level. The amount of resources that we can bring to bear with combined arms is unparalleled across the entire world. It's not even close at all.
The U.S. had deployed troops in Syria since 2014. They supported the so-called Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF. A year later, Russia also intervened in the fight against ISIS, but on the side of Assad's Syrian government forces. The SDF and the Syrian army were never seen as allies, but in keeping with the saying, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," both parties at least mostly avoided each other. After years of fighting, both armies managed to drive out the terrorists, and by 2018, ISIS held only a fraction of its original bases. To prevent an unintended conflict between Russian and US-supported armies, a deconfliction line was formed along the Euphrates River, which effectively bisects Syria. In addition, both parties were able to contact each other through special telephone channels that were kept clear at any time. But despite all these precautions, on February 7th, just a few miles from the Euphrates River, the first deadly clash between Russians and Americans since the Cold War occurred. Late in the evening of February 7, 2018, 500 Russian and Syrian fighters attacked an SDF military base. The base was located about 5 miles east of the Euphrates River and controlled one of the country's main oil fields. Thus, like most oil fields, the area was officially on the Syrian Democratic side of the ceasefire.
Yeah, there's two rules, right? You don't touch our boats and you don't touch our oil. And if you do, God help you.
Fire line, but this did not stop the Syrian-Russian troops in any way. The attackers were supported by various Russian-made battle tanks, as well as mortars, artillery, and rocket launchers, with which they began shelling the SDF base without warning. In addition, Russian Air Force aircraft were on standby to provide air support, but initially remained on the ground. However, while everything was initially going according to plan for the attacking forces, the phone suddenly rang in the Russian headquarters near the Euphrates. A representative of the U.S. military was on the line and wanted to know whether Russian fighters were currently trying to take the military base at the Conoco oil fields. Here, not only the Syrian Democratic Forces were under heavy artillery fire, but also their allies, American Green Berets, Army Rangers, Marines, and various support units. After the Russians had explicitly denied the question whether the enemy were their troops, it was clear to the caller. Whoever was currently taking fire at his soldiers, he would feel the full force of the American military in just a few moments. The response to the attack on their military base was prompt and tremendous. Even before the Russian convoy reached its starting position for the attack...
This is real footage, by the way. So keep in mind, right? We can respond so fast. This is like remote bases, by the way. We can respond so fast that before these motherfuckers even got to the before they even can move their they're already like engaging with artillery. They're like, okay, we're going in, guys. Before they even get there, we find out about it, call them, say, okay, you're gonna fuck around. Well, you're about to find out, and then immediately decimate their entire convoy before they even launch like more than a couple miles from their base.
First and last vehicles were taken out in a classic ambush maneuver, trapping the forces in the middle. The missiles came from an American Reaper drone, which had been targeting the convoy for some time. However, to the Russian Wagner mercenaries on the ground, the drone was invisible, and they had a hard time understanding where the fire suddenly came from. It didn't take long for more shells to hit, spreading chaos on the battlefield. American artillery and HIMARS rocket launchers engaged the convoy, inflicting numerous casualties. While the Russian forces were still trying to realize what was happening, 4 Apache helicopters appeared on the horizon. Although the gunships were several miles away, no one could hide from their precise infrared optics. The laser-guided Hellfire missiles found their target in the Russian battle tanks, while the 30mm cannon forced the enemy infantry to withdraw. Few of them were able to escape the explosive shells, and a Russian survivor later reported that they suffered about 200 casualties within the first few minutes, almost half of the entire attack force. The reports that are on TV about, well, you know, about Syria and the 25 people that are wounded there from the Syrian army, and, well, to make it short, we've had our kicked.
Yeah, so like this was all classified info till a few years ago. So this was all unclassified, and people found out about it. That like the U.S. military basically fucking dumpstered the Russian Wagner forces so badly that they had to cover it up and lie and say, well, 25 got injured in a conflict between Syrians. And like, so basically we removed all involvement. So that's how terrifying it is. Not only will we fucking destroy you in like matter of minutes, right? We will then cover it up for the entire world, and the world won't even know we killed you.
One squadron lost 200 people. Right away, another one lost 10 people. And I don't know about the third squadron, but it got torn up pretty badly too. So 3 squadrons took a beating. The Yankees attacked. First, they blasted the out of us by artillery, and then they took 4 helicopters up and pushed us in a merry-go-round with heavy caliber machine guns. They were all shelling the holy out of it, and our guys didn't have anything besides the assault rifles. Nothing at all, not even mentioning shoulder-fired SAMs or anything like that. So they tore us to pieces for sure, put us through hell. And the Yankees knew for sure that the Russians were coming, that it was us, Russians. Our guys were coming to commandeer an oil refinery, and the Yankees were holding it. We got our beat rough. My men called me. They're there drinking now. Many have gone missing. It's a total It sucks. Another takedown. While AC-130 gunships circled over the battlefield engaging individual targets, large B-52 strategic bombers completely destroyed the convoy. Those who managed to escape hid in buildings, but even there they were not safe for long. Late into the night, the attackers were hunted by F-15 fighter jets, whose bombs penetrated even the best cover. The new 5th-generation air superiority fighter F-22 Raptor was also used, but for the soldiers on the ground, it no longer made any difference who was pounding them. The Russian contractors did not stand a chance against the American Air Force. Although there were rumors that some pilots from the nearby Russian air base were asking for permission to take off, the blue-painted Su-34s and 35s remained on the ground. The attackers' casualties were so heavy that in the middle of the battle, one of the Russian commanders called in and asked for a ceasefire, indicating...
Yeah, you also got to remember that, like, America owns night combat. We are the only country in the world that has, like, actual night warfare doctrines. We are completely capable of seeing you. In fact, I would argue the worst thing you could do is fight America at night. You're actually better off, and I think this was actually doctrine for the Afghanis. Like, so the Afghani like rebel forces, it's like well documented that like a lot of it was like poking and prodding. They're not stupid people, by the way. Like the Afghani tribes and shit that like fought back and were like, you know, the Al Qaeda forces. Like they're not stupid, right? They've been fighting wars there for their entire like generations, right? So they learned, right? If you watch like a lot of movies, right? What you don't see is especially if it's a later era movie, you know, things happen later in the time frame of Afghanistan. You never see them attacking at night. Do you know why? Because they actually had like doctrine in the Al Qaeda that basically said never engage Americans at night because we actually can see you better. So we with our instruments, our planes, everything, we can actually see you better at night than in the day. So they decided that the best times to actually attack were actually early in the morning and like right before sundown. So all of like the Al Qaeda's attacks would work that way. And if you talk to service members over there, they would tell you the same thing. Basically, they always kind of expected like shit to pop off in the morning and then like right at sundown. And then at night they would always fuck off. They would never try anything at night unless they like were very confident that they could like there was going to be no air support. So unless they 100% knew there was going to be no air support or anything, they wouldn't even attempt night attacks.
That Russian military was in contact with the attacking fighters after all. A published call from a Wagner mercenary sums up events in Syria. Just had a call with a guy, so they basically formed a convoy but didn't get to their positions by some 300 meters. One unit moved forward. The convoy remained in place about 300 meters from the others. The others raised the American flag, and their artillery started ours really hard.
Nah, the cold doesn't matter, brother. That's nonsensical. That's not what it was. It's because we literally can see you better at night than during the day. Because a lot of the instruments that we use, like you stick out like a sore thumb on like night vision, right? America dominates night combat. We have so many night doctrines. All our special forces operate during the night. There's no other country in the world that can even remotely come close. So anyway, you get the point here.
Next, let's take to the skies and explore the US Air Force, the pride of American air power. The US Air Force is the most powerful air force in history. It is a total of 13,043 aircraft. The Air Force has 1,790 fighter aircraft. Their main role is to secure air superiority by engaging and destroying enemy aircraft. They can also strike enemy air defenses.
Night vision is not thermal optics, guys. We're talking about night vision. God, I love the Raptor so much. Look at this fucking thing.
There are 889 attack aircraft.
And I love the A-10. Oh God, it makes you want to come every time. Listen to that bitch.
Their main role is to strike enemy positions and disrupt supply lines. They also destroy armed vehicles and naval targets.
Like, I will give Russians credit. I really do like the Sioux felon. Like, I do like the Sioux. I do like the felon. I think it's cool. It's just, it's way too big. It would never, like, I'm pretty sure it would get dumpstered in a fight. Like, it's just way too big. If I had to become a pilot, though, I would fly an A-10 100%. I fucking love this thing. Everybody I like you talk to that flies these things love them, and then I always want to be this. If I'm gonna fly, I always wanted to be the guy that actually like helps the ground guys, right? And like nobody helps the ground more than the A-10. Like most ground guys fucking love A-10 pilots.
The Air Force fields 918 transport planes.
So I want to remind my European friends once again, you guys logistically can't even cross the Atlantic Ocean. Even in 2026, your countries are incapable of actually even reaching the United States with like a sizable military force. You actually can't do it. Neither can the Russians either. Neither can China. You guys can't even cross the oceans with a sizable military force. You don't have the logistics to even do that. We can refuel planes indefinitely across the entire planet for weeks on end. Like we can literally send millions of troops across the Atlantic Ocean in mass on a massive global invasion scale. The only country that can do that, by the way.
Their main role is to deploy troops and equipment.
We can refuel a plane anywhere, at any time, and anywhere in the world.
Swiftly across battlefields.
And now these fucking Globemasters can launch fucking Tomahawks out the back end. Like...
(2,647 trainer aircraft prepare pilots for combat.
We have more trainer aircraft than the entirety of NATO. You guys have we could strap missiles and guns on our trainer aircraft and trade 1-to-1 and decimate the entire NATO Air Force.
They train fighter pilots to be fully combat ready and masters of their skills. (647 special mission aircraft serve unique roles. They carry out reconnaissance, surveillance, and electronic warfare with precision.
Even if they could reach the coast, it would be hell. Yeah, so you definitely cannot attack the East Coast. I don't know if you know this, but like the East Coast is like an actual fortress. Like the only points of entry have all of the largest military bases in the world. Like literally the largest military bases in the world are on the East Coast of the United States. And they're fucking gigafortresses. This is why Russia and China are so desperate to like make partnerships with Canada and to make partnerships with Mexico. Because the only way to actually feasibly even attack the country is from the north to the south. But that's not even feasible either. The only one that's actually feasible is Mexico. The Canadian entry points are not very good. Like you wouldn't be able to move large amount of forces through them.
They detect enemy aircraft, missiles, and other threats from extreme ranges.
Uh.
605 tanker aircraft provide aerial refueling. Their main role is to perform area refueling, extending the range and mission duration of other aircraft.
Like, dude, it's so fucking sick. Like, this shit, like, it's so crazy, the shit that, like the U.S. military can do. It's like, people just don't even really understand it, man. Like, the people don't understand how important logistics is. And, like, the U.S. military logistics are fucking insane. Holy fuck. All these Indians keep coming in here, bro. Guys, RSS is not... I'm not Indian, okay? I'm not Indian. Like, I don't eat my own shit, okay? I know you guys are getting excited because you think I'm, like, some right-wing Indian political party. But, like, RSS is not... That's not what it means, you know? I figure you guys have enough brain cells to kind of put it together. But you guys keep coming in here because you're retarded. And you have literally 60 IQ in your country.
The Air Force operates 5,843 helicopters. Their main role is to transport personnel, cargo, and ammunition across the battlefield. (1,002) attack helicopters are ready for combat. Their main role is to destroy enemy infantry units and armored vehicles. Next up is sail into the oceans to witness the formidable power of the US Navy. The US Navy fields 440 ships dominating the seas. The Navy fields 11 aircraft carriers. Aircraft carriers are mobile air bases, enabling air forces to operate in regions far from the shore. Nine helicopter carriers support operations. The helicopters on board can rapidly transport commandos and military vehicles to shore during amphibious assaults. 81 destroyers patrol the seas. Destroyers are armed with long-range missiles and advanced radars. They protect the fleet from enemy aircraft, missiles, and submarines. They can even intercept ballistic missiles outside the atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly. You're welcome, by the way, Israel. You're welcome. You guys would have got fucking leveled by Iran if we didn't have the fleet parked out there intercepting all the missiles.
"26 literal combat ships enhance coastal security. They strike with speed and agility, engaging in surface warfare. They destroy submarines hidden under the water. "70 submarines operate silently beneath the waves.
Bro, isn't it like submarines are like the craziest like arm of like any military. Like, just think about it. They're nuclear powered. They never have to service. They have infinite energy, infinite power to stay underneath the surface forever if they wanted to. They could literally be anywhere. They're undetectable. They're literally scattered across the entire world. And like a bunch of them are armed with like multiple nuclear missiles that could end the entire planet at any point. Like, is it like that should? It's fucking crazy when you think about it. To be honest, these things are just floating around, randomly up in like the North Arctic, the South Arctic, and they're all just perpetually there. They can stay underwater forever. They just sit there, just waiting to just end the world. Well, they don't need to resupply. The humans on board need to resupply. The ship itself doesn't.
Their main role is to strike enemy ships, submarines, and coastal targets while remaining hidden.
Yeah, there are ones with lost payloads too. Yeah, that's actually the most terrifying part. There are casual nukes just laying on the ocean floor somewhere that got lost and nobody knows where the fuck they are.
Eight mine warfare vessels secure vital sea lanes. These vessels undertake dangerous, highly specialized tests of detecting and neutralizing mines. This is the power of the US Armed Forces, unmatched, unstoppable, and
yeah, that we know of. Somebody had a good video, right? US versus NATO. Who had this? Somebody had a really good video on it. That wasn't like an AI slop video. Infographics is usually pretty good. Let's see what they say.
The United States has had enough. It believes it's spending too much on defending countries thousands of miles away from its borders, and it's about time it all stopped. That money should go to defending America at home, which can only mean one thing: a complete withdrawal from NATO. We'll be explaining what happens next on today's episode of the Infographics Show as we explore NATO's fate without the US day by day. Day 1. It's a move that's been a year in the making. The United States triggered Article 13 of the NATO Treaty by providing a notice of denunciation to the rest of the group's members. Ironically, the US gave that notice to itself per Article 13 before disseminating the information to NATO's 31 other members. It was huge news at the time, but the process was slow enough to give Europe's leaders hope. Maybe the US president would change their mind over the course of a year. They would see how valuable NATO was both to America's defense and to its ability to project power and influence over the rest of the world. After all, wasn't America the only nation to have ever triggered Article 5 of the NATO Treaty, asking others to come to its aid in the wake of the September 11, 2001 attacks on its territory? Surely that had to count for something. Unfortunately for the rest of NATO, the US doesn't change its mind. The one-year denunciation period ends, and the US starts actively preparing for withdrawal from NATO. That starts with the military bases America has dotted around Europe. Alarm bells are ringing in the commands of those military bases. There are dozens of those bases being hosted by America's former NATO comrades. Germany, Poland, the UK, Belgium, Norway, Spain, and Portugal are all home to US military personnel. All told, there are over 40 bases spanning from Greenland, which is owned by NATO member Denmark, and Turkey's border with Russia. They all start shutting down. Day 2. The shutdown is moving faster than anybody could have anticipated, and it all starts with the withdrawal of the 20,000 soldiers the US sent to the smaller NATO member states bordering Russia and Belarus. Those 20,000 US soldiers, who are primarily stationed in the Baltic states of Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia, along with Poland and Romania, don't all leave at once. It takes time to complete a full withdrawal, but they're on their way out. Elsewhere in Europe, similar withdrawals are starting at other US military bases. Germany starts losing many of the 39,000 American personnel it has stationed in its country. Hundreds of the 10,000 American soldiers in the UK are packed into ships and planes as they head back home. Italy's 13,000 US troops are also leaving. It'll take several months for the US to pull its forces out entirely, but by the time it's done, Europe's NATO members will have lost between 75,000 and 105,000 soldiers from the US Army, Navy, and Air Force. But there is one bright spot for Europe's NATO members. The American soldiers may be going back home, but they're leaving behind billions of dollars of infrastructure. The US
No, they're not. We're not leaving anything behind. So yeah, this is cope on his part. This is cope. This is assuming We generously decide we're going to leave stuff behind, guys. I don't think that's going to happen, by the way.
Exactly pack up its bases and send them back home, and it spent heavily on
No,
its
we
European
would
NATO
dismantle
bases.
them,
In
though.
2022 alone, America poured $3.8 billion into its European Deterrence Initiative Fund, followed by $4.2 billion a year later. Most of that money went to building airfields, storage facilities, and training complexes, all of which the U.S. leaves behind. Sure, the storage facilities
you're
are
assuming a
gradually
lot.
emptied of America's weapons in the coming months, but they're all on land that Europe owns, and the U.S. can't justify or execute the demolition of the infrastructure it's spent so long.
Yes, they could. Like, what are they gonna do if we go? You know what? We're just gonna blow up all these runways when we leave and dismantle all of this. What's Europe gonna do, buddy? You're like, this is a wild assumption, by the way.
On building, but at least the U.S. is saving some money. It paid 66% of the $2.5 billion annual cost of using and supplying those bases, with its allies covering the other 34%. Those NATO allies now have to cover 100% of the costs, with the U.S. saving itself about 1.65.
Yeah, basically, if we pull that in NATO, European are gonna have revolts everywhere because you guys are gonna lose your free healthcare. You're going to lose all your free like social welfare stuff. It's all going to go bye-bye. The only reason why you guys get to enjoy that stuff is because you have very small countries with very small populations, and you kind of have ethnically homogenous countries, which allows you to have those things, right? But the reality is once you start having to actually pay for your military and your defense, you're going to realize that a lot of those things are going to disappear really fast.
$5 billion per year, a drop in the ocean for a country that spends over $840 billion on defense annually.
It's over $1 trillion now, but yeah.
Day 10. The withdrawal is well underway, and the leaders of Europe's NATO members are panicking. They had a year to prepare for what was coming, but they still weren't ready. That's pretty typical of Europe. The European Union, or EU, often finds itself mired in
the EU is awful, bro. It's so bad.
Debates. With so much crossover between EU and NATO members, there's been a whole lot of talking about what to do when the US withdraws, and not enough action. On day 10 of America's NATO withdrawal, more talking comes. European leaders, including France's president and the UK's prime minister and Germany's chancellor, convene in Brussels to discuss what happens next. Some of those leaders have plans. Germany, for instance, is already readying itself to take control of the bases the US is deserting. The same goes for the UK and Italy. All of these countries talk about the changes they're making to their militaries so they can make use of the infrastructure the US is leaving behind. But arguments are already starting. The Baltic states are especially concerned. With the loss of the 20,000 soldiers the US primarily stationed in those three countries, they're all severely weakened. Combined, Lithuania...
The Baltic states literally completely rely on us for defense. These guys have no fucking standing militaries.
Estonia and Latvia only have around 48,000 soldiers.
Yeah.
It's a solid combined force, but it is nowhere
No,
near
it's
strong
not.
enough to deal with the 1.3
No, it's
million
not.
plus soldiers that Russia could flood those nations with. The Baltic states tell NATO's European leaders that they are the vanguard for NATO. They're the first line of defense against the biggest threat NATO faces, and they are severely underpowered.
Yep. What'll happen is the Baltic states that are part of NATO will be like, hey guys, shouldn't you be sending all your resources here because we're kind of the front lines? And Germany, France, and Britain are going to be like, nope. So, yeah, the Slavs are going to get fucking thrown under the bus once again. Gotta love it.
They need more troops and equipment now. But as is so often the case in Europe, there are no immediate commitments. The UK, France, and Germany all promise soldiers to the Baltics, but they don't say how many or when those soldiers will arrive. They need to protect themselves first, which means building up their own militaries before they look further afield. The meeting is tense. Divisions are already starting to form as America's protective umbrella is pulled away from NATO's European members, and all the while, Russia is salivating at the prospect of taking on this new version of NATO, but that can't happen yet. But in the coming months, we'll start to see Russia make some interesting moves that further weaken NATO in Europe. Day 14. NATO's European...
By the way, I also love propaganda that tries to pretend like Russia is a shithole. Guys, I don't know if you've ever watched people's like travel vlogs of going to Russia, but it's fucking beautiful. Like, it's embarrassing that the most heavily sanctioned country in human history on the planet looks as nice as it does. Have you gone into the metro system in Russia? You know what you don't see in the metro system of Russia? You don't see homeless people. You don't see people drugged out on fucking pills, doing crack, cocaine. You don't see homeless everywhere. You don't see people being rude and bumping into each other and pissing and shitting all over the place. It's not trash everywhere. It's actually mind-blowing. It actually makes me fucking pissed, by the way. It pisses me off, and it should piss you off too, because they live much better than we do when we're the ones sanctioning them. It's insane.
European members are hit with another blow. America's nuclear weapons are leaving along with its troops. NATO's nuclear sharing program hasn't disappeared, but the largest contributor to that program has. The US stationed nuclear weapons in 5 NATO nations before it withdrew: Belgium, Italy, Germany, Turkey, and the Netherlands. Over the next few months, those nukes are taken back home, removing the nuclear blanket that has so long protected Europe. That's not to say that the remaining NATO members are completely without nuclear weapons. The UK has 225 nukes, with France bringing 290 to NATO. Germany in particular is keen to become the new home of some of those nuclear weapons. It has a good argument. Germany is closer to Russia than either France or the UK. It seems like a natural choice for stationing, but it's also clear that NATO's nuclear threat has been significantly reduced. Even looking beyond the 100 American nuclear weapons the US removes from its European NATO bases, the simple fact is that NATO without the US is a long way behind Russia in the nuclear warhead game. Moscow's stockpile stands at just under 5,600 nukes. That's more than enough to devastate all of European NATO multiple times over if war broke out. America has over 5,200 nukes that, with France and the UK, previously put NATO's stockpile just above Russia's. Now NATO has only around a tenth of the nuclear weapons Russia has. The UK also has a problem with its Trident nuclear missiles. Though technically independent, those warheads rely heavily on American technology and infrastructure, along with US...
Bro, these guys... Okay, I just want to break this down to Europeans, right? You guys don't even have a legitimate standing military. Even the shit that you have are hand-me-downs from America. And all of your military systems are integrated with American satellite technology. You guys can't even shoot your own fucking missiles without the go-ahead from us. You're not real countries. You're not sovereign nations. I'm sorry this breaks your hearts, and you're learning this because your country won't explain this to you because they have to keep the propaganda going so you guys don't revolt. But like the reality is like if you're a European, if you're a Western European, you are not a sovereign nation. You have no sovereignty. You are controlled by the US. I know you're learning about this for the first time today, but you know, you're welcome.
Operation and testing and maintenance. All of that is gone. With the
You guys can't even launch your nukes without permission from the US.
UK forced into negotiating expensive contracts with the US to ensure Trident remains usable as a nuclear deterrent. These types of logistical problems start to cause issues in the coming weeks. For now, France and the UK are figuring out what to do on the nuclear front. Negotiations are ongoing with Germany, though all 3 countries agree stationing nuclear weapons in Berlin is best for all involved. The UK and France are also quietly talking about teaming up to build more nukes. Nothing has been said to the remaining NATO members yet. Neither country wants to antagonize a Russia that's already gloating and throwing nuclear threats around at the remains of NATO. But both know that they and NATO by
France is a sovereign country? Are you serious? You think you're a sovereign country, buddy? You really do? Okay. Hey, you know what? I'm not gonna... It's not my job to convince you, man. You can live in whatever delusional world you want, man, you know?
extension need to create a stronger nuclear threat. Month 1. European NATO is starting to struggle. Losing the US troops stationed in Europe took its toll. Most of the continent's NATO members have been forced to scramble to repopulate the military bases the US left behind. The nuclear weapons stationed in Germany and several other countries are leaving. Leaders within Europe are already quarreling amongst themselves about what to do next. They'll need to come up with some answers soon. A month into the US leaving NATO, it's become very clear just how vital the US was to Europe's military logistics. In 2016, the US and EU signed an Acquisition and Cross-Servicing Agreement, or ACSA. According to the EU, this agreement facilitated reciprocal provision of reimbursable logistics support, supplies, and services between the European Union and the United States during military deployments and operations. In other words, the US and its European compatriots in NATO cooperated intensely on the continent to make it easier for European troops to move supplies and people around.
You guys don't even have your own logistics. We were doing all your logistics for you. You can't fire your nukes without our approval and our technology. You can't fire your long-range ICBMs without our approval and our technology. You have no naval forces outside of hand-me-downs that we gave you that you bought on discount that are like fucking 30 years old and out of commission. You don't have any real air force, right? Like, you could argue that France like made some new jets, but they're garbage. They're garbage. You don't have a real air force either. You have like no 5th generation fighters. Your nuclear capacity is basically non-existent. You can't even launch them without America's help. And you don't even have logistics to move your own troops around. Because we were doing it for you. You're sovereign nations though. For sure, buddy. For sure.
That is all gone now. While the ACSA might still exist after a month, it's practically a lame duck agreement. The US is pulling out, and it's taking so many of the logistical advantages it brought with it out of the NATO equation. Losing that support will have far-reaching consequences for the new NATO. Of course, no US means no American troops, vehicles, or logistics in the event of a war. However, European NATO has also lost the US as a training partner and a potential supplier of military equipment that it can use to fend off threats. Europe has also lost access to America's intelligence, meaning it knows far less than it did before about what its enemies might be doing. There's now an even deeper lack of unity within Europe. There were already signs of this division forming when the European leaders met in the wake of America's withdrawal, but historic decisions are also starting to weigh down. As Carnegie Europe's Judy Dempsey points out, European NATO as a collective refused to unify many of its weapon systems, including tanks, fighter aircraft, and helicopters. Sure, there are some instances of cooperation, such as Britain and France working together to create Storm Shadow missiles. However, those are often isolated examples. That lack of unity throws European NATO's logistics into chaos, and it's not going to be an easy problem to fix when the remaining NATO members can't even reach a consensus on the level of threat facing them. The new NATO needs to get on the same page fast. But in the months that follow, things are not all rosy for the United States either. Month 2. The immediate mood upon the US's withdrawal from NATO was celebratory, at least in some quarters of the country, but problems are starting to form. For so long, the US was the glue that kept the NATO alliance together. The existence of NATO also led to the US being the main deterrent against the Soviet Union during the Cold War, along with being a key player in NATO's campaigns in the Balkans. The US also spearheaded the provision of military aid to Ukraine during its war with Russia, both directly and by selling weapon systems to allies that were later sent to Ukraine. Through NATO, the US has spent decades building geopolitical influence through its alliances with other NATO members. It was all a part of America's free world policies. For the 75 years or so of its NATO membership, the US was able to lead the Western world in following a rule-based system that enabled America to project power. Democracies all over the world used the US as their standard bearer, their gold standard. Through its alliances, the US was able to support international institutions, bolster trade, and open up markets for itself. By the second month of its withdrawal from NATO, America is quickly learning what happens when it turns its back on that approach. On the power projection front, America has lost one of its most important forward presences. It's no longer a direct threat to Russia via the bases it maintained in Europe. The US has also catastrophically damaged its relationships with the remaining members of NATO. All European countries trusted America to be the binding force and the main power projector that keeps threats like Russia at bay. That trust is now broken, and the US is starting to feel the sting. Of course, the US can fend for itself.
The sting of what? Like the sting of what? Bro, okay, listen. This is the best case scenario, by the way, because these guys are extremely left-leaning. No, here's the reality, right? The reality is nothing would actually change. In fact, America would be better off not being involved with NATO. The reasoning is because NATO inevitably would have to use our weapon systems. They would have to use our equipment. They'd have to buy it from us. So instead of us just constantly giving it to them for free, they now have to form contracts, right? Now they have to form contracts to use our logistics. Now they have to form contracts to use and launch their Trident system. Now they have to form contracts to keep using our spy network, right? Like it doesn't actually change anything. If anything, it only benefits the US because now we charge them, right? It's not free because we're friends. We now charge you for everything and they have to pay it, right? They have to pay it, right? There's no other option. And also to pretend like we lose any kind of global power is absolutely absurd. We have global reach regardless if we have bases in your country or not, right? So, and also this is also predicated on the idea that like Russian is like this scary demon country that wants to take over the world, which is absolutely fucking insane, by the way. They do not want to do that. Russians don't want to do that. The demonization of Russia is the most retarded shit in the world. It's so fucking stupid. Like that's not what they want. They're not going to march into Europe. That's just retarded. It's just such a bad idea, bro. In case in point, they can't even take Ukraine, guys. Like that devolved into a fucking trench warfare, World War I style. Like they would have to do that in every single European country. They don't want to do that, right? That's not what it's about, right? Infographics globalist propaganda show. It pretty much is. So this is the best case scenario, and it looks horrible. So that's just like one of the points I want to make. Anyway, we'll move on to a different topic because there's some Europeans coming in here and getting triggered. So I can tell. Like I can see them twitching. Nux explains Genesis chapter 29. Okay. We need to talk. We don't need to talk Tectone. Yeah, to pretend like we still wouldn't have a global influence if we pulled back out of NATO is insane. Because case in point, we still would have Japan. Like you gotta remember, is NATO is one aspect of our allies. This idea that like we would just collapse on ourselves is retarded. Like we still have bases in the sea, in the Mediterranean. Okay, we still basically are completely allied. Have bases in Japan and SEA and Australia. Right. Pulling out of Europe would not be this catastrophic global phenomenon for the US. It would literally not impact us at all. Like. Dragon Raja is really good. It's good. I'm glad you like it. Dragon Raja is very good. Yeah. I still have to finish season 2, but they're really like dragging their feet with airing the Japanese dubbed version. So it's kind of annoying. Russia is simultaneously the next Reich, ready to conquer Europe, in a broken country about to collapse in any second if you give more money to Ukraine. Yeah, don't you love that? And I think they're literally, that's what I'm saying. This is why people, guys, you have to start critically thinking, because like the things even like politicians say make no fucking sense, right? On one hand, Russia is the Fourth Reich ready to conquer the world, and on the other hand, they're a broke despotic fucking country desperate for relevance again. Like it makes no sense, man. It's fucking retarded. Yeah, I watched the Japanese. Yeah, I can't watch Chinese dub. I really just don't like Chinese dub. I think Mandarin is a disgusting language. I'm sorry. I don't hate China, by the way. I love China. I love the Three Kingdoms. I'm a huge China weeb. I love Kingdom itself as like a manga. It's one of my favorite mangas, heavily based on like Chinese history. I do love the Chinese people, right? I don't really give a fuck about your government, but I do think your language, I do think Mandarin is a disgusting language. It does not sound appealing at all. It's really annoying. It's really grating. I don't like listening to it. I'm sorry. I know. Call me whatever you want. I'm sorry. Everybody knows it. I don't know what to tell you. By the way, are we going to get refunds for Ashes of Creation? I was the same way with Korea for a while. Yeah, I think Korean is disgusting too. I think it's a terrible language. It's like really off-putting. Like are we getting refunds for this?
And McConnell's attention, and we immediately jumped on the hype train.
Like I bought this stupid shit. Am I getting a refund or what?
He believed everything that. Can you like? I mean,
and the company doesn't have anything. Yeah. So
okay, I guess not. I guess it's not happening. Rest in peace, my $60. Never getting it back. What is this?
The teachings of Christ. I can't find any faults in it.
Andrew Wilson, he just went on Joe Rogan, and you found this amazing kind of like moment in there where something comes to the surface. Yeah. Let's check it out.
One of the things that I always try to point out to people, they go, why do you go to church? Like, because when I was younger, I was very cynical about religion. And then I've got older. One of the things that I always say is, if there was a pill that could make you as nice as the people that I go to church with, everybody would be on it. Yeah. They are the nicest people you will ever encounter. When you leave the church parking lot, or even when you're entering.
Not me though. Not me. Not me though, guys. I'm not nice. To be fair, I'm extremely nice and courteous in real life. Like, everybody knows this. I'm the guy everybody goes to in real life to get for help. If they need something done, they need advice. Like, I'm the guy. I'm the problem solver. I get along with everybody. I'm very courteous. I'm just very mean online because you guys are all fucking weirdos.
They're everybody lets everybody in. It's like no one rushes ahead. It's like you go ahead and then you go ahead. It's like the most self-organized, most charitable way of exiting a parking lot I've ever experienced in my life. The opposite of a concert. You go to a great concert, everybody's like fucking on everybody's bumper, trying to weasel in. People are honking. In church, it's like one person goes, and another person goes. No, you go, wave, and then everybody's fine and everybody's happy. It's like if you could take a pill that could do that to you, if therapy could do that to you, we should all be on therapy.
And this is the argument I made when we watched that debate, right? When the guy was arguing like keeping the status quo of like a secular nation versus having a Christian like oriented nation where, like, you know, everything is done through the lens of Christian ethics and morality. Not a theocracy, by the way. It's not advocating for a theocracy. It's advocating for Christian ethics and morality as a governing linchpin, right? So the argument that I made, and none of you could answer, and like I don't think any leftist could answer, it's just like Joe Rogan says: if I could give a pill, and we could, if everybody in the country, all 330 million people, suddenly became Christian overnight, like we all go to bed, we all wake up, we're all Christians, would that not be a net positive for the entire country? Would the country not actually get better? Would everything improve almost overnight then? It would, wouldn't it? It would. If you use that hypothetical and you break it down, wouldn't things not instantly improve overnight? That doesn't mean it's going to be perfect, but it would improve. Right? Now, if you did the opposite, and the 63% of the Christian population disappeared overnight, and let's say we replaced everybody in the country, and everybody just became like completely atheist, right? We all became atheist communists overnight, right? It would be a net negative, right? If everybody in the country became atheist overnight and became atheist, communist, leftists, it would be worse, right? Or let's just say atheists in general. Everybody's atheist now. We all wake up, everybody's atheist, all the churches are gone. All of like Western, all Christian morality and ethics and everything of the underlying the linchpin of the Western civilization, it's all gone, right? It just disappears. Would it not be worse off? It'd be horrible. It'd be fucking catastrophically bad. You know it. I know it. You can lie about it. You pretend it's not real, but you know it's real. If everybody took a pill today, woke up tomorrow, and everybody was Christian, the whole country would be in a better place. If everybody woke up tomorrow, took a pill, and all of us were atheists tomorrow, though, it would be a way worse place. It would be way more degenerate, way more corruption, way more scandals, way more violence. Everybody knows this. There's no disputing it. Well, I mean, you can dispute it all you want, but you know it's true.
What a concept. Imagine a world where people think about somebody besides themselves.
And they think about everybody as a part of a community and a collective community that you care about, that has value to you. And there's...
And then you go, why is the mental health rate so much better in these communities? It's like, well, isn't it interesting how much they think about other people than just themselves and duties to those people instead of just me.
They're the kindest people you're ever going to come across. Yeah. And I think there's a lot of value in that. I think the people that are cynical about that, because they don't want to believe in fairy tales, or they don't want to be stupid, they don't want to get duped by, look, there's a foundation to that. If you just forget about some of the stuff that's in the Bible that, it gets weird when you get old. Like, you go back into the old stuff, because, like, for sure, human beings had some sort of an influence on what was written down and what wasn't written down. But you get just to the teachings of Christ, I can't find any faults in it. Like, it's all about being kind. It's all about this idea that we're all in this together and that you're supposed to lift each other up and look after each other. There's no faults in it. It's not like you have to kill the non-believers. It's not like you get to rape and pillage for the non-believers and the infidels must die. There's none of that.
That's why Christians believe in objective truth, that there must be objective truth, because otherwise why is most of the world following this as though it's objective truth? We seem to be leaning towards this as though this must be the thing which is objectively real and objectively true, and a thing which we can point to that is, because when people are introduced to it, like you just said, it's really hard and difficult to find fault in it. It's not just that. You know, it's interesting. If we reverse it, if we say, what could I do that actually would be the best for me, it would still be that.
Yeah.
Which is the funniest part of the whole thing. It's like, both ways it works for you, even if it's not all about you.
Exactly. Imagine for 2 seconds, let's have another hypothetical chat. Let's take the 63% of the Christians that live in America, and overnight they all wake up and they're all Muslim. What do you think is going to happen? %63 of Americans identify as Christian. Let's take them all. They wake up tomorrow, they're all Muslims. What do you guys think is going to happen? You guys think they're going to allow, like, you guys' little degeneracy, like your little hentai shows and your porn? You think they're going to allow women to continue to, like, do OnlyFans and dress promiscuously in public? Like, you think if the country was 63% Muslim dominant, do you think you would be able to do any of those things anymore? Yeah. What do you think is going to happen? And to be fair to Muslims, we'll do the same thing. 63% of the population, Christians, they all convert. They're all Jewish. What do you think happens? What happens? Yeah. Yeah, you know what happens. Now, you could make an argument, oh, what if they become Hindu? Or what if they become Buddhist? Yeah, I mean, I never really consider those religions. I consider them more like spiritual ideology more than actual religions in the first place, but I don't know about the Jewish religion. Yeah. You should go read the Torah, bud. Yeah, you should know. You should know who our greatest allies are. Yeah. So. Yep. Now, it's really funny, right? Like, Christians are so bad. They can't have power. They're so bad. Yet, we're 63% of the country. And you guys are allowed to have your degeneracy. You guys are allowed to, dress promiscuously, listen to whatever music you want, say whatever you want, do whatever you want. It's really weird, isn't it? But, we can't have a Christian theology in this country. That would be bad. That'd be so bad, guys. But 63% of the population is this thing, and yet none of that happens. It's really weird. I don't know. It's kind of weird, guys. To be fair, I haven't read the Bible in its entirety either. Well, you know what? There's this thing called audiobooks, and there's a couple of them on YouTube, and they're read by a very sensual-sounding British man, and you can watch them that way if that helps you. I'd rather you at least consume it that way. Listen, at least listen to the Gospels. They're good stories. So, like, a lot of people think, like, the Bible's just, like, a bunch of rules. Like, oh, you just read the Bible, and it's like, just don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, do this, do this, do that. That's not what it is. It's literally a story. It's like, it's an actual story. And it's actually a good story. It's engaging. It's good to listen to. The story's interesting. You'll take something from it. There'll be a verse that'll hit you. Joshua Graham narration is good too, I guess. So, yeah, I mean, it's a collection of stories. It's a collection of you know, a lot of it's admittedly, a lot of it is heavily Paul, but like missives from Paul, but I mean, even if you like, I even encourage people. What's the name of the show? It's pretty good. The Old Testament is pretty brutal. I don't think it's really that brutal. Yeah. Old Testament's fine. What's the name of that fucking show? I think it's okay. It's pretty. What's the name of the show? Somebody's gonna know. It's a modern show. I forget what the fuck it's called. I see clips of it all the time. I watched a little bit of it. It was pretty good. What the fuck's it called? Jesus talks to apostles. Yeah, The Chosen. The Chosen's actually pretty good. Now it's it's exaggerated. It's made for cinematic effect. It's not entirely accurate, but it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good and it's entertaining. And to me, I feel like this is the Jesus in my mind. Like I feel like they nailed Jesus in my mind. Like when I read the Bible, this is the Jesus I always kind of had in my head.
Well, I'm sure by now most of you are aware of the tent village.
Well, that's because the Quran is literally just the Torah, or like Old Testament. Like the Quran is basically just a copy and paste from the Jews. They just copied what the Jews were doing.
That is rapidly growing east of Capernaum. Those are people who followed us from the mount, who are now waiting to hear more. Their numbers grow by the day, as do the suspicions of Rome. In fact, Z informed me just this morning that a few members of his former order have even journeyed here.
It would appear as if we were building an army, teacher.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. The other way to look at it is my way.
The correct way, you mean?
Yes, Simon. Those people are like those in regions all over. They're not an army. Not yet. They are in need of rescue, and you are going to help me rescue them. Different kind of rescue, see? It is not sustainable for me to do all the preaching, all the healing, and ministering. I've called you to Simon's home today, and thank you, Eden, for hosting. Because our ministry will only grow, and we want it to grow, till the end of the age. There will be many more followers, and like those not here, all will have roles and responsibilities. Most will be disciples, students.
Guys, it's almost like, oh my God, guys, it's almost like Jesus, aka God, is establishing hierarchies. Oh no. That's for all my Protestant friends that go, Jesus never established a church as a hierarchy, and like I don't believe in all that. Like, yes, he did. He very clearly established hierarchies. These are the 12 apostles. You guys will inherit the earth. There are thrones waiting for you, and then you will have disciples, and then below that you will have this and that. Like, he very much established hierarchy. Hierarchy exists in Christian foundations. Yes, it does. I'm sorry, Protestants. Yes, you do have to actually believe in hierarchy. You do have to like submit to higher authorities than you. Yes, they do exist. I'm sorry. I know it hurts your feelings because it's all about you, and that's what you've been taught, but that's not how it works.
But I have chosen you 12 as my apostles.
You're sending us?
An apostle is the same as a messenger, one who...
I know what it means, Matthew. That's why I'm asking.
You are my leaders. And for this mission I have for you, it's best that you spread out and not be concentrated in one place.
I don't understand.
I'm going to go home to Nazareth for a time, and while I'm there, I'm sending you out in every direction, 2 by 2, specifically to our people only.
Every direction, Rabbi?
Yes, but not to the Gentiles. Not yet. That will come in time. But to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, just as Joshua led the 12 tribes to take the promised land. You will proclaim as you go, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. And while you are on this mission, you will heal the sick and the lame by anointing them with oil. You will cast out demons. You will What? Why are you all looking at me like that?
Could you just repeat that one more time?
I'm sending you out 2 by 2, proclaiming as you go, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Heal the sick. Cast out demons.
How soon are we talking about here?
There's that word again. I'll get to that, Simon.
Hold on. Heal the sick, cast out demons.
While you are on this mission,
These are just stories, not from God. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. They're stories. Stories with historical evidence for every single one of the people involved in the stories, right? Right? Yeah. A story that dates back to 50 AD, right? Yeah. You know, the first gospel was written 30 years after his death. Like it's literally aged. Like historians all agree on this, right? Yeah, but yeah, it's just made up fairy tales. No, it's a historical documentation of what happened, brother. I know you don't want to believe it because you're retarded, but this is all historical evidence. These people existed, right? There's historical documents from all of it, and nobody disputes anymore. You could be hard pressed to find a historian that disputes the authenticity of Jesus Christ from Nazareth as a human being existing. Okay. Then you have stories like Leguinness. Leguinness, the guy who stabbed him, is very well documented, right? Paul is very well documented. And then you're going to be hard pressed to tell me these people, this like 2,000 years ago, right, were willing to get themselves murdered to spread the word. High-ranking officials from governments to everything, right, converted. Yeah, I hate when people like you come in here and say this shit. Like, are you really still this delusional? Brother, did you read the Epstein files? It's a satanic pedophile cult. Everything in the Epstein files is literally satanic. They openly talk about satanic rituals. Why do they talk about that? Why is the Olympics promoting satanic symbolism in its opening? Why is the Olympics from last year in France, why did they take so much effort to basically dunk on the Last Supper and do a whole skit basically like bastardizing Christianity? Why are the world's elites so anti-Christian? It's really weird. It's not real though, right? None of it's real. You're right. Keep living in your fantasy land. None of it's real. Oh, it's just made up nonsense. Yeah, okay. That's why the world elites believe it. That's why the entire world elites that literally control all the governments around the world, the bankers, all these people. This is why they believe it and engage in satanic rituals and eat children. You're right. That's why they do it just for fun, guys. It's just for fun. Like you're delusional, bro. I really pray for you. I really hope you figure it out someday. Because you're like you're a sheep to the slaughter. Like you just don't even realize it, and I feel bad for you. I really hope you figure it out someday.
Someday you will have it all the time.
If he was supposed to be healed, God would have done it himself.
Interesting point.
We will have no choice but to follow the law of Moses.
I am the law of
Yeah, it's not real, man. Jeffrey Epstein, all the emails, they're all doing satanic rituals. Like, yeah, it's all fake, guys. Like they just do it for fun. Pizzagate, all that shit. It's all just for fun, guys. It's just made up. It's just make believe. It's Fantasyland.
Moses.
You can't hear insulting words.
Oh, I am just getting started.
Goodness gracious of
Like you do realize, right? I know you're Indian, so you're retarded, right? It's 60 IQ average population, right? Because you're inbred. But you do realize, right, that Jesus Christ is the most documented historical figure of all time, right? You realize that, like, we don't even know if Shakespeare was Shakespeare, right? The records and there's no original manuscripts of his work. We just associate Shakespeare to his work. We don't actually know. There's no historical records, right? There's no actual like legitimate historical records that prove a lot of history. We infer things based on small documents and tidbits of things that we get. But like this one character is the most scrutinized historical figure of all time. This one guy, he's the most scrutinized historical figure of all time. And there's no historian that exists today in 2026 that will refute his existence. Why are we taking your jobs? Because you work for fucking breadcrumbs, because you're monkeys.
heresy will be purged from this sacred place.
I and the Father are one.
He is no heretic. We just saw him do a miracle.
Ah, yes. Nazarene.
Yeah, you should watch The Chosen. It's pretty good. I like it.
I just spoke to a man who claims you healed his blindness. Today. On Shabbat.
Is there a question coming?
I was told you put mud on his eyes. Where did you get mud knowing you're not supposed to make healing concoctions on Shabbat?
It was easy. I just spit on the dirt.
What? You touched his face with filth?
Cleanliness. That's what you're focused on?
You claim to be a rabbi, to be the son of God, and you don't honor purity laws even on the most sacred day of the week?
Maybe you should learn how to spell Christian. Once again, you're proving my point, right? You can't spell you can't spell Christian. I haven't abused you, right? Am I abusing you? Like, I'm trying to save you. You don't even realize that you're being controlled by satanic pedophiles. Like your country is also involved in the Epstein files. Did you read them? I know like Europeans and like maybe some of you fucking like Indians think that like the Epstein files have nothing to do with you. But like your government is just as corrupt and involved into them. Like there's multiple instances of like your own government going and engaging in like satanic pedophile shit with Jeffrey Epstein. Like go read the emails, brother. It's time to wake up. Like it's insane to me that you guys see this shit happening and you just like turn a blind eye to it. Like I know it's hard and difficult to acknowledge the like reality, but you have to at some point, right? You can't just turn a blind eye forever. Like I don't know how more in your face all of this shit needs to be. Like I don't know how much more. I don't know. Like, do you guys actually just need to see like Hillary Clinton like eating a baby? Like, do you just need to see a video of her like cutting a baby up and eating it to like believe this shit? Like, do you just need to see like a red horned devil like come out of the earth to start believing any of this shit? The symbolism is in your face 24/7. The emails prove it's all real. Like, so I don't know why we still argue about the reality we live in. Like, you can't argue it anymore. It's not conspiracy anymore. It's not conspiratorial. It's truth. Everybody now sees it. This is what's happening. So I don't understand how you choose to be blind to what's happening around you. It's like it's really mind-blowing.
You Pharisees. You cleanse the outside of a cup and the dish, and then you eat and drink food that goes into a body that inside is full of greed and wickedness. You fools! Did not he who made the outside make the inside also? But give as alms those things that are within, and behold, everything is clean for you.
Are you saying giving alms is more important than being ritually clean?
I'm saying that your obsession with what is clean and unclean
goes farther than God intended and does no good for anybody but yourself.
We tithe everything so the poor can benefit, down to the smallest plants grown in our gardens.
And to that I say, woe to you Pharisees! You tithe mint and dill and cumin, measuring carefully the last speck while neglecting what is actually important of the law. Justice and mercy and faithfulness. You blind guides, straining out an act while swallowing a camel. Look at these people. What have you done to help them?
We have taught them how to observe God's perfect law, while you actively defy and break and encourage others to deviate from it.
Brother, they decide your entire fate. They rule you, homie. Who's the real retard? Your entire country is ruled by satanic pedophiles. The whole world is. Who's the real retard? At least I'm aware of it. At least I speak out against it and fight against it. At least I'm aware of what's really happening. You're so delusional and you're so interested in your own self-delusion that you won't even, like, you know it's true, but you won't admit it, right? Because you can't admit you're wrong, right? So I don't know, man. Good luck to you. I wish you the best. Good luck, brother. I'll pray for your salvation. I don't know how much more evidence and how many things need to be like shown to you for you to really understand what's really happening in the world, but best of luck, homie.
All of you! This man is dangerous! He's leading you astray!
His words bring hope and healing!
His words are blasphemous!
Yeah, I don't care, bro. Europeans are faggots. You get the fuck out of my chat then. Here, I'll just ban you, Harry. I can just ban you. How's that sound? Like, I'm sorry the truth hurts, brother. Like, once again, I'm only speaking the truth. Whether you like it or not, I don't give a fuck. I really don't. Like, you're not sovereign nations. Europeans are not sovereign countries. You are literally owned slave states of the United States and United States bankers. You were bought in World War I. You gave us all of your gold. We rebuilt your nations twice. Once in World War I, rebuilt them again in World War II. You have a generational debt that you will never pay back. The rich, powerful elites of your countries know this, which is why behind the scenes, they are always sucking America's dick. Whatever America tells them, they do. Now, they like to put on little shows and pretend like you guys are still sovereign nations, but you are not. That's the reality, whether you want to accept it or not. Once again, Google how many military bases, let's just say Germany, how many German military bases are inside the United States of America, or even in the Western Hemisphere, for example. We'll take all of the Western Hemisphere. Do a quick Google search. Let me know. Then do a quick Google search to see how many American troops are stationed in your country, how many military bases are stationed in your country, and then let me know which one of us is a sovereign nation, please. Like, just let me know which one of us is the sovereign nation, right? Last time I checked, to be a sovereign, self-governing nation, you don't have a foreign military force occupying you, right? Last time I checked, right? You could frame things more nicely. No, I don't need to frame things nicely. This is the reality. And I'm tired of people not acknowledging their reality because your pedophile satanic elite leaders have convinced you that you are a sovereign independent nation. You are not. Like, you're not. You're just not. If you have a foreign military occupying your country, you are not a sovereign nation or a sovereign people. How do you not understand this? Like, I don't understand. If Germany had military bases occupying the United States, I would say the same thing. We're not a sovereign nation. How could we be a sovereign independent nation if a foreign military has military bases inside of our country? How? How would you be? How is that possible? When the Roman Empire subjugated the Gallic tribes and basically ruled over them with like military outposts, and even the Britannians, and built the Great Wall up there. What's the name of the wall? Somebody fucking with better history knowledge that could remember this shit better than me. The wall in Britannia, where they basically said we don't want to deal with this shit, right? So like, your argument is that like, oh well, the Gallic tribes were sovereign independent nations, even though the Romans had military outposts basically controlling all of them. Like, it's nonsensical. Like, I don't understand. So once again, like I'm only speaking truth. I know it hurts your feelings, but like this is reality, right? Some of you need to come to terms with reality. If you're a European NATO country, or even a Middle Eastern country, by the way, Middle Easterners are no different. You guys are not, like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, you guys are not sovereign countries. Like you're not. Like you're just not. You don't have foreign military bases occupying your country, and you get to be a sovereign nation. This is why behind the scenes, right, when Daddy Trump told you guys to increase your NATO spending, they went on television for a week, like moaning and groaning, pretending like we're going to take a stand against this. And then you all upped your rates, didn't you? When the United States told Europe, we want Greenland, and you sent 10 troops on an aircraft, wasting everybody's time to showboat to the fucking country. They had a meeting, and then they go, you know what? You're right. You guys can have that. Like, you're not sovereign countries. I'm sorry, you're not. It's the same thing with Africa. Africa is not a sovereign country or a sovereign continent. All of these countries in Africa are all controlled either by the US, France, the UK, China, or Russia. They are. Like, the world hegemonies control all of these smaller nations. Like, that's the state of the world. I'm sorry if it offends you, brother. I don't care.
Then I say woe to you, Pharisees, for you'll have the best seat in the synagogues and greetings in the marketplaces.
Take it back. Right now. Recant your insulting words.
Oh, I am just getting started.
Excuse me. What are you doing?
What is your name?
Elam.
Your friend Elam has a withered hand.
Are you a healer? It is not lawful to heal on Sabbath.
Which one of you who has a sheep and it falls into a pit on the Sabbath will not take hold of it and lift it out?
Who are you to speak to our congregation in such a
Of
way?
how much more value is this man than a sheep?
Stop this at once.
Come here. Come stand here. It's okay.
Elam, sit down. We don't know this person. He could be a shaman.
Is it lawful on Sabbath to do good or to do harm? To save life or to kill?
This affliction does not threaten his life. It does not even affect his health.
Lift it up. Stretch it out. Feels good, huh?
If he was supposed to be healed, God would have done it himself.
Interesting point.
Get out.
Gladly.
Blasphemer! What is wrong with you?
Apparently everything.
Wait! Come back! No, get back here.
Please.
Out of the way. You have made a mockery of our little synagogue and of Torah. You will tell us your name, your lineage, your virtue, and now your disciples are doing what is not lawful to do on the Sabbath.
Have you not read what David did when he was in need and was hungry? He entered the house of God in a time of Ahimelech, the priest, and ate the bread of the presence, which was not lawful for him to eat, but only for the priests.
You would compare yourself to David. It was an emergency.
Or have you not read in the law how on Shabbat the priests in the temple profane the Sabbath, but are guiltless?
That's for Levites. Are you a Levite of priestly lineage?
I don't think it's on Netflix. It's called The Chosen. It's got a few seasons. I've watched I watched like season 1 and a little bit of 2. I didn't really watch it too much, but I think it's good, honestly. Like, I think it's pretty good. Obviously, it's a lot of it's exaggerated and shit, but I think it's pretty good. I don't think it's on Netflix though. I I don't know where it's actually on. You'd have to look it up, brother. Sorry. But I think you can even watch some of it on YouTube. I'm pretty sure some of it's actually on YouTube. It's pretty good though. Like even if you're not watching it to like for the Christianity part of it, like it's still entertaining anyway. Like they did a good job of like making it entertaining, and like so like I enjoyed the first like season or two. Oh, the big Roman wall to keep out the pics. Yeah, what the fuck? Hadrian's Wall. Was it Hadrian? Hadrian's Wall. Yeah, Hadrian's Wall.
Have given empire without end. Hadrian's Wall. Imperial Rome's defence against the marauding barbarians north of Britannia, the empire's northernmost province. Construction of the wall began in 122 CE.
Yeah. By the way, like, if you want to get unbanned, message me on Twitter. Make an appeal. I'll unban you, brother. But like, I'm sorry if like the truth hurts your feelings, but like I don't care. Like,
under
your point of view makes no sense. Just think about it. Like I said, are the Britannians here? Are the Britannian sovereign people here, guys? They have a giant wall splitting their country in half, and they're occupied by a foreign military power. Are they a sovereign nation?
Emperor Hadrian, and took around 6 years to.
I find them hard to believe. Well, see, there's this thing called apologetics, right? And apologetics will break down a lot of the history for you, and they'll connect all the things to historical reference, right? So one of my favorite, like, biblical saints is Longinus, right? So if you don't know who Longinus is the guy who actually stabbed Jesus, right? Longinus is a very well-documented person historically. He was real. There's government records of him going back from there, right? Longinus is the guy who stabbed Jesus, and the water from Jesus after he stabbed him cured his blindness. So the guy who finished Jesus Christ off on the cross ends up becoming, like, you can just, like, just think about it logically, man. Why would people, like, bro, let's just watch Longinus, man.
Longinus is shrouded in.
Can I get one that's not like crazy AI?
That pain is different. Life that happened with it, supposedly.
So I've been doing a lot of research lately into the Great Schism in like the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church and Protestants and stuff. Just because I feel like I know so little about it.
Yeah, we all do. We all dive into that Orthodox stuff.
Yeah, every now and then.
Yeah.
Very fascinating stuff. It's been a fun journey learning all about it. But I've been like reading all about like the different saints and whatnot. And there's this saint I came across that the story I thought was the coolest story ever. His name is Saint Longinus. And
I know I'm in the wrong, but for finding it funny, but their big rebuttal is calling people of mine a big meanie head. Yes, essentially his rebuttal to me was like, he knows I'm right, but I'm a big meanie head for how I said it. But I don't know, man. I don't. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Better known, so he's considered a saint from both the Catholic and the Orthodox Church. But
I like, brother, anybody I interact with like actually knows I'm a good person. I mean, I help everybody. I shout everybody out. I promote other people's channels. I donate all my money from all the monetization I earn to other people. I've given Mizuki hundreds of dollars. I sent Brian, like, Brian is from our community, and I basically got him hooked on Mizuki, and Brian gives her thousands of dollars. That guy's giving her like 5,000 subs, bro. Like, and I don't take any money from Brian here, okay? So it's like, we have Oilers in our community that I send out to other communities, and they give these people thousands of dollars in money to help them. So it's like, I just like to pretend like I'm a big meanie head when all I do is help people in ways that actually matter. Yeah, I don't say nice words to you because I don't lie to people. I'm going to tell you the truth as like as straightforward as possible. This is the truth. Europeans and NATO countries that have U.S. military bases inside of them are not sovereign countries. You are not sovereign countries. It is impossible to be a sovereign nation with a foreign military force occupying you. That's like saying Ukraine is currently a sovereign nation. It's not. It has a foreign military base occupying it. Brian is selling dope. He probably does, dude. I don't know. But yeah, Brian's a homie. So it's like we have people here that we send out and they do good things for people. We're a small channel, but like I help everybody. I've given tons. Leaflets got like everybody gets money from me. I literally just give all the money that we make on the channel back to everybody. I don't I think I made 50. I think YouTube sent me a $50 paycheck like 2 weeks ago. That's the first time I've gotten paid by YouTube in forever. And that $50 immediately went back to Leaflet, and then I went back to another channel that I gave back to. But it's like we donated all the funds from Redacted into what's her face's the VTuber who died. Like I think I gave her family like $500 or something. No, I think it's like 500 total so far. Like so, it's like to pretend like I'm such a big meanie head because I say words that hurt your feelings, words that are truthful and accurate that hurt your feelings. It's just so fucking stupid. It's just so stupid.
But he's called the Holy Martyr Longinus the Centurion. And the story goes that he was the centurion, Longinus, that did the spear into Jesus' side. Mm-hmm. But the story goes that his eyesight was bad, like it was degrading and stuff. Degrading?
Yeah, that works.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Degenerating?
Is there a good video on Longinus?
Almost everyone has heard of the crucifixion of Christ, but what most people don't bring up is the man, not the man on the cross, but the man who pierced his side. Leadership of the temple, and so to a Roman officer like Longinus, this didn't look like, some wandering, peaceful preacher. It was the beginning of a potential revolt, right? A man had just entered the city to royal chants and all these people saying, "Save us now," and invoking, ancient prophecy about this new king sent from God, and now he's disrupting the holiest site in Jerusalem. You can see how this becomes an issue, right? So when the Jewish leaders of the time bring Jesus before Pilate, they charge him with claiming to be the king of the Jews. And at this time, any claim to kingship is treasonous against Rome.
Yeah,
right? There's only one king.
Sorry.
And that's...
guys, I'm really bad with names. Like, you got to remember, like, how my brain works. So, like, I know a lot of things. Like, way more things than most people do, but the problem is I only have so much capacity. I only got so much RAM, guys, and RAM is very expensive. My brain's only got so much RAM. I got like 10 gigs. I need like 32, right? So it's like it takes me a while to remember names and dates, but it's like, look at Hadrian's Wall. I remembered eventually, right? So it's like, just give me time.
Tiberius, right? And technically amongst Judea, it is Pontius Pilate. And this is punishable by crucifixion. Also at this point, a crowd of people had gathered around.
Names are bad because it's like I don't study or look at like specifics. I get a general broader view of everything and how it's all intertwining. Because a lot of history and a lot of the world is a lot more intertwined than people think it is.
And according to John 19:12, local leaders...
It's kind of like this guy explaining this right now, right? So like a lot of people will just immediately go like the Jews killed Jesus, but like a lot of it was also the Romans. Like it is true the Jews did kill him, right? They served him up on a silver platter to the Romans, right? Their masters, right? But the reality is like this guy explained, it's a lot more nuanced than that, right? Like the Romans were very aware of like the prophecy of the Jews about the king of the Jews, right? The Messiah of the Jews that would come and like basically liberate the Jews from the Roman Empire and would lead them on a war and destroy the Romans. They are very aware of this stuff. So when a bunch of Jews bring Jesus Christ to them and say, hey, this is the king of the Jews, the Messiah in the prophecy, the Romans are going to be like, okay, we have to fucking kill this motherfucker. Especially since he's already disturbing the peace because you have thousands of people in the city chanting his name and asking for salvation, right? So it's not a good look, right? So it's like, there's a lot of nuance to everything, right? You got to understand, why are the Jews considered bad? The Jews are not considered bad. Like nobody considers the Jews bad.
Leaders were insisting that
like the Jews are definitely like the first Christians were Jewish. Jesus Christ is a Jew. He's a rabbi.
That, if they let Jesus go, it would make Pontius Pilate no friend of Caesar, literally no friend of, Tiberius.
Yeah, so Pilate is put in a bad situation. Now, admittedly, Pilate also agreed that Jesus was the Messiah, and he didn't want to actually execute him. But he was kind of had no choice, obviously, because it's like, hey, it looks really bad if I let a guy proclaim himself as king, which is against the law at Rome, to get away.
Now, Pilate then ultimately made this decision, and according to the legend, he ordered Longinus to oversee the execution of this Jewish preacher along with 2 criminals. Now, this takes us to Golgotha, also known as the Place of the Skull. This is a hill that stood outside Jerusalem's walls where many of these crucifixions would take place. It was here that Longinus stationed his men to carry out 3 crucifixions. The 2 other criminals were no different than the others that, he had executed dozens of times before, but something was different about Jesus. And what Longinus witnessed during those hours defied everything that he thought he knew. As Jesus was being nailed to the cross, he didn't curse his executioners or beg for mercy like other victims. Instead, he prayed, saying, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." And when one of the crucified thieves turns to Jesus and says, "Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom," Jesus turns to the man and says, "Truly I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise." Now, this was not normal criminal behavior. It wasn't even normal human behavior, right? Especially when facing this brutal death. So for Longinus, watching this unfold made the entire execution start to feel very different than anything he had seen before. And then, of course, according to Christian tradition, this is when the supernatural events began. At noon, darkness covered the entire land, not clouds, but just darkness. And the reason we're talking about him today, and he pierced Jesus' side, just below the heart. Now, according to the Gospels, immediately blood and water flowed out, a medically accurate detail that physicians today actually recognize as consistent with death by crucifixion. But then the miracle happened. According to church tradition, Longinus suffered a serious eye problem. It was a real issue that he had for many years, and possibly a condition known as ophthalmia, which was common amongst soldiers in a lot of really dusty, bright climates. But miraculously, some of the blood and water splashed onto Longinus's face and into his eyes, and in that instant, his medical issue was resolved. His vision cleared completely, and for the first time in years, he could see perfectly. But more than physical healing occurred. According to tradition, spiritual sight came with him. And as he looked at this crucified man before him, he realized that he had just made a massive mistake. And he spoke these words, "Truly, this man was the Son of God." Also, just to point this out for context, this quote does come literally from the gospel and is said to have come directly from the centurion. But again, his name just isn't mentioned directly. So we at least know that a soldier did say this, but his name and, story is sort of what has been added to this legend. Now, with the legend, the story only continues to grow. Longinus's relationship with Christ didn't just end at the crucifixion. The Jewish leaders were worried because Jesus had made a prediction that he would rise on the 3rd day. So he asked Pontius Pilate for a Roman guard to secure the tomb. And according to legend, Pilate assigned the very man who had overseen the crucifixion to do just that. And that man was Longinus. So what happened during those 3 days must have been extraordinary. According to Matthew's gospel, there was another earthquake early Sunday morning, and an angel appeared, rolling away the stone and causing the guards to collapse like dead men. Traditionally said to mean that they were asleep on the job, is how most biblical scholars interpret it. But when the soldiers recovered, the tomb was empty, with only a linen burial garment left behind. That is the shroud.
Shroud of Turin, yep.
Of Turin,
yep.
Which we've done an episode on. You guys should go check that out. The Jewish authorities began panicking about what would happen if news of this empty tomb began to spread. So they decided to take things into their own hands. They offered substantial bribes to soldiers to spread a false story. They said, "Oh, just say that the disciples had came in and that they stole the body while they were sleeping. Just say that." Now, this appears in Matthew 28, verses 12 through 15, and it literally says, "When the chief priests had met with the elders and devised a plan, they gave the soldiers a large sum of money, telling them, 'You are to say, his disciples came during the night, stole him away while we were asleep. If this report gets out to the governor, it will satisfy him and keep you out of trouble.' So they took the money and did as they were directed, and this story is still told amongst the Jews today." Now, during this time, Roman soldiers admitting they fell asleep on duty, it's a death sentence, right?
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
literally capital
They'll get
punishment
killed
under
for it,
Roman law. So when they were offered a way out and, just basically, smooth it over, say that this happened, but nothing will happen to you, most of these guards took the deal.
Not Longinus, though. Not my boy.
But not Longinus. Something fundamental had changed in him at that moment of the crucifixion, the healing of his sight, and, maybe even more than that, the healing of his heart or his soul, however it's interpreted. He refused the bribe and instead began telling people what really happened on the cross. But again, this is extremely dangerous, right? He's going against his superiors and he's proclaiming that this person actually is the Son of God, and he's defying the religious authority, and he's really risking his own life. Now, according to legend, and it's really hard to pin down exactly where this came from, Longinus eventually realized he could no longer serve Rome while following Christ, so he made a dramatic decision. He stripped off his armor, laid down his weapons, and went looking for the men Rome was hunting. Now, of course, these men are the apostles. Deep in Jerusalem, the apostles were still hiding, right, in fear for their lives, but eventually Longinus found them and asked to be baptized. Peter, John, and the others were amazed to meet the very centurion who had overseen the crucifixion of Christ, and now they wanted to learn from him. So the apostles welcomed him, and after receiving baptism and spending time learning, from those who had actually talked and broke bread with Jesus, Longinus made another life-changing decision. He would return home to Cappadocia not as a retired soldier, but as a missionary for the gospel that had transformed his life. Another interesting fun fact, and something that's not really mentioned a lot, is that two of Longinus's fellow soldiers, often named Petronius and Cassius, shared the experience of guarding Jesus' tomb and also converted after effectively witnessing the resurrection of Christ. They also chose to accompany Longinus on his ministry to Cappadocia. Now, again, a lot of this comes from sometimes medieval myth-making, so at this point, very little of this is actually included in the Gospels for anyone that's watching that is not Christian, but it still exists within church lore. Now, back in Cappadocia...
Yeah, church lore that goes back before medieval times, okay? The church lore on this, like, literally, there's documents back and forth about this story going back to, like, 180, okay? So it's like, there's historical context to it. It is some medieval myth-making, but, like, there's historical context, and it's like, the people are all provable to be real. There's government records from the Roman Empire, so.
Longinus immediately threw himself into a religious lifestyle while simultaneously becoming one of Christianity's most effective early preachers. His testimony was unique because he wasn't preaching from hearsay or, oh, I heard from a guy or someone said something. This was firsthand testimony.
This was the motherfucker that killed him.
Testimony of someone who had been intimately involved in the crucifixion and the death and ultimately the resurrection of Jesus Christ. What's up, guys? We're going to take a break really quick. We'll get more tired. Preaching about the resurrection and converting thousands of people to Christianity. And this is exactly what they didn't want, right? This is basically like another apostle, right? This is a credible testimony from a trustworthy person who, was...
Few people know is that this saint, so well known for finding lost...
I want like a short condensed version. He's like going way too... Like, we just want the basic story
objects. Here. Also played a crucial role in one of the most important moments in Christian history, the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. The most important moments of the Christian faith. The crucifixion of Jesus Christ. Himself deeply touched by the power of Jesus. He then abandoned his military position and began to walk the path of faith, becoming one of the first converts among those who witnessed the crucifixion. As a centurion, Longinus held great authority and military experience. His participation in the crucifixion placed him at the center of an event that would change the world forever. However, what sets Longinus apart is that he was one of the few directly involved in Jesus' death who found redemption and transformed his life. His example reminds us that, regardless of our past sins, faith can redeem us and lead us to a new life in Christ. He not only converted, but became a fervent defender of the Christian faith, spreading the gospel. Longinus's blindness was not only physical but also spiritual. His story shows us how encountering Jesus' sacrifice has the power to heal and restore. The miraculous healing he experienced was not an isolated event, but the start of his conversion. His new vision was not just the recovery of his ability to see the physical world, but a profound understanding of the significance of Christ's sacrifice. Longinus realized that he had witnessed the salvation of the world, and this understanding completely changed his life. After the miraculous healing, Longinus was baptized and began his life as a dedicated Christian. He left his life in the Roman army, understanding that his true mission now was to serve Christ. His transformation was so radical that he left behind his past as a soldier and sought a new life, far from the horrors of war and violence. Longinus traveled the ancient world, preaching about the love and mercy of God as a man who had personally witnessed the death and resurrection of Jesus. The story of Longinus offers a powerful message. No one is beyond redemption. Even as the soldier who pierced Jesus, Longinus found forgiveness and became an example of faith and transformation. He reminds us that no matter how far we may be from God, there is always a chance for a new beginning. Just as Longinus was touched by divine grace, we too can be restored by Christ's mercy. Chapter 2: The Veneration of Saint Longinus and His Legends. Over the centuries, Longinus transformed from a simple centurion to a figure venerated by millions of Christians worldwide. His spiritual transformation and the miracle of his healing led him to be recognized as a saint in both the Catholic and Orthodox churches. But what makes his story even more fascinating are the countless legends and devotions that have arisen around his figure.
Shut up, you fucking sarcastic bitch.
For many, Saint Longinus...
We're getting there. He's a badass. Give him a minute.
...symbolizes the transformative power of faith and God's mercy, serving as an inspiration to those seeking redemption. The spear used by Longinus, known as the Spear of Destiny or Holy Grail, also gained legendary status. Various traditions and historical accounts suggest that this spear was preserved as a sacred relic. It is believed to have been passed from emperors to military leaders, including figures like Charlemagne and even Napoleon Bonaparte. These stories, though shrouded in mystery and speculation, reflect the enduring fascination with parts of the spear, while they're asking for his intercession when they lose something valuable. This tradition may seem simple, but it reflects the belief that the saint, once lost in sin, now helps those who feel lost in their lives or faith. His devotion grows each year, especially among those seeking miracles in times of need. In artistic representations, Saint Longinus, the legacy of Saint Longinus is celebrated in various parts of the world with processions, prayers, and inspiring respected him, but his new beliefs put him in grave danger, leading to relentless persecution. According to tradition, Longinus was imprisoned and tortured for refusing to renounce his faith in Christ. He was martyred by order of Roman officials, who could not tolerate his rejection of paganism. Legends suggest that he was beheaded, but even in the face of death, Longinus remained steadfast in his faith, accepting his fate with courage. His martyrdom sealed him as one of the church's first great...
Bro, why can't nobody's like, bro, these AI videos are garbage. They cut his eye, they basically blinded him again. So he got his eyes, he was like sort of losing his vision, got his vision healed. Then as he's preaching, they take his vision away again. Like they torture him. And then he goes back out anyway, keeps speaking, and then they cut out his tongue, right? So they cut out Longinus's tongue, and he still spoke anyway. In fact, he sent like chills down people's spines because his voice like got really deep and had like a tone to it that was like very authoritative, and it actually terrified people like hearing it. So the guy who killed him converted and became a patron saint. So like I don't know, man. Like so you're telling me you don't believe in any of this shit, but like historical records and the gospel itself like goes back to like we can actually date it. Historians can actually date it to at least 30 to 40 AD, right? And then the other gospels that are written, a little bit later, maybe like 50 years, 100 years, whatever, all tell the same story, self-reference each other. All the biblical records from back then corroborate a lot of these stories. There's evidence. We have the Shroud of Turin, by the way, which is a whole thing in itself. It's like these people, right? You gotta understand, it's like the Christian faith kind of spawned out of nowhere, right? And eventually dominated the world. Like the Romans eventually converted, right? And the medieval world converted. right? If it's such bullshit and it's all fake, how do you convince all these people, right? How do you convince people to martyr themselves, to go out and get their eyes ripped out, to get boiled alive, to get stabbed to death, to get poisoned, to be fucking beheaded, crucified? All these people, how do you convince them to do that if none of it's real? So many people in early church history converting, like early Christians, like they preached and prayed inside caves. The first churches were inside caves because early Christians were being hunted by the Romans and by the Jews. Like they were being hunted down and killed, and they had to pray and follow all the traditions inside of caves. Like the first churches were inside caves, right? How do you explain that and extrapolate it to today without understanding that like it's true? It's not somewhat the same for Islam at all, brother. But okay. All right. Okay. It's not the same at all. It's not the same at all. I don't know. Anyway, this is not a religion channel anyway. I don't... You guys can believe whatever the fuck you want. I don't really care. All right, next video. Oh god, now we're surrounded by those that Phil react. Yeah, this is like one of the churches. Tourism in Al-Qaeda Syria. What the fuck is this?
So once upon a time, the United States declared war on terror. And in that aim, they invaded Afghanistan, and we've been there, and they've lost. Then they invaded Iraq, and we've been there, and they lost, because that country is under Iranian influence. So perhaps we might be nearing the end of the era of the war on terror, because this country here, Syria, has, I'm told, now been taken over by Al-Qaeda. So ultimately, they won. Let's go find out how true that claim is. Syrian history consists of being conquered by empire after empire, until eventually gaining independence after the Second World War. They tried democracy, but then it was followed by military coup after military coup, unified with Egypt for a bit, only for that to be ended by a military coup. And then the Baathists took control of the country, with Hafez al-Assad becoming the dictator for 29 years, routinely obtaining 99% of the vote. Good job. The only real continuing domestic opposition being Islamists, with Hafez al-Assad deciding to crush a Muslim Brotherhood uprising in 1982, rather violently. And ever since, the Islamists have had a large disdain for the Baathists. And as discussed in the Iraq video, the Baathists are a bit unique, being nationalist in one sense, but also socialist.
He must have been a real popular guy.
Referred to as national socialists. Or Arab fascism. But they did actually bring stability to Syria, and unlike Saddam, they managed to survive into the 2000s. Now, Hafez wanted the family business to go to his son, Bashar al-Assad, and then Bashar drove his car into a concrete block and died. And so the crown then fell
Interesting.
to his other son, Bashar
How'd that
al-Assad.
happen?
Now, Bashar was in England training to become an eye doctor and liked playing video games. He
Nice. My
really
man.
didn't plan on becoming a dictator for life, winning 99% of the votes, but that turned out to be his destiny. And so, he became the last Ba'athist on Earth. In 2011, protests broke out demanding reform of the system. Which were met
it's kind of a
with
pop.
torture, violence, beatings, and needless to say, this didn't really help. And so concessions were made. But this didn't work. You probably know that. And so the reform turned into demands for revolution, and then into a civil war.
Yeah, I just want to remind like liberal white women, who like don't realize how good they have it. This could be your reality, right? So if you lost the game of life and like you spawned here, this would be your life every day, never ending, because this has been going on for like 100 years. This is like every day for them. Like, look how casual they are with like what's happening. This is every day for them. This is not longer. This is 10 years ago. Okay, still going on today, by the way. Like, so just remember, your life's so hard. It's so patriarchy. We get it, but like, yeah, you won the game of life. Like, I don't know, you spawned in America. You won the game of life, right? You got the best spawn. You could have been spawned here. Stop complaining so much. Seriously.
Now, Syria has a bunch of neighbors, and they were going to intervene in a bunch of ways that were completely destabilizing. Not to mention, there are plenty of interest groups, international governments, and NGOs who decided to fund whoever they liked, making the war worse and worse and more complicated. And pretty soon you had American YouTubers, or channels, such as Vox, making Syria Explained videos in which they explained the situation that was complex in Syria. And I used to watch these, but being there, there's a few things they claim which they obviously could never have any idea of, such as it was claimed that Bashar al-Assad was releasing Islamists who were in prison to try and taint the opposition with an Islamist vibe. However, talking to people in the country, there was no need for that. There was plenty of Islamism and plenty of people to support that. The umbrella fighting force known as the Free Syrian Army did what it could, but ultimately the profiteers of the situation would be Al-Qaeda in Iraq, who had set up after the American invasion and were now expanding into Syria with two different branches. One of these branches becoming ISIS, the other branch being al-Nusra, and it was orchestrated by this Jolani guy. Sure, he won't be important. There were also the ethnic Kurds who decided to gather their weapons.
Wait.
Trying to...
Guys. Do you mean the Israel-backed invasion of Iraq spread more militant Islamists than it stopped? Wait, is that what happened, guys? Are you telling me the false information and false like data that Israel gave to the United States Congress, where Netanyahu lied under oath about WMDs and biological weapons to get us to invade Iraq for them? Are you telling me it led to widespread destabilization of other Islamic countries in the Middle East and spread and helped create terrorist groups? Are you serious?
Assert their autonomy/independence for the ultimate dream of having their own ethno-state. Now, the two Islamists, ISIS and al-Nusra, used to make videos hugging and showing off their loyalty to each other and how they're both striving for the same goal for people like Vice journalists. And eventually the leadership at ISIS took things kind of too far. They did so many war crimes and so many crimes against humanity that they ended up with the entire world declaring war on them. It was not a great strategic mindset. So they got battered, Meanwhile, al-Nusra decided that they would distance themselves from these people that everyone was declaring war on, and declared war on them themselves. so you had Al-Qaeda fighting Al-Qaeda
Syria.
over which version of Al-Qaeda should rule the new Al-Qaeda state.
It's great.
Complicated, I know.
Fighting terrorists is like a video game. You can destroy your enemy in the video game, but the video game will generate and regenerate thousands of enemies.
So whilst ISIS were getting bombed back to the Stone Age, al-Nusra had a much more strategic mind, making allies with regional powers to overthrow the state and put themselves in charge. As to who was officially backing them, well, it's NATO. It's officially grey, but really it's just NATO, through Turkey, which everyone knows. So there, I said it. With the final offensive being al-Nusra moving south and storming the whole country within a week, which no one was expecting. There are even rumours that the Russians switched sides at one point and started airstriking the Ba'athis as a favour to al-Nusra to try and get some kind of influence in the new government and repertoire to keep their military bases in Syria. And most people seem to have taken the stance internationally of let's just wait and see as to what Al-Qaeda does with the country. Also, the Israelis decided to invade Syria, taking more land, claiming it was for national security reasons.
Yeah. Don't you love that, by the way? Don't you love how that was like not reported at all? Like I remember the day it happened, it was just like casually reported in the news, like it wasn't a big deal. Syria's like destabilizing, and like these guys took the whole country. And then it's like a day later. Oh, and in other news, casually, Israel just decided to invade the country with for no reason, and they just decided to swap up the whole southern half of the country for themselves, for no reason, just because. Yeah, I'm sure they didn't have any hand in anything that went down, guys. I'm sure. I'm sure they didn't really. I'm sure they have nothing to do with what happened, guys. Yeah, it annexed like half of like all the southern half of Syria. Yeah, Israel has that now. They swept in during like this whole little civil war thing and just like swept it up just casually. Everybody just like, oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just go ahead and do that, guys. No problem. Good job, guys. Hey, good job. Just like, yeah, don't worry. Greater Israel is not real, guys. Don't worry. It's not real. Not fake project. Fake. It's all fake, guys.
And then bombing Damascus.
Oh yeah, forgot about that one too. That one was also very casually not reported in mainstream CNN news. A week later, they literally bombed Damascus. Guys, look at all these military personnel everywhere. That's crazy. That's those damn Hamas. They got bombs underneath the building. Like, yeah. These are all civilians, by the way. These are just people casually driving in the street, and this is Israel's bombing the fuck out of them. Completely unprovoked and for no reason, by the way.
So I decided now was a perfect time to get on a plane from Romania and land in Damascus. Syrian pies.
Syrian pies, yes. Manakish.
Okay.
We call it manakish.
And it's basically bread and then tomatoes and spices and all sorts of stuff in the middle.
Thyme and like spices inside.
You were not kidding. Syrian food is good. So this is the kind of thing you get on the go?
Yeah.
The Syrian sausage roll. Good old Saddam. So what, Syrian Zumas?
You know, it's actually kind of funny. The Saddam was actually kind of the good guy. Like, all of this wouldn't be happening if we didn't kill Saddam. Like, it's actually kind of ironic that like Saddam Hussein was the one he was the glue keeping the Islamic extremists at bay, and like keeping all of these countries from like tearing each other apart. It's actually kind of ironic, isn't it? It's really ironic, guys. It's really ironic that the Israeli intelligence went into Congress, testified in front of Congress, gave us false information under oath to convince us to invade Iraq, to wipe out the like 5th or 6th strongest military on the planet, and destabilize the entire Middle East for like the next like 30 years, and allow the uprising of Islam. Isn't that funny? You guys realize that like Iraq wasn't like Islamic, right? Like all these militant Islamic groups were being executed in the streets, right? Saddam would execute these Islamic extremists. Like, he literally would hang all of them. And then we killed the guy that was hanging the extremists, and then the extremists took over the country. Really, just a lot of coincidences, I guess.
Really like Saddam.
To be honest, because they like the fact that he's the one who.
And then if you go to Syria, they all think Saddam was a good guy. Kind of funny, right? The guy that we hung on public television and told the world was like basically Satan himself. He's basically a national hero to Syrians and other people in the region, because he was basically keeping the militant Islamics in check. And then once he was gone, the extreme Islamic groups took over all the Middle East. Isn't that crazy, guys? Isn't it weird how that works?
The West, what they call, like, the word in Arabic is kufar. I don't know the meaning in English when you are.
Yeah, disbelievers.
Yeah. So for them, he's the one who was able to stand against them.
I just love the idea of Syrian Zoomers being like, yeah, Saddam stood up against the kuffar, man.
Yes, exactly.
In fact, have you ever heard the song Dirty Kuffar?
No.
It's illegal to watch in England.
Okay.
It's like actually banned. But I can find it on the internet still. A friend of mine in Iraq showed me
in
it.
Syria, you will see it. You will find it easily.
So under Bashar al-Assad, you weren't allowed to spread religion.
Yes, you can talk about religion, but you cannot ask
Proselytize.
people to. Yes.
Whereas now, so these are Christians proselytizing
Yes.
in the Arabic language.
Yes.
So I presume these are Bibles?
Yes, just for free.
I've never seen an Arabic language Bible. So I have a couple of Qurans, one written in English, one written in Arabic. And the Arabic one, there is a sense of beauty to the Quran with the Arabic on it, right?
Yes, because of the calligraphy. Yeah.
But now I'm looking at it, to be honest, I feel like the script, the actual alphabet is doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Yes.
Like, that's the particular beautiful thing.
Exactly the way they wrote it. The calligraphy they use.
If you want a free Bible, come to Damascus.
Another fun point, guys. Iran is such a dangerous, evil country. Do you guys know what the fastest growing religion is in Iran? You know what the fastest growing religion is? Do you know what 20%, if not 30% of the population is in Iran? Oh, they're Christians. That's right. Oh, they also have like a huge, massive Jewish population too, like Hasidic Jews. Yeah, isn't that interesting? There's just like 900 churches or something being built in Iran like every year. Yeah, it's almost like, yeah, I don't know. It's strange. Oh, do you guys know who? Do you guys know who maintains all of the Christian relics and sacred holy sites in Jerusalem and just like around the whole area? You got who do you guys think does that? Right, all like the Christian holy spots, over there in the Middle East. Who do you guys think maintains all of those? Any guessers? Who's maintaining all the Christian holy spots in the Middle East? Do I got a lot of delay, or you guys just don't know? Would I be wrong if I said Israel? You'd be very wrong. It's not the Jews. The Jews have actually been destroying most of the churches over there. In fact, there's a very famous one where they actually shot and killed a bunch of Christians in the church and claimed they were Islamist, and then covered it up in the news. No, it's actually the Muslims that maintain the Christian holy sites. Yeah, they allow us in, and they maintain them all, and they rebuild them. Yeah. I know. It's really fascinating stuff, isn't it, guys? The very, very dangerous extreme Muslims allow Christians to proselytize, right? This is Syria, right? This is Syria. Look at that's Syria. He's got a Bible in Syria. Syria, who's now owned basically by an Al-Qaeda adjacent group, right? That the U.S. has deemed a terror group, and they're extremists and they're dangerous and they want to destroy America. They destroy Christians, but they allow Christians to proselytize in their country, and they don't give them any problems. Isn't that weird, guys? Isn't that weird? But if you go to a certain place in the Middle East, you know, if you visit our greatest ally, and you're Christian, you'll have a lot of children and a lot of older folks spitting on you. It's kind of strange. I wonder why they do that.
There are two things of note about the streets of Damascus. Firstly, it is devoid of wild dogs, like Iraq and Afghanistan, and is instead infested with hordes of cute cats.
We're not going in. Don't worry. Keep doing your job.
And secondly, the symbols of the old regime are still abound. The old flag can still be found about, but always in a state of abandon. Some posters of the old regime candidates for election can still be found, but certainly no symbols of Bashar al-Assad. Keep in mind, by this time, flying the old flag, a symbol of Bashar, or in any way being seen to support the old regime, was a criminal offence, with punishments really depending on who you were and the officer who was dealing with you. In fact, there was a case on one of the celebration days there that two guys ran around on a bike with the old flag on their phone and filmed it and uploaded it to the internet. So they were turned into prisoners. Keep in mind that the security forces were also just members of al-Nusra now, dressed like this, going around taking their revenge on whoever was considered an ethnic minority who had sided with the old government, so they were searching for people who had worked with the old government to punish them for their crimes. And so if you were in those areas when they were searching, or abusing people, and were caught with anything to do with the old regime, that was a very bad day. Yep. After buying up some drinks and seeing how much that cost, I decided it was about time that I get some cash and purchase some items. So I quickly became a millionaire.
Yeah, dude, the conversion rate is insane. Holy fuck.
So how much is this?
This 1 million. 1,185,000.
Okay, so I'm now a millionaire in Syrian pounds.
Yes.
And that's $100. $100. $100 turned into Syrian pounds. Oh, anyway, we're going into town. I'm gonna go get a SIM card, so then I can actually use mobile data and whatnot. And you're telling me it's $40 for a SIM card in Syria?
Yes. For the tourists. For the foreigners.
What's it for a domestic person then?
I think for the SIM card only like $4.
I forgot how much I hate crossing the road in these countries. So I was just reading online, apparently
it's not a lot of buying power, especially if you're foreign. Guys, don't you just love, isn't it just beautiful? Aren't you so glad that, like, honestly, like all these liberals on Twitter, like they just want to fucking, they love this shit, bro. They think this is paradise, but they don't want to live there. It's weird.
On this website I was looking at, ATMs were quite rare even back before the fall of the regime, but then you see this. This is one of the old ATMs.
Not that they like you so much. Okay, once again, like, the Muslims have more in common religiously to the Christians than the Jews do, right? The Muslims, okay, we're not going to get into, I'm not going to argue theocracy with you, bro. Like, you're Indian, bro. Like, your opinion means nothing. You're fucking Indian. Like
just help busted.
No, the Muslims and Christians get along just fine in the Middle East, right? They're not the problem.
That is. So if you're coming to Syria, not only will your bank card not work, I'm not so sure about ATMs even accepting your bank card if they do work. So the advice is, and the thing we've done, is just bring a bunch of United States dollars. I'd love to bring British pounds, but British pounds are no longer accepted anywhere on Earth. It's just USD, so gotta swallow your pride on that one. So now that I know how money worked, it was about time we headed out to see the culture, so we headed to the Umayyad Mosque, which is a massive mosque built in the Umayyad Caliphate time, but has been a place of worship going back all the way to the ancient gods before the Romans. And so it's been turned from temple to temple to temple to church, and now a mosque. Only for some VIPs to arrive with armed guards, so we slid to the side to visit the mausoleum of Sultan Saladin, the greatest jihadist who ever fought against the Crusader states. His tomb sat undisturbed in Syria until the French conquered it, and a French general turned up to kick it open and declared, "Awake, Saladin, we have returned. Exactly. My presence here is a victory of the cross over the crescent."
This last sentence...
What kind of retard are you? Okay, so like the foundations of all three religions are all the same, right? They all come from the same foundations. Okay. We're not okay. Never mind. You're retarded. You're Indian, bro. Shut the fuck up.
The first time I heard about, but it's the first one is with you.
Everyone likes the French. They're not pricks.
Yeah, I know.
After the VIP left, we got our time in the mosque, seeing all it was before, even housing the head of the Saint John the Baptist, which is a bit difficult to say definitively, as there is a church in Rome, and also I think one in France and one in Munich, which also claim to have his head. And none of them will let you check.
So this is the women's section?
Yes, this is the women's section. Of course, before the French regime, the women's section was all low.
Ah, right. So this is a new thing?
Yeah, this separation is new.
Now it's a very small...
It's very small.
Based? No,
okay. Women, know your limits.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're here in the Umayyad Mosque, and this place used to be an ancient temple, and then the Romans came and turned it into...
Yeah, it's super nice. What the fuck? These ancient temples are so nice, man. See, the one thing I'll respect Muslims for is even if the temple is Christian or not, like, or even like just like they maintain a lot of this shit. So like I'll give Muslims respect. Like they do take care of like ancient shit like this. Bro, this is so fucking cool. What the fuck?
Romans came and turned it into a temple to Jupiter, who is the god of lightning and god of gods, basically Zeus but Roman. And then the Christians came when they took over the Roman Empire and built this massive church here.
Yeah, man, because the extremist groups are representative of the entire group, right? So you guys, right? So you're an Indian, right? You have one town in India that still celebrates and does the whole poop celebration thing, right? It's one town. The entire world judges your entire race because of that one town eating poop and running around in cow shit, right? You don't appreciate that, do you? It makes you upset, right? As an Indian, it makes you upset that people associate you with what this one town does, which is like a thing that nobody else in India does. It's just this one town that has this fucking cow shit festival and eats shit, right? Don't you find it really disrespectful when people assume that all Indians smell, stink like shit, and eat shit, right? You find it really disrespectful, don't you? Because of a fringe extremist part of your country that the world sees and then associates all of you with it, right? So when you take Muslims and you take the extremist groups, the militant, the Islamic Brotherhood, the very extremist portion of the Muslims, and you associate them with all Muslims, you think they appreciate that, right? It's kind of like if you took Mormons, right, and you associated Mormonism with all of Christianity. I would kind of take offense to that because I don't like Mormons, right? Mormons are a very extreme set of Christian, and I don't even consider them Christian. In fact, they're heretical for the Orthodox and through the Catholic Church, right? So we don't take groups and then extrapolate them into the whole. That's just retarded. You don't take extremists. Everybody has extremists, right? There's extremist groups in the Jewish faith as well, right? I don't have a problem with Hasidic Jews. I don't mind them at all. I have a problem with secular Jews that claim they're religious, that are not religious at all, and then they use and manipulate their belief structure in order to, like, you know, justify a bunch of bullshit that they do. But it's like we don't label everybody. Like most Muslims are fine. They're good people. There's no problems with them, right? It's the extremists that are the problem, right? You understand? So once again, you don't like to be stereotyped because you have one town in all of your whole country of India. You don't like that you're generalized because of what one town does. So you don't generalize what one extremist group does to everybody, you know? Like, you just use your brain. I know your IQ is really low because you're Indian, but you'll figure it out.
Which is in the shape of a cross. And then when the Muslims came, they turned the whole church, well, they did initially build a small mosque down there. And then they're not sure if they forced the Christians or the Christians signed some agreement, but either way, the whole thing was turned into a massive mosque. So that's what it is today. This mosque is particularly interesting because the mosque here is for every sect of Islam. It's all of them are allowed to go here. Whereas the previous one we would just add, that's a Shia one, so that's very close to the Iranians. And what's interesting there is they have the granddaughter of Muhammad is buried over there,
So we went in and you have sex segregated, so one side is women, one side is men, and then you have the corpse inside in a tomb, and people go there and they leave money. So you can still see the face of Bashar al-Assad everywhere in Syria, especially in religious places. So there's donations. Anywho, they did give me this pamphlet actually, which was pretty cool.
Yes, sir.
Salam.
How are you?
Good.
All good?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think if we go to our office, we'll drink some coffee with your tour guide?
Yeah, sure. After our perfectly voluntary coffee break, I decided it was time to leave. And so we went to the Long Market,
Yeah.
which sells just about anything you could want.
That's scary.
And so I brought many things to sell, which some are behind me, and links in the description. But also, for the subscribers, there will be Bashar al-Assad and Hafez al-Assad notes for every $10 and up subscriber. And the Hafez al-Assad notes, my god, they're old, so I managed to find some in pristine condition that have been kept in a safe for God knows how long. And thank you to everyone who's already subscribed. You literally make these possible. Back to Syria. Okay, so behind me is the Umayyad Mosque, and in front of me is probably one of the coolest things in existence, which, I don't know how I didn't know about this, but it's real. So, it's the remains of the Temple of Jupiter that the Romans built, and that entrance is still there.
Oh, that's cool as fuck.
But as you can see, it's no longer just a temple. It connects to the market they have here, which is called the Long Market. And it's the oldest continuous occupied street in human existence. From what, I think 64 BC until
That's cool.
today. People have been selling their goods in exactly the manner they are doing right now, like this. So you can see here them selling lingerie in public, which you would not do in certain parts of Iraq, and even in Kuwait. So if you go to Kuwait and you want to buy lingerie, you need a marriage license for that.
Extremists eventually take over Islamic countries. No, they don't. Like, bro, how many Islamic countries are there? Do a quick Google search. Does this look like an extremist? Like, right? He's walking around. He's clearly not from there. He's clearly a white guy. They're selling lingerie in the streets. They're selling women's clothing. Right? This is so extreme. Yeah. That's why all the rich and powerful want to go live in Qatar and want to live in Saudi Arabia and the UAE, man, because it's so dangerous there. They're so extreme. Yeah.
So the woman will go to the...
Like, I get it, man. You're Indian, so you fucking hate Muslims because you hate Pakis, but, like, relax, buddy.
lingerie store and has to present her marriage license. And if you aren't married yet, you ain't getting any. Now, one of the things that attracted me to this market was to see what political items were being sold and not sold, and what were not being sold publicly. And one of the things you can find, for example, is the new Syrian flag, very normal. You can also find the white flag of jihad and the black flag of jihad. The black flag being the symbol of Al-Qaeda. So we can see here, these are souvenirs you can buy that have the new flag and everything else. So you can see here.
Who are they selling these to, though? It's so weird. Like,
here you have those guys.
Also, like, where are they getting this shit?
Guys? So just these guys. You could also find Bashar al-Assad's socks, so you could walk on his face forevermore.
That's
but
funny.
my friend from the Iraqi video forwarded me a video showing that they were also selling ISIS stuff after the revolution. I can confirm those items are still being sold. Now, some of you might be thinking, what the hell? And you wouldn't be blamed for that. And it seems that Syria is very much like Ukraine, where when the Ukrainian war started, it was pretty hard not to find Ukrainian soldiers that didn't have Nazi symbols, either tattooed or patched.
Yeah, they don't like to talk about that. All the Nazi symbolism in Ukraine.
And a similar thing is happening in Syria, in which it's pretty hard after the revolution to find pictures in which guys didn't have ISIS patches or flags on them, which was just a bad look. But also, it's like everything in the world, it's a bit more complicated. Now, remember, Syria was in the middle of a civil war. There were two factions of Al-Qaeda, and then one started getting bombed back to the Stone Age. So yes, the leadership of ISIS all got wiped out, but a lot of the low-level guys, well, you just switch sides. You just go and join al-Nusra, because why wouldn't you? So, a fair few of them did. There's also a unit of al-Nusra that uses the ISIS flag,
but a white variant, totally different situation, guys. I can't even pretend that's stupid. But yeah, there's a reason Jelani used to have a $10 million bounty on his head when he was running al-Nusra. The United States considered them to be, well, Islamist terrorists who had to die.
Yeah, but the reality is, right, is like, they want power, right? And the only way they're going to be able to maintain whatever power they now have is they have to play ball. So they're going to make concessions. They have to. And that's just reality. So it is funny, though. It is very funny.
Because they're basically ISIS. That was the official position of the United States government before they won the Civil War. And so they sell these under the desk.
Yeah.
But not very under the desk. I mean, the guy was just opening it up in front of security guards in the Long Market, being like, "Oh, you want this? You want this one?" I'm like, not really, but I have to demonstrate that people have these things. So yeah, that's openly being sold in an under the market sense, but yeah, openly. That's I'm gonna not dwell on it. Let's keep going. Now, to explain the difference between al-Nusra and ISIS, I mean, there is one ideologically, which is that the ISIS ideology is far more radical than what you would associate Al-Qaeda with and Bin Laden. There is actually, you might think that sounds strange, but it is real. And the way you can see this is that ISIS's ideology is way more rabid. We met an Iraqi, for example, who was in Syria and in Iraq during all that time. His house used to be in Mosul before they blew it up. And so he was working with American journalists to interview prisoners. So these are ISIS prisoners who used to be ISIS fighters. And the American journalist was talking to these prisoners saying, "Oh, you've been rehabilitated. So what would you do if you left the prison?" And so he asked him, and the prisoner responded that the first thing he would do was kill the Americans sat opposite him for being a non-Muslim, and then kill the interpreter for working with her.
Yep.
Yeah, that level of rabidness is an actual difference, if you want to call it that. Regardless, the objectives of Jelani and his friends who run the country have shifted because their role in life has shifted.
Yep.
From being jihadists in a bunker fighting the national government to running the country, which is Syria, which is a multicultural, multi-faith, very diverse place with a bunch of neighbors who want to intervene, and the United States and Russia who would like to intervene. And so they're conducting anti-ISIS raids now, trying to shut down ISIS cells within the country, who are now trying to overthrow them.
It's so, yeah, I love it. I love the Middle East, man. It's so funny. I love the Middle East, man. I just remember anything important said in the last few minutes. Yeah, basically it's like, essentially this country was taken over by essentially ISIS, like an offshoot of ISIS, like a less extreme version of ISIS, basically. But still a lot of them are ISIS. For then the government that's now established to have to turn around to then eradicate the ISIS elements inside their own regime so the Western powers don't come and fuck them up. Like, yeah, basically. So they have to play ball.
And nowhere symbolizes this complexity more than Damascus itself, with it being one of the oldest continuous inhabited cities on Earth, with civilization built literally on top of civilization, with Roman ruins abound, churches that go back to
Damascus is crazy. There's so much fucking crazy shit in there.
The time of Christ, living next door to modern-day Christians celebrating Christmas, next to fellas with AKs who are jihadists.
Yep.
Arabic Christmas, huh?
Yeah, our version, everything.
In fact, I should also mention one church that we went to, but we're not allowed to film, because the local statues had been bombed. Okay, so just to explain, we're in the Jewish quarter of Damascus. And how many Jews are in Damascus now? I think you said 6? 7.
7.
Oh.
A lot.
And so these houses here used to be Jewish houses. They're abandoned. But most interestingly, I don't know if I can get in between here. You can still see the Jewish writing, and this is the synagogue. It really does feel like you have a civilization built on a civilization built on a civilization.
Exactly.
Yeah, almost like the world is built on conquest.
You can't be illegal on stolen land, though.
So today
I mean, just even those designs.
Bro, I do not want to walk underneath that. What the fuck?
I love how you have this almost medieval wooden floor there, but then air conditioning attached to it.
Yeah.
And in England, no one has air conditioning.
I heard about this.
Yeah, we're still living like it's the Stone Age.
Which is crazy, by the way. The fact that this Syrian shithole in Damascus, they all have AC and you British people don't. It's the most baffling backward shit I've ever seen in my life.
So I just want to say something to camera, because you told me it yesterday.
Yeah.
But I think it's kind of amazing. Is you mentioned that a lot of the stores will sell exactly the same thing and be next to each other. And what's not interesting is that fact, because that's a law of business that happens everywhere.
Yes.
What's interesting is that in the Muslim world, the way you deal with that is that you have this attitude that what is owed to you will come to you.
Exactly.
And therefore, if a customer comes to your store or not, it's fate. It's deterministic.
It's meant for someone else, he will go to that somewhere.
So you were telling me this whole thing used to be underground.
Yeah, they have a lot. That's why I said, man, like, who do you think maintains all of these old religious temples, all like the Christian, like ancient Christian temples of faith and shit? The Muslims are the ones who they're very good at actually like maintaining some of this shit. The Jews, on the other hand, love blowing it all into smithereens, but the Muslims really do maintain a lot of this historical shit. Even if it's not theirs, like even if it's not part of their faith, they still maintain it. Like a lot of the key religious sites, like outside of Jerusalem, in that whole area, are maintained by Muslim royalty. Like they maintain all of it
because all of the Romans.
In fact, I'm pretty sure the oldest church in Jerusalem. I'm pretty sure it's still pretty much run and maintained by Muslims, and they basically let the Christians in every day.
City is literally underground here, 5
which has been a tradition for like fucking thousands of years.
meters.
Exactly.
So they raised the whole bloody thing.
Just like to see, to give the impression, and also like this to mark the Vieric somehow. The original Vieric.
So we've been walking, we entered the, so this is part of the entrance to the Jupiter Temple, so we've been walking all the way around the damn thing. And then this is another one of the entrances, just to give a scale of how big this thing is. God damn. So we're just walking around Damascus, and we've just come across a car park. And I have to show you the car park because this is genuine insanity. So you have this guy.
Bro. Dude, you know what this reminds me of? When I used to live, I didn't live in Worcester, but I lived near Worcester. Now, if you don't know what Worcester is, Worcester, Massachusetts is probably the biggest shithole in like the entire like New England coastline. And this is what it looks like. if I could go to Worcester and I could take a picture and find this exact scene in Worcester. I bet you I could probably travel there, go up there again, and I could find this exact scene.
And all these guys.
Yeah, nobody thinks about that stuff, Blast. That's the point. That's the point I try to make, is like nobody thinks about this shit. Everybody likes to paint everything black and white. This group's extreme. This group's extreme. Muslims are going to kill you. It's like, yeah, but the Muslims have always been very friendly to Christians for the most part. It's the extremist groups that are the ones that cause the problem. And they cause a problem for other Muslims too, right? Like a lot of the problems going on in the Middle East affect Muslims just as much, right?
And then these guys...
You'll see it, Eric. So it's like, they don't like this shit either, you know? And I would argue, and I have argued this, and it gets you in trouble for arguing this, that Christians have more in common spiritually and faithfully with Muslims than they do with Jews, right? In the Jewish text, they very much condemn Jesus Christ, because they deny him as being a Messiah, you know what I'm saying? But in Muslim text, Jesus Christ is referenced, I think, 19 times or something like that. Probably more than that. I think it's 19 or something. But he is very much, revered in Muslim texts. The Muslims revere Jesus Christ as a prophet. They consider him a prophet of God. They don't consider him a Messiah the same way that Christians do, but they do consider him a prophet of God. So the Muslim text actually verifies the existence of Jesus Christ, which is why it's always ironic when you have like Indian atheists come in here and try to argue with me that Jesus Christ isn't real and it's all fake make-believe. But you literally have 3 different religions that all acknowledge the person was real, and they just acknowledge it in different ways. So like the Jews don't like him, and the Muslims revere him as a prophet. So at least there's like a semblance of respect there. And even if you do look at the Crusades, for example, like, yeah, the Crusades happened, they fought. The Muslims were very militant. They always have been, you know. It's part of their faith. They're not as like militant as they are now. Like it's more of an extremist thing now. But the reality is, right, is like even during the Crusades, there was a lot of mutual respect between, you know, both sides, even during the Crusades, right? Especially if you look at like the stuff with Saladin, right? So
they're also parked on top of each other. So if he wants to get out, he's screwed. And all of these. It just goes and goes and goes. It's like a jungle of just cars on top of cars on top of cars. I have no idea what the hell you do if you want to get out, and you're like this guy.
Yeah, how the fuck do you get out of here?
I'm glad we're not driving, to be honest. I feel like driving in this city would be a pain in the ass.
Exactly.
I love that the system is basically, if you blow enough whistles and honk your horn loud enough, suddenly the cars in front will disappear.
Bro.
It's good to have hope like that.
This is fucking chaos. Like, how do you live like this? I can't do it, man.
So this is the oldest shawarma restaurant in all of Damascus, all of Syria?
All of Syria.
All of Syria. And you said it was 1906?
Yes.
And it's still going? And how much is this?
قدال اللحمة 45.
Okay, so $4.
This is 23.
Okay. Cheers.
Cheers.
$45? Is that what he said? Jesus Christ.
Very good.
The shawarma's pretty good.
I'm severely disappointed we don't actually have great shawarma in most places in the West. The ones we have, they exist, but they're not very good, if I'm honest.
UIQ is below 30. Thanks, man. Hey, have a wonderful day, alright? Kisses and love.
So we're at this quite fancy restaurant, because you've got shawarma and you have Syrian pies, which are fantastic street food. But we're out here just trying some more fancy stuff. And what's funny is the bill has come.
Yeah, they didn't respect each other. You're right. That's why when Jerusalem exchanged hands most of the time, you know, the Muslims would let the Christians continue to worship, and they would protect them, and then the Christians would do the same for the Muslims. Yeah, there's also examples of when that didn't happen and things were very extreme. Yes, on both sides, I know. But for a lot of the times during the Crusades, there was mutual understanding and respect at the end of the day, right? So why do you think they still maintain our holy sites for us, right? So
and the bill,
I don't know, brother. Like, I get it, bro. You hate Muslims, man. You hate them. He said 4 USD. Oh, okay. I thought he said 45 USD. It's my bad.
At the end here is 250.
That's not bad. Wait, that was $4. That's pretty good for $4, bro. Dude, you pay it's $25 for like a cheese pizza nowadays, and fucking over here it's insane.
Pounds. I never.
Isn't it insane when you think about like it's cheaper to eat good food in Syria than it is in America? Like what are we doing here?
$250,000 on a meal, but here we go. And what's funny, you add that as well, is what does 250 grand look like as a restaurant bill? It looks like this.
$25. Yeah, some of the pizza places here are like 25. Yeah, 18. Dude, 18 is insane as well. Like that's crazy. Bro, I can go to Domino's for $8 and get like a large like 16-inch pizza. I don't know how these like mom and pop pizza places are surviving. Like in like in my town, there's like 10 of them. Like there's so many of them. There's like 10 or 12 of them, right? So like it's really baffling to me because I don't understand how they survive. Because like I could go to like the Big Y, for example. The Big Y, you can get like a pizza for like $15 and it's fucking massive and it's like freshly made. But like you go to these mom and pop shops and they want like $20-$25 for a fucking pizza. It's insane.
Here, this is with the tipping, and again another tip.
So the tip is 30 grand.
Yeah.
Just keep in mind these are the highest denomination of notes as well. Like these, every single one of these is 5,000. And you were telling me you can get 100-pound notes.
Yes.
So if you had 100-pound notes and you had to pay a 250,000-pound bill, I mean that's like most of the table, just covered in cash.
Only money.
All right, so I might make a couple of jokes about how when you pay for something, you sit there counting a whole bunch of money and it looks like something out of a bureau de change and takes forever. But what's kind of not funny is that let's say you have a not insignificant amount of money and you need to pay. Well, not pay, you just need to carry your money around to be able to pay for stuff. Well, you put that in your wallet, don't you? Unfortunately, that's what your wallet ends up looking like.
Bro, it's so bad.
So instead, you need to walk around with a bag as a wallet.
That's insane.
There are also a large number of ruins from the old regime which may be of interest. Firstly, the National Bank, which was raided.
Like, imagine, like, so basically, what you could theoretically do is you could take, like, let's say, like, 1,000 USD, go to Syria, exchange that for, like, millions upon millions of Syrian dollars, and then take that shit with you, bury it, and then hope in 10 years the Syrian economy gets back on its feet again. And then you have now millions and millions of dollars of Syrian money. That's actually like almost a 1-to-1 with a dollar. Like could you imagine? Isn't that like a 10,000 IQ play? Like, I mean, it would work, right? If their currency like rebounded and became more valuable, if you went now and invested in like billions of Syrian dollars, and then maybe like 10 years from now they get back on their feet and stabilize as a fucking nation, and like it becomes like a 4-to-1 exchange rate. Let's give them like, let's say 10-to-1, right? Like 10, even at a 10-to-1, it was $1 to like what, like 10K. It was like $1. It was like $10,000 or something. Or what was his exchange rate? Didn't he say it was like 100 pounds for like 2 million or something? So even if it improved a little bit, bro, the return on investment would be fucking insane.
And torch during the collapse of law and order following the revolution. You can also find the square in which Allah Suri al-Bashar used to be performed.
Bro. Bro, it's so crazy. Dude, this is why liberals drive me insane. But not even liberals, just leftists. Like, liberals aren't really leftists. This is why leftists drive me insane in this country. Like, this is so fucking weird. Like the way most of the world lives their lives is so fucking weird compared to like if you lived in Western Europe and America. It's just like, it's fucking insane. Like, this is insane to me. Like, this is just weird. It's like even India too. India's the same way. It's fucking weird. They live so baffling, and it's like, brother, stop complaining so much about the West, man. Like, this is fucking weird. You know, it's one thing when it's like a meme. Like, over here, we meme shit like this. Over there, they do it for real. The meme is real, right? Over here, it's a meme and a joke, but over there, it's reality.
There is even a museum to the war with Israel with captured equipment, but the most interesting aspect being a North Korean mural. This mural here.
The fuck?
I can't really film much. The guards, I mean, this place is meant to be closed. The guard was very kind to let us come in and take a picture of this. And we can see over here the second mural. And again, this was all made in North Korea. There is also the Assad government's torture compound, which is a huge place surrounded by high walls, which
After the revolution, you're not allowed to visit it. Without invitation, I suppose. But if you want genuine ruins, you don't have to look far for ruins of the Civil War, with an area of Damascus being literally turned into rubble. Simply driving shortly out of the old town, you will find an entire neighborhood of ruins from the war. Okay, so we're in a neighborhood that was... It's in Damascus, but it's the part that was completely blown up by rockets and fighting and such. And so we're walking around in a destroyed building, which used to be a mosque.
Yeah, that's insane.
And as you can see...
Bro, so like, I mean, is that not like a... I mean, if you put stock, right, if you actually think like they'll turn it around and like get back on their feet, right, like, wouldn't that be a smart idea? And technically, I think like the whole point of the exchange rate being like that is, one is obviously because of the inflation, sanctions, and all the other shit, but it's also too like it's to, I think it's almost to encourage that, right? Like it wants people to come in, you know, insert money into the ecosystem, and then it's almost like an investment, which is kind of how the system's designed, right?
It's a bit bad. Yeah, like that green thing. It is a flag.
It's the flag of Saudi Arabia.
Now, I don't think Syria is a good bet,
But I won't mind if I took it.
I don't think so.
Just going to get this on camera as well, because I don't know if the audio picked up in the car. But we were chatting, and
No worries.
my friend here was telling me apparently there's the old Jewish section, and of course, because Jews are known to be quite wealthy, they had a lot of money, and so as they were fleeing or it was destroyed or whatever, there's rumors that they buried their Jew gold in the ground so they could come back and get it. So then, when the place was destroyed, a lot of people came here to steal copper wire and stuff like this to make money off scrap metal. But there are also people looking for the Jew gold. They're digging away. Just love the idea there's a little gold rush for Jew gold in the ground.
لا احسن شو بده يساوي هو ياخذهم يقشطهم $150.
What is this?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
People who are trying to look for gold or like...
They're trying to find the Jew gold, the Jew gold tunnel.
So they haven't actually cleaned up all the ordnance.
Not everything.
Okay, so you're risking your life to do this.
Yep.
That's good. Well, risk reward. So yeah, this might still be mined, but you can see the drawings. There's one here. I assume this is people essentially...
Once again, I don't want to hear leftists complaining all the time. I just don't. This could be your spawn point. You could have spawned here. You won the game of life. You spawned in like the cushiest place you could live in the world. I'm sure you mentioned burying money and here to think about buried Jew gold. Yeah.
Actually vandalizing someone's house.
Listen, man. I mean, listen. I learn from the best, right? If you want to be rich, you learn from the best. The Jews.
After it was bombed. But it's interesting to see that people are coming in here and just... It's not bad vandalism. It's pretty beautiful. Could put a mirror here. Look nice.
Yeah, just ignore all the mines.
Now I know that this place has unexploded ordnance in it. Not sure I want to be walking around. I might get back in the car.
So this is the synagogue. Of course, they removed the sign recently. It was here. Like I came after the regime.
So that wasn't destroyed by the bombing. That was destroyed by the new government.
Yeah.
Aha. A hole looking for the Jew gold. If there are any Jews or Israelis watching, do let me know where you hide your Jew gold so then I can go and find it myself. It'd be very helpful of you. So that's someone's trousers. What happened to the rest of the man or the rest of his trousers? God knows what. But... Oh, there's another Jew hole. God damn. That's a big Jew hole.
The irony here, though, is like this is probably the government doing this, like the new government, and then like they're laughing, but I bet you they did actually find shit down there. This looks like it actually was already like kind of pre-established holes, and they just kind of like they dug up the concrete right here and they went down there. I'm not gonna lie, like the Jews are very much known for doing this shit. By the way, like have you seen New York? Did you see New York during COVID and all the tunnels they had and fucking
the state got super pissed at them because they were digging underground tunnels. Like, wow, they do this shit. Like this doesn't look like they dug it out. This looks like this was already dug out and they just broke open the concrete. So like I actually think there might have been some truth to it.
That's a big Jew hole. Wow. Yeah, if you want to go Jew gold hunting, there's only one place to go hunting for Jew gold. Damascus. So this here is a tunnel that was used by the Syrian forces to help fight the war and hide. And it was built by Hamas, is what this guy's telling us. Because if you want to build tunnels to keep you safe, who better to ask, frankly? And so, I'm just thinking back to the GLA, Command and Conquer. The tunnels will protect us!
Yes.
There we go.
This of AK-47.
And you can see it's new. This is new bullets.
You think so?
Yeah, it's not old. If it's old, can you imagine like conflict? How can I say? Military operation here stopped 2018.
So the war ended here 7 years ago, and there's new bullets being fired here.
Yeah, of course.
Hang on. So these are the people digging up Jew gold. They're fighting each other over Jew gold and stuff. Oh, I don't want my fingerprints on that stuff, so we're gonna leave that there.
Yeah, like they can fingerprint, like they can scan your fingerprint, bro. Yeah, I'm sure.
After heading over the bridge to the east, you can find yourself in the most Islamic part of Damascus, Duma, an area which spent much of the war under rebel control. Ergo, the area in between that and central Damascus is a wasteland.
Dude, once again, like, it just blows my mind, man. Like, this is how they live. This is just every day to them. Like, the fucking city is just completely fucking destroyed. Like, it's just a shithole. But this is normal for them, bro. This is like everyday life. Like, bro, I'm about to DoorDash like fucking food to myself, right? These guys, like, just casually, like, I don't know, bro. Like, it's so crazy, man. I really hate leftists, bro. Oh, but guys, you have it so good. Like, it could be so much worse.
In Duma, the Islamist flag flies high, cars are adorned with the Shahada, women cover not only their face, but also many of them even their eyes, which can be rather unnerving to outsiders. Reminds me an awful lot of London in a weird way.
Yeah. I wonder why it reminds you of London.
This is the place in which, well, I'll just do a voiceover for this. I don't really want to talk about this out loud. I was told in this place they used to take enemy fighters, but also Alawite women and children, and would put them in cages. And after Friday prayers, they would put the cages on trucks and parade them around, and then behead them. They would also sometimes put them in cages and then stick them next to weapon positions to use them as human shields.
Mm-hmm.
Syrian civil war, ladies and gentlemen. Wasn't going to be a fun one. Don't know why I thought it would be. Driving around, you can find places with camel on display, and so we went in search of a camel kebab. Apparently someone around here sells camel kebabs, so we're trying to find out if that's true. So that's the sign for the camel meat place, and as you can see, bits of alleged camel. So that's how you cook the camel meat. On hot coals. So this is a camel kebab.
Yeah.
It's real.
It's real.
And you can get it.
That's gonna be chewy as fuck, no?
That's pretty decent, to be honest.
It's good?
You know what, Trey? After seeing those who felt the war near Damascus, I decided to head over to the rich part of town where the old elite lived, and many of them still live, with new allegiances. So, next to that really fancy French section where Bashar al-Assad used to live, there is this really fancy mall, so we thought, screw it, let's go in. We were told filming was not allowed in the rather expensive mall, which was a bit strange. Would have thought you want to show off the best stuff.
Yeah,
so
that's weird.
we went to the food market and spent £26,000 on chocolate.
Pro.
Which is not particularly hard, considering that a crab cost £93,000. Yeah, I'm kind of demoralized to it, but for people in the West, I say West, I mean England, America, places like that, driving is so regulated that then you come to somewhere like this and there's no lanes, people just do what they want. Don't have to wear a seatbelt, because that means you're gay. And it's every man for himself.
Oh,
Which you think wouldn't work, but weirdly it works a hell of a lot better than driving in England. Because in England, people aren't paying attention, especially in America, it's even worse. People just drive on autopilot. So you don't look out for something and then you hit it. Whereas because it's every man for himself here, you have to pay attention. Because if you don't pay attention, you're dead. So Ola's decided she doesn't like me anymore, so she's making me climb a mountain.
Yo, honestly, I would love to see. I mean, I'm sure they don't keep track of it, but like, imagine seeing like the car crash incident reports or something. Like, I want to know what the death rate is of like driving in Syria, and then I want to compare that to America, just for the shits and giggles, just to see like, hey, maybe he's right. Maybe the pure chaos route of like driving is actually better. And because everybody could die at any point, they're way more like involved in the driving. How actually sad would it be if there's like less vehicle deaths in Syria than there are in the United States? Oh fuck.
For fun. And so we took a taxi to get to the outskirts here, and then we're taking a minibus. And the level of spatial awareness and driving talent you need to be able to do this, I do not have for sure.
Bro.
Don't know what I did to deserve this, but
because there is a shrine. Yeah.
It's just like it's not even actually drilled in. It's just fucked. Just don't fall off.
Yes.
Idiot.
Be careful.
Not difficult. So, spooky story. We're in the blood cave, and this is where Cain killed Abel, so that's why it's spooky. That's the original crime of all of humanity. And so, apparently, according to local legend, the mountain was so shocked by this first crime that over here, this is the mouth of the mountain with the tongue, and it breathed in shock, gasping, and the mountain almost collapsed. And so the Archangel Gabriel put his hand here and held the mountain up. And this is still here.
That's crazy.
And then two other tidbits was this here was for Ibrahim, who prayed here. And this over here was built for St. George. And St. George, for those who don't know, he's the patron saint of the English. The Welsh, Scottish, and Irish, they have their own patron saints. Andrew, David, and Patrick. Okie dokie. Well worth climbing a mountain. I think it was worth it. Also,
That's
walking
cool.
around Damascus at night was rather odd. In between the guys in black with their AKs, and the call to prayer and all the Islamist stuff, you can still find lingerie stores and sex shops and bars packed with people going about their business as if nothing has happened. So we headed out the next day to an ancient city and former ISIS stronghold, Palmyra.
Bro, like, am I the only one that just like finds this like just fucking completely shocking? I mean, you're driving around, there's like broken tanks everywhere, munitions everywhere, there's bullet casings, like it's just crazy. Baghdad Cafe 66.
so we're heading out, so we got to fill up beforehand. So I thought I'd just show off a Syrian gas station. So this is how you fill it up, if you want to. And this is the price.
Holy
this
fuck!
is 28 grand.
Holy fuck!
27 liters at 1,000 per liter. So it's about 70 cents for a liter of petrol, which in Iraq it's only 30 cents. So I'm not sure why it's 70 cents in Syria, but
yeah, I mean, it's so, man, it's actually sad to see that, like, this is like this whole place is like the cradle, like as a Christian anyway. Like this place is the cradle of Christianity. I mean, this is where all the biblical stories took place. Like it's where all like the original temples are, churches, and like to see the state that the country is in is fucking like mind blowing. To see it while also like, I like it's just weird. It's so weird. The old pillars was cool, yeah. A lot of like the old architecture and shit is so sick, but it's crazy like how they maintain all that stuff, but then the city is just like completely like it's just a shithole.
Such is life.
It's so like weird that like the cradle, like it's like, how do I explain this? The Western world, for the most part, is heavily Christian. And then it's like the foundations of like our ideology, our faith, our ethics, our morality is like literally in this city and like this in the couple, like it's in this area, right? This area is the cradle that started everything that the West became. But this place is a shithole. It's a fucking shithole. It's actually, I don't know. It's just like, it's really fucking hurts my brain to think about.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is your jerry can.
Yes.
So we stopped on the side of the road at a cafe. It's called Baghdad Cafe, and they have cards for you to take away, so you remember. And this is the card.
Yes.
It's a rock with it on.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Yes.
Everything from the
عن جد كتير brilliant.
One thing of note about the ride to Palmyra is upon arrival you will notice old signs pointing out hotels, which no longer exist, or are literally piles of rubble. A hub for tourist money reduced to a ghost town. Thankfully, some local Bedouins had a camp, and we could rest there.
Hello.
Yeah, it's sad to see, to be honest with you. It's just like, it's really disheartening. But it also really pisses me the fuck off when like I said, leftists on Twitter bitch about America and the West so much. It's like, bitch, you could have spawned here.
Salam.
حب الأرض ولا على كراسي؟
أنا بحب على الأرض.
يلا.
Does he speak English or Arabic?
Yes, speak English.
He speaks English.
He's multilingual.
Speak Germany. تعال هنا.
Hey, Bobby.
ايوه وصلنا الاجتماع مع وزير السياحه بس ما كان سوري امبارح.
So we're in a Bedouin camp.
كان في مواضيع كثير.
You can see, big tent. Lovely carpets that you just put on top of the dirt. There's a little table so you can eat and drink. And bullets, just in case. So I mentioned the bullets for safety. And you want to hold?
Sure.
Okay. Shukran. And yeah, Bedouin people are armed. Do not fuck with them.
8 Magaruf.
Gonna get my fingerprints off that.
8 Magaruf.
Okay. And then, in case that's not enough, you have the type of thing that will really keep the enemies away, which is this. So this is what I was talking about. I want to show her. This is safety when it's all the way up.
Okay.
And then here is semi. Here is auto.
Okay, he was.
So the guy in the square.
كنا بالشام ما بعرف إذا رح يحكي عنه فرق شيء بس طبعا شاف ناس ثانيين لا ما كان عاملها هيك.
And it's got the bullets in it. Yeah. I assume there's
في ملقب.
Yeah, no, not one in the chamber. So you're safe. Don't worry.
I'm not sure.
There we go. Yeah, that's brilliant. So just to explain where we are. So we went along the road from Damascus to here. Pretty fun. A lot of checkpoints, but weirdly simple. It was more difficult in Iraq than here. They just check your car and let you through.
And so we arrived in Palmyra, and my guide here was just telling me that these were the tombs which the ancients would build for their dead. And so this is one of the things that ISIS destroyed. I always wonder what the hell ISIS actually destroyed out here, and now we get to see it. And what's the consequence? And then this is the ancients.
It was like a base for ISIS. They based here, and you will see why.
Safe from bombs, I imagine.
Exactly. It's underground, safe.
This has been cleaned for explosives?
Yes. Okay. No worries.
Always good to check. It looks, some of the letters look like Hebrew, some of them not.
Of course, it's all Semite languages, or like.
Yeah. And then these look...
Yeah, it does really piss me off that it's like the cradle of Western civilization is in the hands of like fucking extremists that like not all. This thing is just like I said, it's not all Muslims are bad. Like a lot of like Christian holy sites are maintained by Muslims. They're rebuilt and maintained by Muslims, right? But obviously you have this situation where you have Muslim extremists like ISIS who are desecrating holy spots and turning them into fucking military bases. Yeah, it's really sad to fucking see the state of things.
The ones I presume ISIS installed.
Yes.
Just so they could be a bit more safe from bombing.
So this is like they are digging to find something or new, you know, to dig this one.
So this was ISIS or this was...
This was ISIS. You can see everything that's rebuilt upon was ISIS, but this is recently they have done. I think they were also like looking for things if ISIS didn't take.
Give me 1 second, guys. I haven't eaten today. I do have to fucking order some food. And I don't want to leak my location. That's not gonna like... Okay, I think we're good. What do I want though? Let me play this.
Right, so someone else digging for Jew gold.
Yeah. And you can see how they damaged the faces. Of course, this is called the funeral beds, which means it's something that they will sculpture for themselves as a family. The head of the family will be at the front and like surrounding by his families. It's called the Three Brothers tombs. That's why we have three.
And ISIS decided that this was idol worship.
So they...
But how is it idol worship? It's just the dead.
But there's faces.
Wait, how bad is this snow?
You cannot... That's why like in Islamic decorations, they don't use like animals or like people.
I thought you just couldn't use the face of the prophet, but even human...
No, because like for them, it's like maybe you are worshipping these things.
Okay. Even though it's your cousin or ancient ancestor. And, the same thing here, the head's destroyed. Oh, the facade. The painting at the top they have destroyed.
Of course, we can go in. To be honest, it's open. Like there's things.
Yeah, all the painting here has been whitewashed. So this is exactly what we Protestants did to the Catholic churches back in the Reformation. So it's not a million miles away from home.
Yeah.
Our driver has not driven off with all of my money and passport, so that's good.
Now you can trust him for the rest of the trip.
Yes.
Hello.
Morning. سلام.
بس ولاد صغار. ما هو قال انا انتبهت انا عم قدم بامان.
Love you too. So this is Palmyra. This is the amphitheater of Palmyra, which apparently ISIS turned up and destroyed a whole bunch. I think you can see here the rebarb, which should be attached to wherever it used to be. They've blown the hell up. So where we're standing is where you would have the public executions. Presumably you'd have all of the civilians of ISIS who you're showing us to in the camera crews up there. And then down here they would kill civilians and soldiers who they had decided committed some kind of mortal sin of being on the other side, or using a telephone, or selling tomatoes at a price they didn't like, or whatever the hell else. It's weird, no matter how bad the organization or bad the dictator or ideology or whatever, no matter where you go on Earth, there's always some people who have nostalgia for it. The older guys. Or there's something you can say that they did good. Then whenever you go to former ISIS places, there's nothing they did good. Like, no one has nostalgia, no one misses them, no one has anything good to say about them. This may also be the fact that they're all dead, those people. I mean, over in Iraq, they killed something like 90,000.
the Iraqis, the Americans, and the Russians all doing their airstrikes, and then out here, God knows how many tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people were killed. So those columns at the end that they've blown up.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right. So this, you were telling me, was the Ark of Victory here.
Yes, you see that too?
Right.
Joined in this one. Here.
Those two massive ones. It's annoying to know that Jeremy Clarkson has seen something that I never will. So we were just at the amphitheater, so you can get a sense of what was destroyed by ISIS. And what's interesting, so they're selling postcards. So you can buy postcards of what used to be there. So when we go to look at the tombs, these are the ones that were above ground. The ISIS also just completely demolished. There's nothing left of that.
Tetrapillion, the one that's in the middle of the Via Recta.
So those are the columns that are all blown up.
This is the Ark of Victory.
Which is now the Ark of Rubble.
This temple is
completely gone. And then I also noticed, for example, like you have the old flag with a little bit of green on top to try and fix it. I did manage to buy some of the merchandise these guys were selling, because it was just kind of funny to me that they were selling old stuff and they'd just taken some green felt tip paint and painted over the red stripe to sell something, because they had nothing else to sell. So they were desperate just to get rid of the old stuff. But there was also something else out here that was interesting. Palmyra used to be controlled by ISIS, and ISIS decided that paper money was Jewish.
Yep.
Because of usury, and you can devalue it, and etc., etc. And so they decided to issue their own currency, being silver, copper, and gold coins. Now, the gold ones are gold, so they disappeared pretty quickly. But we were able to find one in Palmyra, and then in the back rooms in Damascus, I was able to negotiate some sales. So, got my hands on those, which are incredibly rare. In all of Iraq, we kept asking people about them, and up in Mosul, people didn't even know what the hell we were talking about. So the fact we were able to find these were just unbelievable.
Okay. But apparently it's like for some bullets.
Ruski. Это Ruski. So these are the ancient steps to the height of this thing. And of course it's now quite dangerous, frankly. But there's a local who thinks we can do it safely.
Those are not the scary ones. It's the other ones. I'm not sure if you will do it. I've done it once.
You will do it? It's okay here?
Yeah, here it's okay. Here you can do it. Just the other one.
Yeah.
The other
ones?
ones?
Okay, it's okay.
Let's go.
Oh, those ones.
Yeah.
Your hand. Give me the camera.
This, put that.
Give me, don't worry. Yalla.
Shukran.
You're welcome. Yalla. GTEC.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Wow, that's crazy, dude.
Well, the view is definitely bloody worth it.
That's crazy, bro. Look how fucking insane this is. They fucking destroyed all this shit.
He's trying to drag her up and she's like, hell no. I'm not coming up those fucking stairs. I mean, one quick thing. Some people say, why don't you get health insurance before you come to a place like Syria or Iraq? And then I think, the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about?
But you can see here, this used to be this temple, and we just looked at some pictures of what it used to be like.
Bruh.
And
that's crazy.
I hope the camera's picking it up. You can see just how much they destroyed, needlessly. But like I was saying earlier, I mean, we went to Mosul, I spoke to people who lived under ISIS, and it's just nothing good. Like, genuinely just demons, absolute demons. Time to come down, I think.
Yeah.
Alright, here are the steps.
Yeah, just slowly.
Alright, can you take the camera?
Yeah, come.
Oh, bugger me.
Good job.
A little bit of adrenaline. Makes any trip worthwhile.
Yeah, that view's sick.
So that's the original Baathist era eagle?
Not Baath. This is Syrian. This
Just
is
Syrian.
like for Armenian, but it was used during the previous Syrian government.
So you have ancient Palmyra behind us, and when the French took over, they kicked out all the people and sent them to a new place. And this is the new place above us, which is now.
Yeah. Do you think the tour guide that's like showing him around and helping him and giving him, like, you realize that they're also Islamic, right? They're Muslims, right? Yeah. It's the extremists. You notice how even the other Muslims don't like ISIS because they're extremists, right? Kind of like how the Mormons like were massacring people out west and trying to they actually went to war with the United States at one point. Yeah. It's like we don't like extremists, yes. It's crazy. I know, hard concept for you to understand because you're a fucking racist, but
a town with people living in it. So we're walking around this territory. So this is the old town of Palmyra. So this was all occupied by ISIS. What's interesting, as you can see over here, very similar to Mosul. But then I saw this Russian lettering, Min Niet, which I presume means no mines. So they've actually cleared this house. So instead of having a safe symbol in Arabic, they actually had the Russian army here. And the Russians were writing in their language to tell each other that it's clean. Which I presume none of the locals can read.
Yeah.
So this used to be the cemetery. It used to be, but I guess it still sort of is.
Yeah, just be careful.
Jesus.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to go too far because I don't have to clean up mines, is what my friend is telling me here. But you can see the whole cemetery is just completely...
oh my god, every time leftists complain on Twitter, I just want to be like, hey, there's places in the world where motherfuckers are living with unexploded ordinances, like literal minefields, and they don't even know like what's there or not. Nobody can even enter this area because they don't know where the mines are. Like,
oh, good. With these cages here, she's telling me that these cages they used to keep people in.
As we have been told by the civilians, yes, that they used to lock them inside. Of course, that's the stories of the people.
I'm wondering, I've seen footage of where they would burn people alive in such cages. No idea here, but yeah, it definitely happened because I've seen it. As we were filming in the old cemetery, we turned back to walk towards the car, and I wish I filmed this, but a group of guys were approaching us with big smiles, calling to us. And so I jokingly said to our guide, "Oh, looks like we have some admirers." And she muttered to me, "Yeah, I'm a woman without a headscarf and you're a pretty man. Time to go," was the message. So we got back in the car, told the driver, "Yalla," like, let's get the hell out of here, and left, which is probably the right decision, considering that after we left the country, France and Britain decided to conduct airstrikes against ISIS, who was still in Palmyra. We kept driving through the goats, checkpoints, and military setups until we were on the other side of the country, literally and culturally, arriving in a very small Christian village surrounded by Muslim towns and villages, as one of the only places you can get wine with dinner and not feel like some kind of drug addict. Naturally, they have their Christmas trees up. But this village was also next door to a Crusader castle with a Muslim population around it who had lived under al-Nusra. And
man, sometimes, honestly, listen, if you guys could pick a superpower, I think mine would be time travel. Like, imagine seeing this shit, like, in its heyday. Like, fuck, man.
Were radicalized as much as they were. After the fall of the Assad government, some fellas from the Muslim village came over to the Christian one and conducted random killings of people who were sitting out in cafes and such. And so we asked the local Christians, how you guys doing? How do you deal with this? And their response was, quote, "Well, they're only killing a few of us. They're not trying to conduct a genocide. So it's not so bad." So we travelled over to the Muslim village, as it surrounds the French castle that was built by the old Crusaders, most notably being a church in its centre. When it was under al-Nusra control, they destroyed the Christian paintings of the saints. Ah, that's so sad, because you can see one of the saints right at the top there. Le Crac des Chevaliers. Okay.
Crac des Chevaliers. Isn't this the fucking castle from Kingdom of Heaven?
Yeah.
This is the first stable.
Okie dokie. So this is where the Crusaders would have kept their horses.
Yeah, this is cool.
Well, this is fucking creepy. Okay, you go to most old castles in most countries and all the lights are on and stuff, right? Because you expect it. And of course in Syria, I haven't got the budget for that. So, get your phone out. I do wonder if during the Civil War, if anyone used any old medieval weapons. I know that someone did reinvent the cannon, and they used it, I think, in Aleppo to shoot Assad's forces.
Jesus Christ.
If you jump, you'll only broke some things.
Only?
Yeah.
If I jump, I will only break all of my bones. I won't die.
No. God will give you another chance. Disabled, maybe. But...
Damn, bro. This must have been sick as fuck in, like, its prime.
I like to think that that guy's family has been herding those sheep since the 1300s or something. He's
Probably has.
And his family are still there. Still doing the same thing. So the French government put this plaque here to try and claim that the Kingdom of France built this, so therefore it's our property.
Yeah, that's when they opened it, you know?
Okay.
1947 is when they said, okay, we will leave Syria, but we want this piece of, like, the land of Syria to be our French territory inside Syria.
How's that going?
No?
Yeah, sorry Frenchies, but
you know?
I don't see many of you here.
Yeah.
On the way out of the castle, we ran into Toilet Man. And this was a fellow who was walking by, and we said salam to him, and then we noticed none of his teeth were there. And he was in his early 30s, so even for this region, that's crazy. Like, you should have your teeth. So I said to the guy, can you talk to him? What the hell's going on there? And it turns out he was Toilet Man. He cleans the toilets for the staff and the guests in this tourist area. And when the place was taken by al-Nusra, well, they told him to support it. He didn't want to. He's Toilet Man, just want to do his toilet work. And so they took him and they pulled every single one of his teeth out as a punishment. Just for nothing. And so that guy gets up in the morning, goes to his job where he cleans toilets all day, and then goes home. And his neighbors are flying the flag of the people who did that to him. And the police are the people who did that to him.
Beautiful.
So we started heading
Once
north,
again.
and we did think about...
You could have spawned here, you know? It's like, this could have been your spawn point.
Stopping off at Homs. Unfortunately, the whole place was under martial law because they were busy killing each other. And so we went to Hama instead. Okay, so we're in Hama. This is a place in between Damascus and Idlib. We're heading to Idlib. We're just stopping off here. But I thought it's worth stopping off.
Yeah, you could have been Toilet Man. Yep.
Yeah, because this place has a lot of history. I mean, what's interesting about this place is they used to have the Muslim Brotherhood here, and that's not acceptable back in the Ba'athist times. And so in the 80s, well, the Ba'athists bombed the shit out of this place, killed a hell of a lot of people. So during the war, apparently, this place was always safe, not because they liked the old government, but because they were subdued by it. So, upside to that, nothing's destroyed. Everything works. It looks good. It's nice. So, there's that. But yeah, people here are very conservative. This is a very Muslim area, and they're probably the most happy in the country that the old guys are gone. So we're on our way to Idlib, and I just want to mention a couple of things that I think are really funny, which I never think you thought about until you're in Afghanistan or Iraq or here, which is, of course, I've already mentioned seatbelts. Like, this is just for show. In fact, the other day I started putting it on, and then my driver looked at me and was like, what the fuck? And I went, oh yeah, where am I? Threw it away. But the other thing that's super important, this button, because of course you get the cars and they blow out this plume of black smoke. And so this guy here, for example, has to keep turning it on and off to deal with the shit show that is the disgusting diesel cars.
I love how seatbelts are gay.
The next stop was Idlib, which could be described as the heart of the revolution, ultimately, being the base operation area for al-Nusra throughout the entire civil war. Not only do they fly the white flag of jihad, but also Turkish flags are incredibly common, and Turkish lira is even used as a currency. We started off our time in Idlib with perhaps the least comfortable meal of my life, with the owner and the customers strongly disliking our presence.
It's really about to hit, to be honest.
We'll give you that impression. So we ate and quickly left. Welcome to Idlib! So this apparently says Green Idlib, because it used to be a very green place. And you can see the symbols, you can see the big ass flag, and all the symbols of all the new stuff. So, you know, education, photography, weapons because they're a symbol of freedom, education in the language, white helmets, and that's the symbol. On the other side is the day of liberation, the date of liberation. So we're gonna go around there. And if you've never heard of Idlib, I wouldn't blame you if you're English. It's not something we talk about, but this is apparently the most conservative part of Syria. So my friend here, who doesn't have a headscarf on, is getting some dirty looks. So that's how that goes. That's okay. Shukran! In the centre of the city, you will find notices explaining that blasphemy is banned, which I've found a bit weird. Because if you've been living under Al-Qaeda for 10 years, who the hell needs telling that blasphemy is not allowed? Whilst we were there, we did run into a guy who was one of the jihadists during the war. And big happy guy, lovely, gave us tea, started showing me photos and videos on his phone of him taking part in the revolution. You know, he liberated Aleppo and then drove down to Damascus himself. And I was like, wow, man, yeah, great. And he's got his pistol on him, and I'm like, well, you must be very proud of what you've achieved. And he kind of was, but at the same time, there was clearly a level of disappointment in the new government. So that's that. If you're watching, hope you're well. After that, we hung out in the centre, but after getting enough abnormal attention from the locals, my instinct was to get the hell out of there. Whilst we were there, driving to the next place, we found out that ISIS had now declared war on the new Syrian government. And if you're wondering what the hell, well, it turns out that ISIS had given Jolani 1 year to run the country, and if he didn't implement Sharia, as they saw it, then they were going to start an insurgency against the new government that's Islamist. And so they did, and they attacked checkpoints in Idlib. And this sentiment wasn't exactly hard to find. We ran into plenty of people who were locals who mentioned that amongst those groups, quite a lot of people had been recruited by ISIS successfully because they were a bit disappointed with the revolution. And not to mention a lot of young kids who have got nothing better to do and would love an AK. So that's that. I mean, whilst we were there were attacks every single day of some kind, mostly from domestic reasons, except for one day where there were attacks from Israelis. And so we continued on to the city of Aleppo.
We don't talk about those ones, though, guys. We don't talk about those ones.
Seeing many destroyed portraits of Bashar al-Assad along the way. It's a city which was a front line for much of its existence, playing host to all sides in the war.
Let me represent myself, homie. It's Creeper, homie, from that G-Dub 13 gang, homie. Sun Valley gang, homie.
Fucking whiner from Westside Armenian Power gang, homie.
Still puro sureños putting it down, homie. And Middle East, homie, in Syria, still gang banging, not giving a fuck, homie. Good, Molly. Check out the enemigas right there, homie. They're all right there, dog.
Okay, so we're here in Aleppo, and a great man once said, what is Aleppo? So we're here to find out. Oh, so we have some signs about like what you can and can't do. So like this one you should cover up fully, they're saying?
Yeah, it should be covering the whole body.
Okay.
It doesn't look like the men clothes or al-kafirat, which means kuffar but for women. To be wide, not tight. Not to be perfumed. Don't. Not to be transparent. Not to have any designs or accessories. Don't wear it just to show that you are wearing it.
Okay, you should believe.
Here that whenever who cursed God or prophet or the religion or any of the prophets, he is kafir, and his scent should be death.
Well, the lighting is nice. Oh, okay. It's legal.
Maybe it's not, but who cares?
Okay. I think that's an attitude that sums up a lot of Syria. It may not be legal, but who cares?
Yeah. That's why we don't know if it's legal or not. Because that must help. We don't care. Where here they just clean that, paint that, destroy that. The others is totally.
اريح نفسيا.
Okay. And then just destruction the whole way down. I don't know how much I trust this scaffolding, but
No, you can.
I guess with my life. My mother would not be pleased. It smells like a construction site, because it literally is just a quarry.
Yeah.
It's just a pile of rock. So you can see all the way down, utterly destroyed. And then first thing to be rebuilt is of course the local mosque. So this is what I mean by the parking situation. It's kind of funny because you park your car in a parking space, but then people just park there, and now you're fucked. There's nothing you can do. Just wait. So we're in this restaurant in Aleppo, and the menu is all in Arabic, so I can't read that. But through the beauty of modern technology, I have Google Translate. And there's a dish here that I recognize the name of. So we've ordered it to try and see if it's the same. So this is a Syrian sausage roll. Okie dokie. Lamb sausage roll. Wow.
So heavy, right?
It's deep fried as well, so it's
Greasy.
yeah, that's one of the greasiest things I've ever eaten. Whilst we were in Aleppo, we managed to conduct a business deal in a basement with a very old man, and this chap didn't care anymore. He was that old, and so he told us a story that he used to own properties, and then the rebels blew them up. And so the Bashar al-Assad government came to him and said, "Hey, you owe property taxes. You haven't paid in the last 5 years." He was like, "What the hell are you talking about? It's a pile of rubble. Why do I pay property taxes on it?" They said, "Oh, no, you got to pay us or we're going to take your property." And they charged him about $100,000, which is crazy for the region. So he paid the money, expecting Bashar al-Assad to win the war.
Don't you guys love it? Once again, spawn RNG, baby.
Only for the rebels that blew up the house to win the war. Which is pretty miffed, understandably. And the business deal we conducted was this guy, because he didn't care, he was one of the few people who didn't destroy everything he had that had Bashar al-Assad stuff on it. And so we're able to find some Bashar al-Assad watches, him and her, which were symbols of those who were loyal to the regime. You would be rewarded with one of these. In fact, we met someone who used to have 7 of these, and I said, "Are you kidding me? I would have purchased them off you." And they said, "Yeah, well, when everyone started facing getting killed, my family took everything we had, including the watches, and destroyed them all." After this, we headed to the citadel of Aleppo, and even got a few more parts of it opened up with a few bribes.
Okay, you should stop.
Okay. So this is a special privilege.
You are in prison now. Okay. They just don't want anyone to enter. You will see, it's very dangerous. And if someone was hurt, it will be their responsibility.
So this is the privilege of knowing the guy that runs the place, is he'll let you risk your life for $2.
So, turn off your torch.
Okay.
Turn everything off, even your screen. We are in daylight. Imagine living like this for you don't know how long.
Yeah. But as we were heading out and about to leave, we started hearing bombing. Heading outside, you could see smoke and even hear more explosions.
I wonder who that was, guys.
No,
let's just film this.
It's crazy that they're so used to this shit, they don't even panic. They're just like, yeah, another day.
So we're hearing some like bombing or shooting taking place, and what's funny is
nobody cares.
There's nothing you can do, so you just go on with life. After this, we headed to town, to the Aleppo soap factory. The Syrian who ran the place gave us a tour of how it's made. Aleppo soap being a soap which is the choice of soap for very rich women, allegedly due to its health properties. And that very well might be true. And in the soap factory, they sell it for $1, and all around Aleppo you can find soap stores selling the soap. I got some, been using it,
personally can't really notice much of a difference, but certainly nice. Not causing me any problems. So if you have skin problems, that's the soap to get. But it is just soap. Okay, so I'm back in the hotel, the really fancy one in Labo. I just want to explain that Syrians are deeply sick, twisted people, because it's 20-something degrees out, it's pretty hot, I'm wearing a t-shirt, my boots are all sweaty, I don't like it out here. But for these people, apparently this is very, very cold. And they're not kidding. And the way you can tell that is you go back in the hotel, and they have the thermostat set to 32 degrees. I miss my rainy, shitty island. After this, we headed out of town, driving over the mountains and their fog to the coastal city of Latakia. The city itself is a port city for Syria to import goods, but around it are also many Alawite villages, as this is Alawite country. Now, the Alawites were the most trusted group under Bashar al-Assad's government, so they were the ones sent to the front because they could be trusted not to defect, which has led to the effect that about half of their young men are dead. So the dating scene isn't exactly fantastic for young Alawites. We visited some areas to ask how things have been, staying at some black sand beach cafes, almost entirely abandoned, with the Alawites refusing to talk around the driver we had, simply because he was an Arab Sunni Muslim and not an Alawite Muslim. The paranoia being very real. We also went to a rural Alawite home with its ducks, goats, and chickens, and ate one for lunch.
We do it very fancy when we have guests, but like if you are at home, this would be like the thing we eat.
Meh. 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 No?
There you go.
So these guys, they got some solar panels. They've got a pretty standard house for this region. And some animals. And a little farm. That's about all you need. It turns out Alawites, I thought they were an ethnic group. As in there'd be an ethnic difference in terms of genetics. But apparently, no, they're pretty similar to everyone else around here. There's just a different sect of Islam. That's the difference. It's... Wow, you believe things slightly differently from us? Whoa, that's crazy. Oh, I should get my AK. Oh. People out here don't like to talk, and with good reason. The paranoia out here is not imagined. Instead, after the war ended, the minorities were told to hand in their arms, and the Kurds and the Druze in the south did not. The Alawites apparently did, and their reward for their cooperation was that random groups of men turn up after dark and beat and kill people for reasons which sometimes are just nothing. And so much of these places are completely devoid of life. But what was most shocking for me wasn't necessarily this. I mean, Middle Eastern politics is what it is. But the most shocking thing for me was that the Alawites used to be this ruling caste, as we were told. They used to be nothing, and then with the Ba'athist coup, they became the top of society. And you would expect the top of society to become the ethnic group with all the wealth and power and influence. It's pretty normal. Now, the Alawites apparently did dominate politics. That was their domain. But the economy was left to the Arab population. So these people never got rich. They would be highly educated, serve in the military and in politics, but they wouldn't make money. And so when you go to their neighborhoods, they're still living like poor farmers.
That's weird.
It's just a really weird system of power that the old Ba'athists had. So these are probably some of the most perfectly preserved old-time flags that are still here as murals. So this side being the old Syrian flag under the Ba'athist regime, and this being the flag of the Ba'athist party. Yeah, so if you want to come see the ruins of the Ba'athist party and the old Ba'athist regime, very much from left, to be honest. Okay, so we're walking around Latakia at night. I thought I should probably film this before I forget about it. Just real quick, like, this place is a lot more normal than other places, I should say. Like, it's built up, it's not too bad.
But they were walking around, and this place used to be under the regime of Bashar al-Assad. And this guy just blurts out very loudly that he hates it and he wishes that Charles de Gaulle would come back and the French should come back with their military and turn this place into a French colony again. So that's the mix of opinion you can get.
Yeah.
He's still got the fur on.
Jesus
His
Christ.
eyeballs are still in. Alright. Oh, nice. Bit of lung. So I've come to really end of nowhere in Latakia, because a friend of mine said there used to be a restaurant here that was basically a massive plane that they turned into a restaurant. So he wanted to see what the hell was left. And, well, here are the wings.
Well, that's gone.
If you did get to dine here, let me know how the food was. The ambiance. The seating. I dread to think what the seating was like. After this, we headed towards Tartus, stopping along the way at the hometown of the Al-Assad family. Entering required stopping at a military checkpoint and a plainclothes man checking with higher-ups. Upon driving to it, you start to notice that a lot of road signs have been blacked out. Some even entirely. Naturally, these were references to the Assad family, with our final stop being the Grand Assad Family Mausoleum, which housed Bashar's father, mother, and brother, all of whom's bodies have been removed and lost. Their location only known to those al-Nusra fighters who burnt and shot up the gravesite.
Lovely.
Okay, so we've now come to the Assad family town, and in here, when the dad died, the old dictator, they built a mausoleum for him. And when the revolution happened, they came here, defaced it, burnt it, as you do. So you can see the glass and the fire damage.
In here, Hafiz Assad and back to this.
Wow. So this is the grave site.
Yeah.
Oh, they certainly filled it with junk. And the bones are gone. I wonder what happened to him. Do you know what happened to the bones? Do you know what happened to his body, the bones? Where are they? I know they took it out, but do you know where they put them? Just somewhere. Oh, you can see the bullet holes. Shot the crap out of the roof. So the main one is for him, but if you come over here, there's another grave here, which I think it's gone. You can still see the bullets. Another one over here. Again, plenty of bullets. And one over there. And one of them would be his wife, one is his son, and one is the mother. Afterwards, the driver spoke off camera with me, and I asked him why he spat into the grave exactly. And he mentioned that he is a Muslim Arab man with a Muslim Arab wife, and they had 2 Arab kids. And when they were deciding what to name them, both times he insisted on very Arab names, so they would be from that group. And his wife argued with him that they shouldn't do this because they might face discrimination in Baathist Syria. And he promised her that they will not face discrimination because the dictatorship dies with our generation. The boys won't deal with it. Turns out he was right. In Tartus, I found out that it's a Mediterranean seaside town, just with a lot less tourists and a lot more propaganda posters. On our way back to Damascus, we ran into some more Christians, this time selling wine, who now can't, even though it's legal to sell, because the Islamists at checkpoints randomly stop his shipments, and so they have resorted to smuggling methods. And also some mountain Christians, who al-Nusra yet again tried to cleanse, destroying much of their church and suicide bombing the local hotel. So this is a car bomb over here that they used to blow up all this remotely. The very literal GLA postal service.
Some records.
What's left?
I ain't yapping. I'm sundowning. I'm just waiting for my food and then I'm getting
The place is majority Christian.
That's such a
taken by
cool
al-Nusra. This is some of the devastation, but you can see the white flag of al-Nusra flying there. A few Muslims are here, fly that flag. Which, yeah.
Because it was Assad soldiers.
So they painted over
Long
saying,
live
no,
Syria.
we are
Yeah.
Allah's soldiers. Soldiers of Allah.
Yes.
So that's al-Nusra's graffiti. That's the same thing here, just say Assad soldiers.
Say no, the third troops, we are ready to sacrifice, it means we will sacrifice ourselves for you, Assad. They say we will sacrifice ourselves for you, Allah.
نشتغل أوبو وإبرة وروح قدشو هوشو أخلقونا عم ضوي التهرة آمين أوبو حتي بشمو يتكتش أشمخ تيثالي ملكخ يتكم تتشبع عيلي اخمل بشموخة على أبليح لحمح أخل يومح وغفر ليح احتيوثح اخمل أنا حم غفر انتي مخت عمينح لا تشعبرين نحب تغربتش بس حسين نحم شيدا
Of course, all these icons are original, not original, photocopy. The original one are stolen, we don't know where.
So al-Nusra took all of these icons and threw them into either dirt or into the fire.
To be honest, we believe that it was sold.
Sold?
Yeah.
I purchased a few Christian items, which will be available to sell to you guys, but my honest thoughts of that place when I came away was, again, just sad. I mean, these people are Christians who have been living there God knows how long, I mean, maybe even back to the time of Christ himself. And they've managed to persevere in a very dangerous piece of real estate. But just like Toilet Man, there are a whole list of terrible things that were done to these people, and their neighbors fly the flag of the people who did it to them. And they get up every day, and that's where they live. Heading back to Damascus for the 1-year anniversary of the revolution, I got pneumonia, as I was kind of out of action, and not doing well, if I'm honest. On the celebration day itself, I decided to force myself to get out of bed, and on the TV, there were AI-generated scenes of how evil Bashar al-Assad was in the last days of the revolution, and we headed into town, and you could tell that the whole place had been spruced up with a lot of flags to be very patriotic. Speaking to the local flag merchants, they said they'd never had anything like it. It was Christmas on steroids for them. The reason being that quite a lot of the people who were coming to town to buy flags were not locals to Damascus. Awful lot of people were coming from outside in. After that, I decided it was time to get a plane and leave, because it seemed like the central government was poised to head to war with the Kurds in the north. Really, that kind of sums up the whole feeling in Syria at the time, compared to Afghanistan, for example. When we were in Afghanistan, the Taliban were jubilant. Not only if they beat the Americans, there was no international army that would dare invade them after the Soviets and the Americans, but also domestically. They had complete control of the country, there was no opposition, politically speaking. Whereas in Syria, you've now got these minor rebellions, different ethnic groups who might be happy or unhappy with you for various reasons, not to mention the Israeli invasion and the international powers that want to interfere. Victory didn't feel like victory, and you could see it on the faces of the men with the AKs. As for what should be done in Syria, well, my advice is the same as every other country I go to. That's a problem for the locals. Good luck to the Syrians. You're the ones who have got to solve your situation and the ones who only should. And that's going to be especially hard with 20 to 30% of the population being abroad. They really need to come home and help start rebuilding. So, good luck. If you want to visit there as a tourist, I'd highly recommend hiring a tour company for this one. Syrian Guides, who I hired and would highly recommend. Do not recommend doing this one on your lonesome. As for if you like the videos and want to help me grow, best way is to like and subscribe.
I might watch his... Oh, this is 1 day ago. Okay, sick. I thought this was like older. We'll have to watch some of his other stuff. I would love to see the Iraq one and the Afghanistan one. Hey, with the whales! The Last Britons, hell yeah. Sweet. We'd have to check out some of these. I think I've seen his videos before, but I don't... Like, he looks familiar, but I don't remember. The Finns, are they human? I guess a good question. Yeah, we'll have to watch this again. But I'm going to head out. I'm going to wrap it up here. My food's on the way. Thanks to everybody who hung out today. I'm fucking tired. Have a good day. God bless. Love you. And yeah, stay healthy. Pray every day. I'll see you tomorrow. Adios. Tomorrow is Kick stream, so follow the Kick channel. I'll stream. I'm gonna be like doing anime watch, like watching anime shit on Kick tomorrow. All right, as I promised. So, adios. Goodbye. Sayonara. Love you. God bless.